Analysis of myths. I'm invincible upon knowing the plot. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 1001, Major in Miscellaneous Paths. The word extreme realm was undoubtedly the first time he had heard of it. He knew a lot of information about cultivation. Just being a disciple of a great sect was enough to allow him to easily touch the surface that ordinary people could not touch. And Lee Su was very sure that there was no so-called extreme realm for Tae. The only surface that could break the mirror in the myth world was the golden elixir, where the limit of people was broken. The so-called 15 fires were equivalent to completing the transformation of life before it was presented. The benefits it brought were obvious. In the two major realms of Xiangxin, Zengxin, Tae, and Zhuangxin, the more fires there were, the stronger it was, almost doubling its strength. Only after the Daluo realm would this strength be smoothed out little by little, which meant that the transformation brought about by the 15 fires of the golden elixir was no longer magical. Tae extreme realm. Just kidding. If there was an extreme realm for Tae, it would have spread in the myth world long ago. However, from beginning to end, Lee Su had never heard of the saying about Tae extreme realm in the myth world, or even this word. Facing Lee Su's obviously suspicious look, Ning Wuxia smiled. She was not surprised by this expression, nor was she angry. After all, she had the same expression on her face before. And not only did she have suspicion on her face, she had already picked up a knife in her hand, ready to hit the other party twice. Ning Wuxia smiled and said, "It's not surprising that you haven't heard of it. In fact, for the mainstream in the mythological world, the term Tae realm itself is a heresy. After all, for most people, being able to become Daluo is already a great fortune. On the contrary, most Tae will be stuck in this realm for their entire lives and can't find a way out. This is the norm. Under such circumstances, as long as there is a slight opportunity to become Daluo, no Tae will extravagantly pursue the so-called extreme realm. In fact, in order to increase the output of Daluo, the 8 major sects in the mythological world have united to form a 10,000-year war. Through bloody fights, coupled with special formations, with the lives of many Tae, and the opportunity to break through the realm, only 1 or 2 new people are added every 10,000 years. Tae, what is the extreme realm? The only extreme realm is to break through and become Daluo. Lee Su couldn't help but be stunned. After all, she was the one who proposed the extreme realm, and she was also the one who denied the extreme realm. Ning Wuxia ignored Lee Su's reaction. She said directly, "Whether the ultimate realm exists or not, in fact, I don't know. After all, at least for me, I haven't felt the existence of that thing. Even when I practiced to reach the ultimate realm back then, I didn't know if that was the way to the so-called ultimate realm. The only thing that can be confirmed is that after I became a Daluo realm, the accumulated practice during that period of time did help me a lot. It saved me a lot of time and enabled me to quickly cross the 10 million Dao realm and become a Daluo realm of the billion Dao realm. That's all. For an ordinary Daluo, it usually takes hundreds to thousands of years to enter the billion Dao realm from the 10 million Dao realm. But I only took a few decades to complete it. Of course, this may actually be due to my extraordinary talent. After all, it took me only 3,000 years from the beginning of my practice to becoming a Daluo. It may also be because my speed was very fast after I became a Daluo realm." The other party did not explain the truth of the Tae ultimate realm, but instead narrated his own experience of rising. Instead, Lee Su's original doubts dissipated a lot. After all, even GGO had not recorded any topic about Tae extreme realm. It was one of the top sects in the mythology world. If there was a real case in front of it, how could it not be recorded? Blinking his eyes, Lee Su was actually a little interested at this moment. Apart from other things, the other party said that from the 10 million Dao realm to the 1 billion Dao realm, she only took a few decades to catch up with others who took hundreds of years or even thousands of years. This was undoubtedly very attractive to him. What he lacked most now was time. Not to mention Tae, it would take a lot of time, and then Daluo. 10 million Dao realm, 1 billion Dao realm, 1 billion Dao realm, and 10 billion. That is, the extreme Dao realm, or extreme Dao. These are a total of 4 levels, and each of them obviously takes an extremely amazing amount of time. Although Lisu still has another way to go, to the world fragments, to obtain the cocoon of time. But the danger of the world fragments is self-evident. There are undoubtedly problems in both the upper and lower parts of Journey to the West. If he was not magical enough in the first part, he would probably die as soon as he was born. As for the next part, let alone if the old dragon had not been careless and ran in front of him, if he had honestly squatted in the dragon palace and waited until Lisu was suppressed under the 5-element mountain before appearing, the result would be really chilling. If it was just a character bug, it would be acceptable. If it was a plot bug, that would be really fatal. Lisu was lucky to come back alive this time. If possible, he definitely didn't want to do this again. He has reached the late Tai stage and is about to approach Dalo. Dalo will soon be the Holy Realm. Unless it is really a life and death crisis and a situation where death is inevitable. Otherwise, at least in the short term, he does not plan to enter the world fragments again. Who knows what kind of situation is waiting for him next. Journey to the West has been released. According to the difficulty, the next time will probably be the conferred god, right? Of course, it may also be a war between witches and liches, the dragon and Han catastrophe, etc. If it is that kind of plot, it is already quite unsolvable. If there is a bug again, Lisu can only describe it as chilling. Now, after hearing that the other party had cultivated to the extreme realm, although he did not break the mirror, he had improved rapidly after achieving the Dalo. He still had a time cocoon in his hand at this moment. Once used, he could quickly gain 1,000 years of time. If he advanced to the Dalo according to her method, plus this 1,000 years of time, he might be able to directly jump from the 10 million Dao realm to the billion Dao realm. And as long as he reached the billion Dao realm, plus the treasure, in the myth world, unless multiple saints came out to target him, otherwise, it would be very difficult to kill him. Moreover, after reaching the billion Dao realm, Lisu could start to try another opportunity. The location of Pangubana and others. If he could take out the saints' treasures such as Taijutsu, Pangubana, Kingping Sword, etc., Lisu would no longer need to be so cautious in the myth world in the future. On the contrary, his enemies had to be careful lest he come to his door, block him in the house, and be beaten to death by him. Senior, can you continue to talk about it? Extreme Realm. Of course. Ning Wuxi nodded. She deliberately said it because she wanted to train the other party in this way. If she didn't say it was a broken mirror, it would be too false and empty. There was no precedent in the entire mythology world. In fact, the source of this news was also very strange. No one knew the source. If it was said to be handed down from ancient times, maybe someone would believe it. After all, the ancient times were too glorious and too dazzling. Its afterglow, until today, still prying the entire mythology world. Countless lives are in turmoil. But the extreme realm has no source. Those who know it have only heard about it. Those who can be sure, or the earliest people who heard it, have long died, and it is impossible to verify the truth. The practice of the extreme realm is actually very simple. It's just miscellaneous ways. It mainly practices miscellaneous ways. Not only that, it also suppresses the main way through miscellaneous ways. And the suppression here is not the kind of practicing some other exercises, but it is simply miscellaneous ways. Through sudden enlightenment, it absorbs a large amount of miscellaneous ways, and the scattered small ways continue to gather around the main way, suppressing the main way in place. By reversing the guest to the host, it increases the difficulty for the main way to break the cage and push open the door to Dalo. The main way accumulates power far beyond the normal Tai to break through the Dalo realm, and finally breaks the shackles of miscellaneous ways and Tai, and leaps to become Dalo. The break here is the so-called Tai extreme realm. Like a night blooming cereus, it only blooms for a moment, and only seeks a moment. Ning Wuxi took a deep breath. When she said this, there seemed to be a hint of aftertaste in her eyes. Her eyes flashed with the scene of her hard pursuit during that period of time. Unfortunately, the idea is good, but it is impossible to implement it in practice. Whether it is the miscellaneous path or the main path, they are all your paths. Since they are all your paths, how can they hinder your enlightenment? Although the specialization of miscellaneous paths did suppress the time for me to break through the Dalo realm, from the moment I planned to break through, the miscellaneous paths and the main path naturally merged to form my great path and break the Tei shackles together. It is also for this reason that the Tei extreme realm is called a side door, not a crooked path. It does not hinder the practice of cultivators. In fact, many cultivators who have completed their practice in the main path still cannot reach the Dalo level. They will instead practice miscellaneous paths. Let miscellaneous paths help them reach the high wall, and even turn over the high wall. So that's it. I understand. At this moment, Lee Su's face showed a look of complete enlightenment. He not only understood what the Tei extreme realm was, but also understood why the other party took him to the city of the Earth Clan. The practice methods of alien races are different from those of cultivators. They do not focus on Taoism and magical powers, but more on their own talent points to develop practice. Its talent is essentially a special combination of Dao rhyme, which is filled with various small paths, and there are many types. Moreover, because the opponent's Dao method is not a Dao magic, although the composition structure is hidden, the small path itself is visible at a glance, which means that, once a collision occurs, Lee Su can easily sense the opponent's small path, and then easily obtain the power that hits his body. The senior asked me to participate in the Tei level battle, so that I can sense more of the various minor paths, and then evolve them into my own miscellaneous paths. That's right, the extreme realm cannot be sought, but Tei practicing miscellaneous paths is very helpful, especially when you become Dalo realm. After Dalo realm, didn't I say it before? After I became Dalo realm, I quickly broke through the 10 million Dao realm, and reached the billion Dao realm. Is it difficult? It is naturally much simpler to practice miscellaneous paths after Dalo realm than Tei, but there are also troubles in this simplicity. Because Dalo can not only absorb minor paths, but also directly absorb middle paths. Although it is not difficult to distinguish, it requires you to sort them out one by one, which will waste a lot of time. However, if you form a certain scale in your body, when you are in the Tei realm, then when you achieve Dalo realm in the future, you can absorb it by yourself through these small paths that have already reached a certain scale. While constantly improving, you can also open up new scales. This can greatly save the time of Dalo realm to obtain miscellaneous paths and complete the initial accumulation. Of course, this is also because of the alien race. If it were in another place, I really wouldn't recommend practicing like this. After all, Tei is definitely not as good as Dalo in terms of comprehension of the various ways. Chapter 1002, Battle at the Summit. Climbing the peak is a relatively niche battle in the Earth Clan. The reason is very simple. It has very few viewers. The person who created it is an extreme Dalo of the Earth Clan. His purpose is to pursue the extreme of battle. It must be said that this extreme Dalo is quite special and different from most of the Earth Clan. The Earth Clan loves fighting and is an absolute battle maniac. The people of the tribe are extremely fanatical about fighting. They are famous for their bravery and violence. They are like madmen holding sharp weapons. They will never stop until they tear everything in front of them to pieces. But this extreme Dalo is different. What he pursues is calmness, rationality, and the most sophisticated use of strength. Contrary to the fighting style of the Earth Clan, his skills are not only clean and neat, but also his strength is just right. For example, if he says he wants to blow you up with one punch, then except for you blowing you up, everything around you will not be affected at all. It can be said that he is incompatible with the style of the Earth Clan and can't be in the same pot at all. Because of this, there are very few people from the Earth Clan who come here. After all, in the minds of most Earth Clan people, Dengfeng is like a woman, whining and not happy at all. As the city of the Earth Clan, it is not liked by most Earth Clan people, so the attention is naturally not high. If it weren't for the fact that Dengfeng's battle rewards are quite good, and there is a special reward mechanism for losers, I'm afraid not many people would be interested in participating in this challenge. Winner takes all, which is almost the consensus of all types of battles in the Earth Clan city. The loser can only have nothing. It is said that, because of this matter, the Earth Clan had objections. thinking that it violated the clan rules of the clan, and many Earth Clan people went to make trouble. However, after the Supreme Daluo came to the door kindly and had a friendly discussion with the 4 extreme Daluo of the Earth Clan, Dengfeng, the alternative, was left in the Earth Clan city. In the waiting room, Li Su, who was waiting for his game time to come, sat on a bench. Next to him stood a guy who looked very much like the African brother in his previous life and was talking about the information about Dengfeng. The above contents were undoubtedly heard from the other party. This is a Blackstone alien race, an unknown alien race, which means that their race is not on the list of 33. This race is quite interesting. Their skin is not natural, but related to talent, and the stronger the talent and the higher the strength, the darker the person. For example, this buddy in front of you, if it gets dark, you can probably only see a pair of eyes, white teeth staring at you. This guy is very enthusiastic. Not only to Li Su, but to everyone who enters this waiting room. He will walk to the other party with great enthusiasm to introduce them. Oh, don't get me wrong. This guy's not the kind of person who is born to be familiar with others and social bullshit. He is just promoting and inviting people to join his current organization, which is a group of aliens who advocate the limit of skills. The full name of this group is the Top of Skills, the Great Way to the Gods. Therefore, it is also referred to as the God of Skills. This guy is a backbone member of that organization and is recruiting new members. There is a big gap, and the focus of recruiting is the strong people at the level of War Saints. War Saint is the name given to the realm of Tai by the alien race. From bottom to top, they are War General, War King, War Saint, War Emperor, and War Emperor, corresponding to the 5 realms of Heavenly Immortal, True Immortal, Early Tai, Late Zhuangsun, and Daluo. Li Su is in the Late Zhuangsun, that is, War Emperor level, and is the target of their recruitment. Therefore, like more than 10 people of the same realm as him, the other party is particularly enthusiastic. Of course, it's not just enthusiasm, but also benefits. As long as you join, you can get free sharing of elementary skills and practical combat, which contains skills and the application of skills collected by the Skill God organization for thousands of years. Listening to the guy, although it is only elementary, if you want to buy it, it will cost almost 300 big Masuo, which is not low value. At least a level 10 brigade can live for almost a year. According to the situation of the summit competition, if you win 3 big Masuo and lose 50 Masuo, Li Su will have to win 100 games and lose even more terrifyingly, 600 games. If he is an alien, to be honest, this attraction is really not small, but unfortunately he is not. Participating in the summit is to get in touch with more different Dao rhymes, to gain miscellaneous Daos, to join an organization, etc., which is too conspicuous. Moreover, his identity is a product of Golden Spirit, so it is even more unsuitable for him to participate in such an organization. There is no free lunch in the world. The other party spent so much effort to do such a thing, it is impossible for it to be without reason, especially when he really took out something valuable, which is even more impossible for it to be without reason. Therefore, fighting his own battle peacefully is what he should do now, and other things have nothing to do with him. 7966. When you hear the sequence number, please start preparing. With a cold voice, Li Su immediately took a breath, stood up directly, and walked towards the passage not far from the waiting room. 7966. It was his number. As Li Su left, the Black Brothers preaching also stopped, turned around and left quickly, and walked through the employee passage. I have found a new War Emperor level. Next, I will observe his hands-on habits throughout the process to see if he belongs to the skill school. Please ask others to replace him in terms of publicity. Understood. Asterisk 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 passage, about 20 meters. After walking out, it was a rather empty room, very large, with a diameter of about 3000 meters. In the center was a huge circular arena, surrounded by many spectator seats. It was very deserted. There were about 100 people in the stands. It was hard to imagine that there were only so many spectators for the battle at the TIE level. However, it was not surprising that no one watched it. Not only did many people in the Earth Clan resist it, but Dengfeng itself was not very attractive, at least at the low level. It pursued the use of skills and the control of strength. In other words, large-scale moves could not be used here. Not only did the two warring parties have to control their own strength, but even the victory or defeat of the battle was not based on hitting the opponent. Let's put it this way, if you punch the opponent and knocked him down, but the opponent fell to the ground and a hole was blown out, then it would not be the opponent who was judged to be defeated, but yourself. In other words, for Dengfeng, skills are everything, and the realm of strength is not important. When I walked onto the arena, there was already a person standing opposite me. The man's eyes were like those of an animal, and his hair was very dense, except for his palms and face, which were smooth. He had a strong wild aura, and he looked like a Tyrannosaurus Rex. When he stood there, Lee Su frowned slightly, and a hint of strangeness appeared in his eyes. Although he didn't think that this challenge would go smoothly until he achieved Daluo, he didn't expect that he would run into trouble as soon as he stepped on the stage. His pupils were bloodthirsty and his eyes were crazy. No matter how you look at it, this person doesn't look like a skilled strongman, but a complete wild school, a typical lion that pounds his on a rabbit and tries its best. Both sides get ready. Before Lee Su could finish his thoughts, the previous notification sounded again. Begin. Roar. As soon as the start sounded, an extremely terrifying aura immediately burst out from the opponent's body. In an instant, there was a sea of blood and corpses in front of him. That scene was his momentum and his record. No, to describe it in terms of the level of the alien race, it was about the level of the war saint. Moreover, with the addition of this madness, it was almost at the level of the war emperor. It had the ability to fight across levels. It was the category of a genius. Lee Su couldn't help but take a breath, and couldn't help but curse in his heart. Is there shit in this person's brain? Come to participate in a battle like climbing the peak? Wouldn't it be better to go to the unlimited beacon fire next door? With this momentum, only one burst is needed to make the beacon fire arena cheer, right? You can obviously earn thousands or tens of thousands. Why come to fight a battle of hundreds of dollars? Boom. The wind rose, and the figure disappeared directly. When he appeared again, he had already come to the left side of Lee Su, and his right leg was like a big guandao, slashing down heavily on his neck. The power was so great and the speed was so fast that the space was distorted. The action, the move, the whole process was so fast that it was probably not even 0.00001 seconds. If Lee Su's consciousness was not strong enough to capture most of the speed below the speed of light, this time, I'm afraid his head would fly off, and he might not be able to react. He stretched out his hand, and the power quickly gathered and squeezed into the space. With a light stroke, he directly changed the distance between the two of them, causing the opponent's kick at his neck to fall and hit the ground. As soon as the opponent's foot was moved, he made an amazing reaction. His other foot had no intention of borrowing power at all. It instantly blossomed, like a cannonball, kicking more than 100 times. His leg skills were amazing, directly squeezing the void like a wave, pressing towards Lee Su. Before the power arrived, the surroundings had become extremely heavy, like a majestic trend rolling down, directly acting on Lee Su. Lee Su's face did not change. At this moment, his hands also blossomed, blocking, cutting, slapping, and sweeping, cutting through the pressure formed by the opponent's leg skills, and before the opponent's leg power exploded, he took a step forward to parry and swing it away. Bang, bang, bang. The rapid sonic boom exploded. In less than a second, the hands and feet of both sides collided more than 1,000 times, and the void between the two people was cracked. Even if it was called fist and foot kung fu, it was Tai level. No, it should be said to be Zhenhuang level. This kind of ultra close range fighting is not comparable to ordinary warriors. The terrible power would probably turn even a diamond into ashes if it fell into it. Boom. Finally, with a loud bang, a figure flashed by, and the orc appeared hundreds of meters away. At this moment, he was still full of beastly ferocity, but deep in his eyes, there was a trace of horror. His legs were shaking. Obviously, he was the one attacking from the beginning to the end, and the opponent was just passively defending. But in the end, his attacks were mostly neutralized by the opponent, and his legs were hit hundreds of times. It looked fine on the outside, but the situation inside was quite bad. The muscles under the skin were cracked, the nerves were twisted into a mess, and cracks appeared on his indestructible bones. If it weren't for the strong recovery ability of the Tai realm, and the recovery ability of the beast alien race is 100 times stronger than that of the human race, he would have been crippled long ago, not to mention standing. Feeling the condition of his legs, he couldn't help but take a breath of cold air, and sweat appeared on his forehead. Although he couldn't use all his strength in a big battle like Dengfeng, the opponent was just defending, but he was able to hurt him in return, which already showed the distance between the two. Damn, I thought coming here was just a waste of talent, just a mosquito with an anti-aircraft gun, but I didn't expect that a newcomer I had never seen before almost crippled his legs in return. Who is this person? Among the garbage of Jishen, there is actually such a master? Just when the other party was extremely shocked, not far away, in the audience, the Blackstone alien race, who also had a panoramic view of the battle, had his eyes shining at this moment, and the whole person was extremely excited. Originally, he chased out just to see the situation, but he didn't expect to be faced with such a big surprise. The other party is undoubtedly a skill school. Not only that, but also the level is of a terrifyingly higher level. After all, his opponent was someone from the Decepticon faction. Although the Decepticon style was disgusting to the members of the Technics faction, they had to admit that anyone who could join that faction was extremely strong. A Technics faction that could fight against Decepticon members would definitely be a huge surprise to the Technics organization that was currently in a predicament. Chapter 1003 Factional Struggle. Winner, 7966. Please be prepared, the next battle will start in half a minute. Li Su won. The beast alien took the initiative to admit defeat. As a member of the Decepticon faction, although his personality and actions are crazy, he is not stupid. After a short fight, he understood the strength of the skill faction in front of him. The Battle of the Summit has too many restrictions on the Decepticons. If they wantonly burst out all their strength is not just discounted, but directly broken. Explosion may still have a little possibility. On the contrary, the result of restraint is pure beating. Since they are all Decepticons, their personalities are naturally the kind that explode at the slightest touch. They will definitely not be able to bear being beaten passively, and will go crazy. And this is the Battle of the Summit, the base of the skill faction, and it has been blessed by the power of that person. Although that person does not care what others think, or even say, as long as you are in the summit, you can only follow his rules. Therefore, going crazy here and bursting out without thinking will kill you. Don't doubt it. Someone has tried it before. A guy from the Decepticon faction went completely crazy because he was really angry with the skill faction. He exploded in Dengfeng. The next second, Dengfeng emitted a beam of light and melted him on the spot. After learning from the previous experience, the beast alien did not want to die in that way, so they chose to admit defeat and planned to bring the news back. The skill faction showed signs of resurgence. They had another powerful warrior of the War Emperor level, which was not good news for the Decepticon faction. Not far away, the Blackstone alien wanted to celebrate happily. At this moment, even if he hugged the Decepticon member and kissed him twice, it would be fine. The skill faction was too bitter. Since the biggest spiritual leader of Dengfeng was blocked in the depths like other extreme Daluo, the Decepticon faction's sphere of influence began to expand rapidly, forming a comprehensive suppression of the skill faction. After the opening of the Heavenly Court, the skill faction suffered great losses. The core members were either seriously injured or forced to leave. Now, there are less than 1,000 people who still insist on staying on the side of the skill faction. You know, during the heyday of Dengfeng, the number of people in the Skill God organization alone was more than 10,000. Every battle in Dengfeng would attract a large number of people to watch. Moreover, the battles between the skill factions of a certain level were no less exciting than those of the crazy faction. It was undoubtedly a visual feast, especially for some people who were at a high enough level. It was like opening up a whole new world. It was not like now, so deserted. This person must be brought into the skill faction no matter what. Unlike the beast alien of the crazy faction, the Blackstone alien, as the backbone of the skill faction, knew very well how powerful the skills displayed by Li Su were. The other party used at least advanced skills. The high-level practical skills of the War Emperor level were like the North Star for ships sailing on the sea for the Skill God organization. Although there was no shortage of War Emperors in the organization, most of them were only at the intermediate level of skills. The strongest one was only at the peak of the intermediate level, and there was no advanced one. The skill level set by that person was really too difficult. The leap of each level was even comparable to the realm breakthrough. He may not be able to master the intermediate and higher levels, or even the War Emperor level. He has already fought with the Decepticons to contact the leader. The bastard Blood Wolf admitted defeat at this moment, probably to pass on this message. Once the other party takes action, it will be bad. Fighting does not necessarily have to happen in the summit. The Decepticons can do anything to suppress the Skills faction. It was because of their carelessness that 2 skill god backbones were blocked by the opponent outside and were seriously injured. This time, they will not give the opponent that chance. Asterisk 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 ouch. Lee Su naturally captured the reactions of the 2 without missing a single word. Although the 2 did not say a word from beginning to end, as the ceiling of Taii, Lee Su's perception was so sharp that he instantly felt what the 2 were thinking through their emotions. Faced with this result, Lee Su didn't know whether to say MMB for a while. He just participated in a competition for the sake of Zadeo. Why did he get involved in such a thing? Decepticons? Skills faction? What the hell is this? How can these 2 things fight each other? Are the aliens full of water in their brains? For such a thing, they actually fought and seriously injured many people. Are they crazy? What the hell is there to fight about? Huh, wait. Suddenly thinking of the dispute between Huashan Sword Sect and Key Sect, Lee Su couldn't help but stiffen his expression slightly. Don't you say this kind of shitty thing. It really exists. It seems that the division of Huashan Sword and Key is much more brutal than this crazy school and skill school. Not only did the top leaders open the head directly, but they also forced a master into the mountain to ignore the world. Thinking of the brutal behavior of the 2 sects of Huashan in the end, Lee Su took a breath and felt that his liver was hurting. After all, his biggest problem is not that he is not strong enough, but that his identity is not visible. This is like an underground organization going undercover to the Military Control Commission, but he was found by 2 big bosses in the military department. Who the hell did I offend? For a moment, Lee Su wanted to kill those 2 bastards. What's the difference between this and watching these 2 guys push themselves to the edge of a cliff little by little? Although he had won and gained a lot, there was no joy on his face. In the conflict just now, a lot of the opponent's power entered his body, allowing him to capture a lot of miscellaneous ways, almost 200. You know, this is still the guy's talent, which is closer to the supreme aspect of flesh and blood, so the number provided is not much. If he changes to a talent that has nothing to do with his 7 Saints Supreme, how many will it be in one time? But in just a few seconds of fighting, there are such gains. After fighting for 1800 games, it is estimated that it is difficult to break 100 million miscellaneous ways, but there should be no problem with the 10 million level. After leaving the arena in a trance, Lee Su returned to the waiting room, quietly found a corner and sat down, and began to contact Ning Wuxia. Lee Su, a skilled faction, really doesn't care much. After all, it is in the city of the Earth Clan, which is a side door, and does not suit the tastes of the Earth Clan. But the crazy faction is the same. This is definitely a faction of the Earth Clan, with a huge support group. No, it should be said that the Earth Clan itself probably belongs to this faction. In addition, the skill faction was obviously suppressed. Once he was labeled as a skill faction, he would definitely be targeted. Although it was good to have an opponent, this kind of targeting with a purpose was different. It meant that it would be more troublesome each time, and the opponent's strength would continue to increase. In this way, not only would their original plan be completely disrupted, but the risk of Lee Su being exposed would also be greatly increased. Crazy faction? Skill faction? After hearing Lee Su's words, Ning Wuxia, who was leisurely staying in the house and drinking the medicinal wine brewed by Lee Su, couldn't help but widen his eyes. His key training skills at the Billion Dao realm were also a little jumpy at this moment. No, isn't this just going out to fight? How did he get involved in the factional struggle in the city of the Earth Clan? Anyone who has read the story knows that among all the struggles, the brutality of factional struggles is undoubtedly the most terrifying and even more deadly than national wars. In the struggle between countries, there is still a winner and loser, but the struggle between factions is almost only a life and death struggle. Ning Wuxia opened her mouth and wanted to vomit a lot of words, but she couldn't vomit them at this moment. Blame Li Su? Are you kidding? Who can blame him? He just had a fight and didn't say a word from beginning to end. How can he be blamed? It's probably going to snow heavily in June. What's more, Ning Wuxia chose the summit battle. She thought that the reward for this challenge was not only good, but also very niche, which was really suitable for them. But she thought there was such a big pit in it. Thinking of this, Ning Wuxia couldn't help it. The battle between the despotic faction and the skill faction? What the hell is going on? Is he crazy? Senior, what should I do? Li Su was very confused. This pit was really a bit big. Ning Wuxia took a deep breath. She couldn't help rubbing her eyebrows and said, well, you finish today's challenge first, and we will discuss it when you come back. Okay. Li Su nodded. There was no way. With rich experience, he couldn't handle this dog-like situation. It's really fucking hell. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 1004, The Second Battle. The second match was about an hour later. The alien race's time was 100, which was the same as the time in the myth world. After hearing the announcement similar to the broadcast, Li Su did not delay and went on stage directly. The opponent this time was very normal. It was an alien race with a very strong breath of life, with green leaves like gems growing on the left and right cheeks. That was the Senran tribe, a race with plant functions, capable of photosynthesis, with very strong recovery ability, and mainly physical attack power, but with some light power attached, which was extremely penetrating and very destructive. The number of spectators in this battle increased. There were about 100 before, but now it feels like there are about 45 people on each side of the stands, adding up to more than 200 and almost 300. Fortunately, this number of people should have nothing to do with the Decepticons and the Skills factions. The Skills faction is fine, but if the Decepticons really send people over, it feels like there shouldn't be so few. Thinking of this, Li Su couldn't help but let out a breath and relaxed a lot. If possible, he really hoped that the Decepticons would not care about his presence. After all, he was just one person. What could he change? Unfortunately, this possibility was very low. This kind of factional struggle would be difficult to stop, even if it was completely defeated. Even if the top leaders had relaxed and felt that they had won, the people below would not stop. It was not that they hated the other party, but they wanted to take advantage of it or label it. Although the former did not have much credit at the moment, it was just pure picking up. How many people could refuse? As for the latter, it was to express that they were firm supporters of the faction. The purpose was also very simple, to attract attention, to hang a vest on their body, and then to obtain other benefits. I just hope that there will be no more changes before today. Once you register for the summit battle, you must participate, unless you are judged to be seriously injured. No, it should be said that all the combat events in the Earth Tribe City are like this. This is a hard and fast rule. Anyone who does not fight will be investigated, and the punishment is very severe. If you are really afraid of running away, once you are found in court, you will be sent directly to the death arena. As for the ending, either you die in there, or you have to fight 100 games to get freedom. Usually, it is the first ending. The second one is basically impossible. Even if you are in the Yadeo realm, you will definitely die. After all, in the eyes of the Earth Clan, those who are afraid of death are no longer despised, but an insult. Such people dare to set foot on the holy land of battle and defile a sacred game. It is simply unforgivable. The reason why they are not killed directly is to let them die miserably. However, if they are injured before the game or even deliberately obstructed by others, that is another matter. At this time, the investigation will point to another contestant. find out the situation, and see if the person who injured or even obstructed him has any relationship with him. If it doesn't matter, then the battle will be postponed. If it is related, the other person will be punished. Undoubtedly, in the eyes of the Earth Clan, any kind of battle in the Earth Clan city is sacred, and no factors are allowed to make an impression. This is why Lee Su, knowing that he was involved in a trouble that he didn't want at all, had no reason to leave immediately. Can't leave. His aura has been recorded. Once he escapes, Dengfeng will report that he fled without a fight. It won't be long before the people of the Earth Clan will go out and hunt him down. Just as Lee Su was thinking, the announcement of the broadcast began, and the Senran alien race immediately came to kill him. In Dengfeng, there are almost no long-distance battles. After all, once the energy leaves the body, it is difficult to control. If the opponent dodges, there is a high probability that it will be judged as energy overflow, resulting in the loss of the game. Looking at the Senran who came to kill, Lee Su raised his hand. Although most of his mind was on his own predicament, it was still easy to deal with a War Saint level, that is, the early stage of Tai. There was no attack. Facing the attack of the Senran, Lee Su, as always, directly focused on defense. After all, this level of battle, for him, there is no point in fighting at all. The reason for participating is to get in touch with more different alien races and learn special tricks from them. Senran, the strength is good. The use of skills is quite good, especially the use of light power, which is quite interesting. Each of his moves will cause the light force to explode, forming an extremely dense linear killing force, with stabbing, cutting, and slashing, with extremely varied changes. Although the pressure was not as great as that of the beast-like alien before, in terms of complexity, the difficulty directly increased by several times. Seeing this, Lee Su rubbed his hands together, and the power between his palms began to flow like water. Tai started. However, it did not inject the yin and yang ki. That level was too high. It was just a pure use of skills. Sticking, entanglement, and winding. Beating the fast with the slow, and softening the hard with the soft. As Tai, no, it should be said that as a martial arts master, Lee Su's achievements and skills are absolutely amazing. Not to mention the terrifying talent, just the practice of the martial arts realm at that time. In terms of skills, he had already surpassed the imagination of ordinary people, and entered an incredible level. He had already stood on the surface of turning decay into magic, and was only one door away from transcendence. Although, under normal circumstances, this door is like a hurdle for most people, and it is difficult to cross. Even martial arts masters who have been practicing for decades or hundreds of years can only step into it at certain special times, and it is difficult to maintain it. After the battle, they will fall out. But Lee Su is different. His talent is too amazing. Not only can he see the door at any time, but he can also walk in at any time. This is an existence that can directly fight with an Air Sage when they are both celestial beings. The reason why the opponent can suppress him is mainly because the gap in realm is too big, resulting in a huge difference in the understanding of Tao and the experience of cultivation. Otherwise, he is not inferior to the opponent in the skills of using single round power. Naturally, the forest man in front of him, although his moves are strange, is obviously in a huge dilemma when facing Lee Su's special boxing. It seems that he is in a huge vortex, and no matter how he exerts his strength, the vortex is like a huge black hole. It not only withstands it, but also gathers his strength, making the vortex bigger and bigger, and his range of activities smaller and smaller. A feeling of being drowned by his own power keeps coming. The Senran aliens became more and more frightened as they fought. Xiao Shui showed an unprecedented panic on his face. This uncontrolled feeling of powerlessness had a great impact on his mind. The opponent's image was constantly magnified. He seemed to be a monkey jumping in his hands. Not only the movements of his hands and feet, but also his thoughts were imprisoned. Not bad. He only gained more than 10 points in the way of power, but a lot in the way of light. After all, there was no light in his miscellaneous ways. As a war saint, the opponent, although different from the cultivators, had a lot of way of light. However, in just 3 minutes of fighting, Lee Su gained more than 1,000 different ways of light. After the battle is over, go down and feel it. The harvest of this battle should be about 3 to 4,000, or even about 5,000. to describe it. It is a good piece of fat meat. If Lee Su was not in a bad situation at the moment, he would have been excited. 1 is 3 to 5,000. How many is 1,000? Tens of millions of miscellaneous ways. The distance from him is really not far. 3 games a day, just 1 year. It's too fast. After all, the most troublesome part of practicing the various ways is that they are different. It may be simple at the beginning, but when you have millions, you will find that if you want to collect more, the difficulty will increase exponentially. He turned his palm, kneaded it like a trace of power, and then pushed it. Bang! With a light sound. Sen Ren's whole body was shaken, and he was instantly blown away uncontrollably, and he didn't stand until he reached the edge of the ring. It's not that he stopped, but when he got here, the power that was suppressing him on his body suddenly melted away. Standing in place, Sen Ren couldn't help but stare wide-eyed. Compared with the previous encounter, this time the impact on him was undoubtedly equally huge, even greater than before. That was the power that suppressed him. War Saint level, but it just dispersed at the edge of the ring. What a terrifying control power is this? The control of power may have extended to the molecular, no, atomic level. High level skills. Moreover, it can only be done at the peak of the late stage. Not only Sen Ren, at this moment, more than 200 people in the stands of the entire Dengfeng battle also showed strange colors on their faces. They stopped talking and looked at Lee Su with some shock. Being able to come here is a kind of explanation. They have studied skills. I didn't expect to see such high level skills in such a low level battlefield. Originally, many people noticed something in the previous battle, so they called their friends. This time the impact was undoubtedly greater, and they confirmed one thing. This is a war emperor who has mastered high level skills. The dispute between the Decepticons and the Skills factions was known to most people present. When the Skills faction was about to be thrown into the abyss, such a strong man suddenly appeared. Now, it's really going to be lively. Dengfeng, which has been deserted for a long time, will become lively again. Chapter 1005. Good news and bad news. Sen Ren chose to give up. The feeling of fighting, when the skills are inferior, is actually more uncomfortable than the pure Elmore strength suppression. Because the strength of both sides is almost equal, but you are not as good as the other party. This kind of vibration to the mind is undoubtedly greater. It is not a big deal in a short time, but once it lasts for a long time, the burden on the mind will be very large, even to the point of doubting oneself. So after realizing Lee Su's strength, he did not choose to persist. After all, he is only at the peak of the primary level in terms of skills. That is, practice makes perfect, and there is still a long way to go before the intermediate level, let alone the advanced level. Fighting in this situation is almost of no great value. At most, it is just to feel the shock brought by the higher level skills, so that you can understand the general outline of this skill. Of course, this is enough. At least Sen Ren felt the space where the skills exist and the direction he will pursue in the future. Undoubtedly, this is more important than anything else. Dengfeng, as a non-mainstream battle of the Earth Clan, can survive here, not without reason. Compared to the kind of bloody fights that the people of the Earth Clan like, battles with high-level skills will undoubtedly give more awards, especially for most of the alien races whose strength has reached the end. It is equivalent to a new direction to improve themselves. After all, alien races are different from cultivators. Although they have amazing talents, and it is extremely easy to practice, they can quickly break through and become strong people in the realm of heavenly immortals, true immortals, and even Tai. But once you reach the upper limit, it will become very difficult to make progress. It can even be said that 99% of people will be stuck in place and unable to improve. Only a very small number of people can break through because of some special opportunities. This is the case with the Sen people. He has reached the upper limit that his race can reach. If he continues like this, there is a high probability that his realm will be completely fixed at the level of the War Saint. Therefore, he chose to improve his strength through skills, hoping to go deep into the high level. Maybe it can induce metamorphosis, and thus break his own class. Watching the other party leave, Lee Su also exhaled and turned to prepare his position. 3 battles. 2 have been completed, and 1 more will allow him to leave Dengfeng. However, the third match might have to wait. After notifying him of his victory, the radio also informed him that the next match would start at 7:30 p.m. The so-called 7:30 p.m. is equivalent to about 2:30 p.m. His first match started at 9 a.m. and the second at 10 a.m., which is 5:30 p.m., which means it will be 4 hours later. Although he wanted to finish the match immediately and run away to discuss with Ningwuksha what to do next. After all, once you sign up for the summit battle, you must play a full round before you can withdraw, unless you are seriously injured and withdraw. A round here includes 3 levels. The first is the 3rd level, which is what Lee Su is currently participating in. It is the lowest level, and most of the participants are at the beginner level. 3 battles a day, lasting for a month. Those with a victory rate of more than 75% will automatically advance to the next level and qualify for the second round of battles. Because it is Lee Su's first time to participate in the summit, he needs to start from the 3rd level. Under normal circumstances, those who have mastered the skills above the beginner level can directly sign up for the 2nd level. As for the 2nd tier, it is the same as the 3rd tier, and it also lasts for 1 month. However, depending on the situation, 1 or 2 games will be played a day. Those who have a winning rate of more than 75% will automatically qualify for the 1st tier battle. In other words, if Lee Su wants to leave Dengfeng, he must at least finish all the battles of the 3rd tier and keep his winning rate below 75%, which means that he must lose 23 games out of 90 challenges. There is no doubt that the time issue alone is enough to give him a headache. What is really terrible is that, if he wants to leave early, he has to lose 23 games. This is obviously a fantasy. According to the level of the one just now, and the one before, even if Lee Su's hands and feet are tied, the opponent has no chance of winning even in 10,000. It's not that Lee Su is pretending, it's really that the opponent's level is too poor, which makes it more difficult for him to play a fake match than 5 stars. After all, you can't lose too deliberately, or something will go wrong. The Earth Clan hates people who are afraid of death, and they also hate fake matches. Although they will not treat people who run away the same way, they will undoubtedly prepare a feast for those who are paid to fight against fake matches. Thinking of this, Lee Su felt very uncomfortable. He couldn't run away. The competition time was so long, and there was no way to fight against fake matches. With his skills, it was a sure thing for him to get into the 1st tier, no matter from which angle. Even if there were really people in the 3rd or 2nd tier who were qualified enough for him to fight against fake matches, it would be useless. After all, he had to lose a full 23 games, which means that there had to be 23 such people. If he had known this earlier, he should have cleverly lost the first game when he found something wrong. Just as Lee Su was thinking about the next plan, he suddenly shuddered and almost trembled on the spot. It was mainly because of the sudden voice in his heart that scared him half to death. "Senior, it's me." Ningwuksha's voice sounded. Lee Su was stunned, and then a smile appeared on his face. He immediately said, "Senior, 1 good news and 1 bad news. Which one do you want to hear?" "The good news is that I have found you a strong backer. As long as she is here, you will be fine and the battle will be normal." Lee Su couldn't help but twitch his mouth. A strong and reliable thought rose in his heart. The bad news is, asterisk asterisk asterisk, just when Lee Su was entangled in his situation and worried about being involved in factional disputes, what he didn't see was the independent private room of the summit battle. Here, only those who have entered the 1st tier or have a high enough status are qualified to enter. One of the rooms has a sign that says there are guests. There are quite a few people inside. In the first room, the Blackstone alien was there, a total of 3 people. In addition to Blackstone, one was an adult woman with a delicate figure, and the other was a young girl about 15 or 16 years old. The girl was sitting, and the adult woman stood behind her. At this moment, in front of the 2 of them, there was a picture showing a battle. Lee Su's second battle. The whole process was not long, just 3 minutes, and it was over quickly. However, unlike the spectators, the battle distance between the 2 was very close, and it was all round, without blind spots. Not only that, there were also substitution battles and analysis battles in the screen. The substitution battle was mainly based on Sen Ren, showing him facing Lee Su, who was just defending from a full perspective. The analysis station was based on Lee Soo, with a full range of analysis, his use of power, and how to crack Sen Ren's tricks. After the 3-minute battle, there was no sound in the room. Whether it was the Blackstone alien itself, the girls watching the battle, or the adult women, there was a considerable shock in their eyes. The main reason was that the results of the analysis were beyond expectations. Unlike those spectators, this battle analysis was a capture system specially formulated by the owner of Dengfeng, which was implanted with the combat awareness and skills of the owner of Dengfeng, and would analyze the skill level of the combatant through that person's sight. In the Battle of Dengfeng, there were 3 levels of battle echelons, corresponding to the 3 levels of elementary skills, intermediate skills, and advanced skills. In fact, what most people don't know is that Dengfeng's rating is not just 3 levels, but 5 levels. Above the high level, there is also the special level. Above the special level, there is also the god level. However, these 2 levels have not been announced. They are 2 levels formulated by the owner of Dengfeng according to his own situation. In the entire city of the Earth Clan, there are no more than 10 people who can reach the above 2 realms, especially the god level, and only the owner of Dengfeng can reach the god level. Now, on the analysis in front of them, it is written, special level. The Blackstone aliens couldn't help but breathe and panted. Originally, the appearance of Lee Soo was a stabilizing force in his eyes, which could give the suppressed skill faction a chance to breathe. The leader of the organization, who wanted to wait for the call, after some observation, turned into a king bomb. It turned out to be special skills? ? It's just a joke on the aliens. What is special? The so-called special level is to be able to turn decay into magic. It is a world that even the owners of high-level skills cannot understand at all. It is almost the difference between being and not being, and it is almost the difference between the surface of the dimension. Unable to resist, Blackstone spoke up, looking at the girl wearing the silver mask, and said in a deep voice, "Leader, it's very important, too important. This person must be brought closer to the skill faction and the skill god organization at all costs. He will undoubtedly become their trump card against the Decepticon faction." The girl was silent for a moment, and her soft voice with a hint of childishness suddenly rang out in the room. "Sister Faye, I want all his information. I've checked him. He is a baby brought here by a golden spirit." "Golden spirit? Baby?" The girl was stunned, and suddenly her eyes widened. She thought of something, and couldn't help but say, "Sister Faye?" The woman called Sister Faye smiled. "Well, I've bought him." In an instant, the eyes of the girl and the Blackstone alien lit up, the kind of light that flashed with stars. Chapter 1006, Since You Can't Hide, Go Deeper. Lee Soo's expression was very interesting. He had never been so interesting since he was born. This wave of operations really shocked him. If the other party was not like him, with the holy killing order on his body, once exposed, he would undoubtedly be hunted down by the aliens. He almost thought that the purpose of the other party deceiving him to come here was to sell him out. Before Lee Soo could complain, Ning Wuxia's voice sounded again. She spoke faintly and said directly, "Little ghost, what on earth did you do?" ? Ning Wuxia sighed. A total of 18 kinds of 4th level metals, and one of them even touched the category of 5th level metals. The other party directly gave a condition that the golden spirit race could not refuse. "If I refuse this condition, my identity as a golden spirit will probably be doubted." 18 4th level metals. One of them even touched the category of 5th level metals. A person of skill. Is this fucking sick? Originally, I was very curious about how Ning Wuxia was going to explain it, but when I heard this, Lee Soo was shocked. The 4th level metal in the myth world corresponds to the Tai stage and is the material for immortal weapons. It is very expensive in the myth world and is also a strategic material. It is always in a situation of being out of stock. As for the metals that touch the category of 5th level metals, it is even more terrifying. Although the 4th level metal can be used to make immortal weapons, the quality is not too high. Although it is enough for Tai, the amplification degree can exceed 1 time, reaching 1.5 or even 2 times. The only disadvantage is that this kind of immortal weapon cannot store power by itself compared to its ancient immortal weapon. How much power it can burst out depends entirely on the user. And even such an immortal weapon, even Bellow, can have several layers of amplification, which can be said to be quite good. It belongs to the category of refining one, which can be used for a long time, at least before the Yi realm. There is no need to consider replacing it. But the only regret is that such immortal weapons are also extremely rare in the myth world. After all, the 4th level materials are too rare. Unlike the 3rd level materials like red gold, the 4th level materials may not be enough to refine a weapon, even if you hollow out a planet. The growth environment it needs is too special. Since the ancient destruction, the prehistoric world has been torn too severely, and the places with that special metal have disappeared, and the technical means of acquired cultivation have basically been lost. There is no way. People in that era had a hard time. Affected by the evil nature, the environment is extremely harsh, and the creatures are also violent, forming one GD after another. Just to survive, all the strength has been used up. No one has the heart to study immortal weapons. After all, compared to making powerful weapons, it is more convenient to improve yourself. As long as the strength is improved, you can fight and run. Compared with the refining of immortal weapons, it is undoubtedly much simpler. By the time survival can be basically guaranteed, more than 100,000 or 200,000 years have passed. The technology of refining has long been reset to zero. Today's refining system can be said to be explored bit by the people behind. Why did Li Su say that Ning Wuxia is a rich woman? Here's the reason. In the entire mythology world, it's already a big deal for others to have one immortal weapon, but she has all of them, and most of them are ancient immortal weapons, which are dozens of times more expensive than the immortal weapons of the new era. It's like a mobile vault. If you can lick her, it will directly make your descendants worry-free for 200 generations. I'm off topic. Let's get back to the topic of reaching the 5th level metal category. The biggest difference between 4th level metal and 5th level metal lies in the spirituality issue. In other words, whether a piece of metal has spirituality generated in it. If it does, it is 5th level, and if not, it is 4th level. Reaching the 5th level means that the piece of metal given by the other party has the conditions for spirituality, or a trace of spirituality is directly born. As long as this kind of metal is constantly nurtured, the spirituality will undoubtedly shine completely in the end. By the way, the spirituality here does not mean having thoughts or self-awareness. Spirituality is equivalent to the prerequisite for whether an immortal weapon can have consciousness. The biggest threshold for creating a true ancient immortal weapon is actually the 5th level material. Only materials with spirituality have the space for the birth of consciousness. Therefore, when the person who bought him took out a piece of metal that touched the surface of the 5th level material, Ning Wuxia really had no way to refuse. After all, she was a businessman, and she was also a Jinling who had a fanatical pursuit of metal. If she refused, she might make the other party doubt her identity. Thinking of this, Li Su couldn't help but twitch her mouth, and her face couldn't help showing a confused look. Even if it takes time to grow into a full 5th level material, its value is not something that can be exchanged by a mere Tai. If it is taken out, even Dalo realm can serve it for 100 years or even 1,000 years. Such a huge value, but used to sell himself? Is he crazy? In terms of the value that Li Su has shown so far, the other party's behavior is equivalent to buying a hen with the money for buying a phoenix. Of course, he didn't know that the person who bought him interpreted him through the function of Dengfeng and determined that his skills belonged to the special surface layer. Although it is only a special skill, compared with the 5th level material, it is still not enough. However, for an organization that has fallen into a dilemma and needs someone to stand up and stabilize their position, this deal is extremely cost effective. Boy, I've thought about it, maybe this is better. Just as Li Su was thinking, Ning Wuxia's voice sounded from the bottom of his heart. Although things got a little out of control and caught both of them off guard, it was not entirely a bad thing in terms of the result. Ning Wuxia was not really unable to walk when she saw the 5th level material. Although it was very unexpected, as a cultivator in the myth world, she was undoubtedly one of the few people who did not have a high desire for immortal tools. After all, she had too many immortal tools in her hands. She was a local tyrant, and a piece of 4th level material that could breed spirituality was not enough to make her excited. I touched the soul of the person who came to trade. The situation of the skill faction that bought you is indeed a bit bad. The suppression of the crazy faction is also very strong, but the leader of the skill faction's skill god organization is not ordinary. Oh. Senior, you mean? Lee Su's eyes moved slightly. This is the city of the Earth Clan. If you want to say that your identity is not ordinary, only one can highlight it. Yes, she is from the Earth Clan. To be precise, her true identity is the daughter of the founder of Dengfeng. After you informed me before, I went to find a few people from the Decepticon faction to understand the situation. I got a lot of information from their minds. The Decepticon faction has been suppressing the skill faction for a long time. The skill faction has been in the current predicament for a long time. In fact, the Decepticon faction could have taken action long ago. Before the master of Dengfeng came back, they expelled the so-called skill faction from the Earth Clan city. At this point, Ning Wuxia paused. Lee Su said, because the leader of the skill god organization, the daughter of the master of Dengfeng? That's right. Although the people of the Earth Clan like to fight non-Earth Clan members, unless they are also superior aliens, basically dare not take the initiative to seek challenges, as long as they are not stupid. What's more, the master of Dengfeng is just trapped, not dead. Although they are targeted, they dare not do too much. I understand. Hearing this, Lee Su also roughly understood what Ning Wuxia meant. Selling him, there may be reasons for having to sell him, and there is probably also the idea of going with the flow. Since he has been involved, he might as well get involved more deeply and become the focus, which will protect him. Not only that, Lee Su was sold as a golden spirit's baby, which means that he has completely belonged to the skill faction in terms of attributes, and he is directly the leader's man. His identity is equivalent to being naturally labeled by the other party, which increases his importance. Next, as long as Lee Su does not reveal that he is a cultivator in the myth world, he will be safer. At least, the crazy faction can't send people to secretly attack him. As for whether there will be problems in the open, Ning Wuxia has no doubt. Why did she dare to come to the city of the Earth Clan with the Holy Killing Order? It is the trust in Lee Su's strength. Under the same realm, even if the genius of the Earth Clan ends up, there is not much chance of taking down the opponent. Lee Su is undoubtedly the strongest genius in the myth world in the past 1000 years, following the little justice god of the heavenly court. Ning Wuxia can guarantee that his foundation is strong and his comprehension is high. He can be said to be unprecedented and better than she was back then. And back then, she could beat 100 of the so-called Qianjiao in the city of the Earth Clan without hesitation. After that, I will disappear in the name of seclusion, and then change my identity. Ning Wuxia said lightly, I will also prepare here, and it should be completed in a month at most, so during this period of time, you just need to concentrate on comprehending the various ways. If there is anything, at most, I will take you out to fight. Well, I understand, senior. Lee Su nodded. Although things have become a little troublesome, if he can ensure that he is honest and above board, he is really not inferior to the Xianjiao in the city of the Earth Clan, especially in this peak. Under the suppression of power, he has enough powerful skills to make up for the problem of the upper limit. After disconnecting, he slowly raised his head and looked directly at the direction of the employee passage. The familiar footsteps were from the Blackstone alien. Are they here? They are really impatient, but that's right. It's because they are in such a desperate situation that they are so eager. The Blackstone alien walked out of the passage. His eyes moved slightly. After he found Lee Su, he ignored the opinions of the others around him and walked straight towards Lee Su. He grinned and showed his eye-catching white teeth and said with a smile, "Brother, we meet again." Chapter 1007, Why Fight? You know what, although the atmosphere of Dengfeng is not very good, the food is quite good. The herbs used are all over 100 years old and have been infused with spiritual energy. There are also large plates of meat, which should be fished out from the sea of clouds. The spiritual energy inside is very rich, and the rich oil exudes an amazing aroma, but it is not greasy. On the contrary, it tastes very good like a drink, and the body feels comfortable. After meeting him, the Blackstone alien took out the contract he got from Ning Wuxia. After a moment of surprise, Lee Su followed the other party and left from the employee passage. Originally, I thought that the other party came here to take him to see the leader of the God of Skills. After all, it was the other party who bought me from Ningwuksha. But I didn't expect that the other party introduced him to the dormitory and cafeteria of the members of the God of Skills organization. After settling him down, he turned around and left. The only thing mentioned was that he should be at ease here and participate in the Dengfeng competition on time. Lee Su, who was eating, was undoubtedly a little surprised. The other party was so impatient, and he was ready to get involved, but he didn't expect that the skill faction was unusually calm. It should be related to his identity. After all, he did not join the skill faction, but belonged to the skill faction. In other words, his identity is now equivalent to the backbone of the skill faction, and he is an important fighting force, not just a knife used to destroy the current predicament. Although it seems that he is in a huge dilemma, the skill god is not as urgent as he imagined. But when he thinks of the identity of the other party's leader, Lee Su is not surprised. As a member of the Earth clan, he obviously has a natural advantage. Of course, a knife is always a knife, and it will be on the field sooner or later, and the calmness of the crazy faction will probably not last too long, and it will soon make a move. It is basically a matter of time before trouble comes. Not daring to attack the Earth clan does not mean not daring to attack him. The second attempt will probably not take too long. With the idea of making the best of it, Lee Su did not show too much reaction. After eating more than 6 tons of food in one breath, Lee Su went back to the dormitory, arranged by the other party to rest. The third battle was in the afternoon. There were still about 3 hours left. It was a good time to rest and digest the food. You know what? There are a lot of Dao rhymes in these ingredients, some of which come from the medicinal materials and some from the meat owner. Because of the roasting and boiling, the Dao rhymes have been decomposed, and the original composition cannot be seen. There are not many of them. More than 6 tons. There are only 100 or so, but mosquitoes are meat, no matter how small they are. In addition, when she introduced the cafeteria, he was very proud. Dengfeng's cafeteria is definitely the best in the entire city of the Earth clan. Unlike the big fish and meat and overeating of the Decepticons, here they pursue more details, pay attention to nutrition, and the dishes are extremely rich. In terms of detailed nutrition, because Lee Su has never eaten food from other places, it is not clear at present. The rich dishes are undoubtedly attractive to him. If every day is different, in 3 to 5 months, or 1 to 2 years, the number will be quite a lot. After all, the essence of practicing the miscellaneous ways is that it needs to be accumulated day by day. Both Lee Su and Ningwuksha, who brought him in, have made long-term preparations. Try to accumulate as many miscellaneous ways as possible, preferably more than 10 million in total. In this way, if Lee Su advances to the Dalo realm, he can quickly complete the accumulation and achieve the 100 million realm. According to Ningwuksha's idea, it will take 10 years. If it is close to 10 million, then leave after it reaches 10 million. If it is too far from 10 million, then give up. After all, the accumulation of miscellaneous ways is different from the practice of the main way. The difficulty lies not only in practice, but also in discovery. Back then, she spent several decades running around the myth world and comprehended by constantly changing places. Lee Su's idea is 3 years. His talent does not need to consider comprehension and practice at all, as long as he discovers. In the 2 days since he came in addition to fighting, he also made a lot of money through observation and perception, and the total amount added up to more than 5,000. This does not include the Dao Yun of the forest man before. He has not finished eating it yet, and there are still about 4/5 left. Adding the battle in the afternoon, perhaps the harvest on this first day can exceed 10,000. His number of miscellaneous Dao is now close to 2.7 million, and he is still 7.3 million away from 10 million. If he can add more than 10,000 a day, 3 years will be more than enough. Of course, this requires enough opponents. It is best to have some people who master strange Dao Yun, like the forest man. Of course, it would be better if their talent constitutes Dao Yun. Lee Su is very optimistic about this. Although he has been in the city for less than 2 days, he has seen many special populations. There are really many types of alien races. It can be said that there are so many flowers blooming. Back to his room. The space inside is okay, about 300 square meters, with a total of 3 rooms: rest, practice, and living room. Among them, the practice room is the largest, and you can still feel the breath of the formation. The formation is very distinctive. Although it is very similar in form, it belongs to the characteristics of the alien race. It is named enchantment, and belongs to a pure energy structure. The advantage is that the layout is fast. Compared with some dragging formations, the barrier can be formed almost in the blink of an eye. The formations in the myth world emphasize integration into the world, and will gain the bonus of the world. Although the layout is slow and takes a lot of thought, once the formation is formed, the power generated will be very huge, even far exceeding the person who sets up the formation. On the contrary, the barrier will not, and its strength will only be determined by the strength of the person who sets it up. Sitting cross-legged in the training room, Lee Soo focused most of his mind on the perception of the miscellaneous way. He couldn't help but touch his chin, with some curiosity in his eyes. Why did the crazy school and the skill school become so deadly? You must know that the dispute over Huashan sword key did not appear suddenly. Instead, it started from the 2 Huashan elders who wrote down the Sunflower Manual, and the signs of opposition had already formed, and it eventually became a tragedy. So what about the crazy school and the skill school? Although the skill school does not conform to the 3 views of the Earth Clan, and prefers violent battles, it should not go to this extent. After all, if a person from the Decepticon sect refines his skills, he will find that the combat effectiveness of both sects is obviously improved for him. Under normal circumstances, shouldn't one side despise the other side? How could it be such a life and death fight? After all, this is not the situation of the Key sect and the Sword sect. As immortal, the energy is only enough to go one way. It's really strange. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. While Lee Soo was puzzled, a guest came to Dengfeng. He did not alarm anyone, and went directly into Dengfeng, and walked directly to the VIP room. The whole process was silent, and Dengfeng's barrier seemed to have no perception. Standing in front of a door with a sign that someone was hanging on it, the man reached out and knocked on the door, and then spoke. "Junior sister, it's me." As the man's words fell, the inside, which was noisy because of the unexpected knock on the door, suddenly became quiet. Except for the shallow breathing and heartbeat, there was no movement. Faced with a situation where there was no response for a long time, the person standing at the door couldn't help but sigh. "Junior sister, are you still angry?" The breathing in the room became heavier, and the heartbeat began to accelerate. It was obvious that some kind of emotion was being replaced. Feeling the reaction of the person inside, the man opened his mouth, and then quickly closed it. After a moment, he slowly lowered his head. After a long silence, he slowly raised his head, and said in a slightly hoarse voice, "Junior sister, I know you can't forgive me, but the situation between the Decepticons and the Skill factions is not what you imagined. The situation is very serious." Today, another master of the Skill faction appeared in Dengfeng. The Decepticons have already known about it. Do you know why the Decepticons haven't sent anyone here for so long? Because some people in the Decepticons think that this won't work. If the Skill God organization cannot be directly wiped out, it will sooner or later revive and provoke their nerves again and again. So they plan to change the original way and prepare to completely destroy the existence of the Skill faction. There was still no sound, but an emotion broke out from it. Very cold, very cold. Feeling the icy breath of his junior sister, the visitor couldn't help but smile bitterly. He knew the situation of the Skill faction very well, and he also knew the situation of his junior sister and her identity. Junior sister, they naturally dare not move, but what about the battle for the summit? They have already begun to organize people to attack the battle in the Earth Clan City. They plan to clean up the Earth Clan City because there are too many meaningless competitions. All competition organizers in the Earth Clan City must send strong people to participate in the competition. All competitions outside the top 5 will be banned in order to integrate resources. Junior sister, do you know what this means? This is not just a question of whether you can make it to the top 5. The exposure of this matter alone is enough to make 90% of the competition organizers in the entire Earth Clan city regard the summit as an enemy. Anyone related to the skill faction will suffer unprecedented sniping and strangulation. At this point, the man paused. The battle between the crazy faction and the skill faction is not a battle of superiority or inferiority, nor a battle of different values. It can't even be said to be a factional battle, but a real battle of interests and status. There are too many things at stake here. When the teacher was still here, they could still suppress it. But now that the teacher is trapped deep inside and can't come out in a short time, those guys who have been patient for a long time are no longer going to pretend. Junior sister, please let go, I beg you. Chapter 1008 Drowning. Faced with no answer, the mysterious man finally chose to leave. Dengfeng, in the VIP room. The masked girl clenched her fists tightly, her nails piercing her palms, and she sat on the chair, her body trembling constantly. Although she never responded to the man who called himself senior brother from beginning to end, her reaction showed how confused she was at this moment. Miss. On the side, the adult woman called Sister Feli looked at a young lady with a worried look on her face. She wanted to say something, but after opening her mouth, she couldn't utter a word. She was an insider and understood what the person outside the door was like, and also understood the reason why the decisive faction and the skill faction were fighting. Not only her, but the young lady also knew it very well. Originally, she was extremely happy to get a special grade, at least she could continue to maintain Dengfeng, but she didn't expect that before she had time to restrain her joy, the other party brought such a big bad news. Cancel the redundant battle events and only leave the best 5. What a joke. Anyone who lives in the Earth Tribe City knows that there are 5 defending kings in the Earth Tribe City. This is not about people, but about battle events. That's right, if that person says so, those who can stand out are actually destined from the beginning. There is no possibility of continuing to exist at the top, not even a trace of possibility. Why do you say that? The reason is very simple, just look at the 5 events. One of them is the Earth ranking competition. As a competition that can make a wish to the Earth Tribe, a superior alien race, it is undoubtedly the first in the entire Earth Tribe City, regardless of popularity or the fierceness of the battle. Then there is the Death Battle City. As mentioned earlier, anyone who signed up, but ran away because of fear, will be sent there. The Death Battle City is not just that. There are many people who will be sent there. People who owe huge debts, slaves who want to escape, people who are captured and no one buys them, people who lose the bet, etc., etc. Unlike the Earth ranking competition, the Death Battle City is notoriously cruel and spicy. If you don't have enough mental strength, don't even watch the battles in it, you will be crushed. That is a truly unrestricted and rule-free battle. Unless the winner is willing to step down, the game will continue. After that, it is the house of gambling. People who enter here can use everything as a bet, money, organs, family members. As long as you are sure that you can take out something, they will accept it without hesitation. Similarly, if you take out the corresponding things, no matter what you want to bet, as long as it is equivalent, the house of gambling will find a way to take out the corresponding things. There are even rumors that someone asked if they wanted their race to be on the top of the 33 alien races, and the House of Gambling agreed. Although the equivalent value is a bit incredible, they still gave it. No matter which of the above 3 families, it is undoubtedly a behemoth with a deep background and countless strong generals under their command. As for the remaining 2 families, there is no need to mention them at all. After all, they belong to the kind that will always exist, even if all 3 families are abolished. One is the Earth People List, which is the Earth Clan's own ranking. As a warlike nation, whether it is external or internal, it is natural to have a ranking of superiority. It is a competition that only the Earth Clan is qualified to participate in. The other one is the Xian ranking, which is slightly different. It is the Xian ranking of alien races. It is a competition involving all alien races, including the top 5 alien races. It may not be opened once in thousands of years, but every time it is opened, it will cause a sensation in the entire alien race. It is the highest level competition of the alien race. Obviously, if the Earth Clan approves this application as the other party said, the competition that the Earth Clan can finally retain will not be other than the above 5. Climbing to the top is already an itch. In the city of the Earth Clan, even in the most prosperous period, it was only a second-rate competition, and it had never entered the first-rate. Now its status has plummeted. In this case, let them compete with the top stream. What is that competition? You must know that the more top-level competitions, the more powerful people there are under your command. There are also war emperors under these competitions. War emperor level, that is a big realm gap. What can you compare? Thinking of this, the adult woman couldn't help but look sad. She understood why that person came here specially. The Decepticon faction was serious. Although they still didn't dare to touch the young lady when the master of Dengfeng was not dead, they planned to completely destroy the skill faction and the so-called Dengfeng from the spiritual level. Once Dengfeng was gone, the skill faction would naturally disappear completely and become history. After all, no matter how firm everyone's faith was, they still needed to eat. Without Dengfeng, they naturally couldn't get supplies through the competition. It was also said that in addition to eating, the alien race also had to practice and improve themselves through practice. It was not cheap for people who didn't participate in any battles to live in the city of the Earth Clan. Sister Faye, I want to be quiet. After a long silence, the girl spoke slowly in an almost hoarse voice. The adult woman was stunned. She opened her mouth, but in the end she couldn't utter a word. After a slight bow, she quietly left the room. What did you say? Dengfeng is something left by the young lady's father. Not only has the master instilled countless skills and knowledge in her since she was a child, but she has also grown up in Dengfeng. This is her home. Apart from her father, it is the only thing she has. The people of the Earth Clan are very passionate. Once they have made up their minds, even the 9-headed dragon cannot pull them back. They are not the kind of people who will not turn back, even if they hit the south wall. Instead, they will never turn back, even if they hit the south wall. Now, facing her only treasure, it is being taken away and destroyed by others. It is completely conceivable that the young lady's mood at this moment is like she has no power to help the young lady to settle this dilemma. The feeling of powerlessness deeply entangles her heart. She wants to struggle, but she despairingly finds that it has no effect. Instead, she is trapped more and more. Like a drowning person, she can only watch herself sinking into the water little by little, feeling the death of life. Why? Woo woo. Why? It was not until the adult woman left and closed the door that the silver-faced girl trembled and bent her body, unable to help but cry softly. It's not that she's not strong enough. It's not that she's not tough enough. In fact, the technical school still exists today, relying on her small delicate body. In the eyes of others, they may only think that, because of her status, the despotic school dare not take action. But is it really so? A group of people who took advantage of the master's absence and surrounded and bit the little master crazily, really would be so gentlemanly? No, they wouldn't. She has used up all her strength and has stood in front of Dengfeng to fight again and again. But her wings are too small and too weak, and she can't flap enough power to intimidate others and protect Dengfeng. Like a young bird with its shell peeled off, the girl sobbed and said, "Dad, I miss you so much." Chapter 1009. Make no mistake, this is my fight. It was less than 7:30 in the afternoon. Lee Su, who found that the time was almost up, left the dormitory and returned to the waiting room. Not long after, the broadcast sounded again. 7966. Please get ready. Hearing the voice, Lee Su stretched his body, walked to the passage, and came to the competition venue. At this moment, there were many people in the audience. There were more than 2,000 people. On the 4 stands, almost all of them were in groups of 3 or 5, silently looking at the ring. As Lee Su walked out of the passage and was exposed to the public's sight, he immediately felt countless burning gazes falling on him. Are they from the Decepticons? Feeling the silent pressure in the eyes, Lee Su's eyes jumped slightly. Since it was a factional dispute, he was not surprised at all that the Decepticons showed up, but he did not expect that so many people would come on the first afternoon. The degree of internal competition was really abnormal and tragic. If he was not the person involved, he would probably gloat over this scene. After all, they were all alien races and enemies of the mythical world. The more intense the struggle between them, the better it would be for the mythical world. Unfortunately, he was also involved. The people from this morning seemed to be gone. Glancing at the stands filled with new faces, Lee Su blinked his eyes and had a completely new understanding of the situation between the Decepticons and the skills. The skills are no longer being suppressed, but the base camp has become the enemy's territory. Senior, you have to move faster. In this atmosphere, if the opponent continues to be unable to defeat you, it is very likely that he will use unconventional tactics. While thinking, Lee Su slowly walked onto the stage. The opponent had already arrived, long before he walked out of the passage. The aura was very fierce. Compared with the beast aliens in the first match, they were much weaker. Another Decepticon? No. Has Dengfeng become the opponent's lair? Among the 3 opponents, 2 are Decepticons. The opponent's aura was undoubtedly violent. But under the violence, Lee Su felt a trace of tranquility, a tranquility unique to skills. Unlike the beast alien before, that person used skills, but he suppressed his own strength. But the one in front of him was different. Although this person's aura was violent, his degree was higher than that of the beast alien. Therefore, although the other party was much weaker in realm, his control of power was improved, so the power that could burst out was stronger than that of the beast alien. Faced with this result, Lee Su was a little stunned. Although the skill was still unbearable in his eyes, it at least touched the threshold of skill. So, what is this? Skilled despotic faction? Although this description is a bit inappropriate, at the moment when the despotic faction and the skill faction were fighting to the death, a hybrid was born. It was really strange. He waved his hands, with his right hand in front, his elbow half bent downward, and his left hand behind, horizontally between his chest and abdomen. Although he was forced to be involved in the struggle between the 2 factions, Lee Su was also a little curious about the reasons for the struggle between the 2 factions, but he did not have the idea of in-depth understanding. As the saying goes, the more you know, the deeper you will naturally fall. Anyway, for him, the frontal force can be fought back. He is not a real skill-oriented person, but a treasure of the golden spirit sold to the skill-oriented people. If you dare to buy me from the crazy faction, I promise that in terms of violence, I'm no less than the skill-oriented one. The game begins. As the notice fell, the person on the opposite side immediately moved and rushed directly towards Lee Su. Because of the greater strength, the opponent's speed is undoubtedly faster, dozens of times faster than the speed of sound. A true immortal. No, almost the speed of a true immortal at full strength. HMM. I must say that in terms of skills, this guy's really good, above the elementary level, close to the peak. If he practices hard for a period of time, he may be able to break through and enter the intermediate level. But what is he trying to do by running behind me? Don't you know that under the limitation of space, the straight line between 2 points is the fastest? If you master the skills above the intermediate level, it's okay to do this. In the case of the elementary level, such a sprint will reduce the speed. For example, the speed of the peak level of the true immortal suddenly dropped to the middle level of the true immortal. The gap is not a little bit. With a slight movement of his footsteps, he directly changed the space in front of him and faced the guy who ran to his right rear. The next second, Lee Su couldn't help but frown slightly. This guy. At this moment, amazing power is gathering, belonging to the War Saint. No, the opponent should have used some secret techniques or methods to strengthen his attack. This is the power of the War Emperor. Are you crazy? This is a battle of the summit, the field of the skill school. If you fight here, you must abide by the rules of this place. And it is obvious that the opponent's attack does not belong to the skill flow, but a thorough burst flow. It is an all-out attack. There is no doubt that the opponent cannot control this kind of power, and it is impossible to control it. It is an attack that can only be erupted when the beast is trapped and desperate. Lee Su doesn't even need to resist. As long as he takes a simple step and avoids the opponent's attack, the power released by the treasure will inevitably trigger the summit mechanism. The result can almost be said to be obvious. Lee Su will not win, and the opponent will be directly killed by the summit mechanism and melted on the spot. Faced with this result, Lee Su was somewhat speechless. The realm he registered was the War Emperor level, which was the late stage of the Tai realm. Even if he couldn't avoid this kind of trick, it wouldn't be a big problem. After all, it was almost impossible to kill him with this level of leap. The guy in front of him was not the kind of genius who could cross the border to kill the enemy. To be more precise, he was just an ordinary war saint level cultivator like most mortals. Therefore, this behavior was basically equivalent to suicide. No. A voice suddenly passed through the ring, with anxiety and panic, with anger and sadness, and directly reached the ears of Lee Su and the person he was fighting. Hearing the voice, the person who was accumulating power paused slightly, but the next time, the gathered power did not decrease, but expanded even more. The divine sense did not capture the person who spoke, but Lee Su clearly saw the pain, despair, powerlessness, and madness in the eyes of the opponent in front of him. It is really hard to imagine that so many emotions can be gathered in a pair of eyes. Not only the person in front of him, at the same time, Lee Su also saw laughter. Surrounding the two of them, there were thousands of faces full of wanton, contemptuous, and extremely sarcastic smiles. That's right, the group of despotic factions in the stands were laughing wantonly at the ridiculous scene in front of them. They were mocking this so-called peak battle, mocking this so-called skill faction. Although I don't know who the voice is, and I don't know why this desperate guy in front of me did this suicidal behavior. But, I'm a little unhappy. With a breath shock, Lee Su's legs sank directly on the ground, and the extremely solid floor was stepped into by him like tofu. He had no interest in the struggle between the despotic faction and the skill faction. But at this moment, it was his battlefield and his duel. You guys, who are you disgusting? Lee Su was very unhappy, very unhappy, and it was necessary to let the other party understand that he was the master of his home court. Boom. The terrifying power exploded, and the blow of transcendence broke out. The huge power surged out with a fist that the man punched out. The fierce energy contained flames, strong winds, vibrations, and thousands of Dao rhymes intertwined in it, forming a power that could destroy everything, and even shatter atoms. The attack of the War Emperor level, even if it did not explode, was just pouring out. It had already overwhelmed all directions, and felt the destructive power in it. In just a moment, an alarm sounded at the top of the mountain. It sensed the explosion of power beyond the rules. The barrier appeared instantly, and the terrifying aura also appeared with it, to suppress this explosion, and kill those who dared to break the rules. In an instant, more than 1,000 people in the stands couldn't help but start laughing, as if they had seen something extremely funny. On each face, an extremely twisted, ugly, and condescending smile appeared. However, in just a moment, everyone's eyes were dazed. Circles. One by one, and one by one. Countless circles were quickly generated. They were powerful, but silent. There was obviously an extremely terrifying power flowing, but there was no extra sound or leakage. Circle after circle, layer after layer, extremely terrifying power was constantly being tossed out from between Lee Su's hands, and was applied to the violent power of the skill that had given everything and exploded everything. Puff. A strange sound rang out, and there was no explosion, no aftermath. The opponent's extremely terrifying power was cut into slices, chopped into pieces, and crushed into dregs by Lee Su standing on the field in the eyes of everyone in disbelief. With the gentle wind sweeping across the field, the terrifying power that was enough to sink the continent and penetrate the stars was dissolved by Lee Su in an unimaginable and unbelievable way before it could explode. With a plop. Under the ring, at the employee passage. After receiving the news, he ran over frantically. When he saw the scene on the ring, who was so angry that his eyes were cracked and his teeth were gnashing, fell to his knees at this moment. Tears could not help oozing out of the cracked corners of his eyes, and he looked at Lee Su as if he were a god. Similarly, in the VIP room, a lonely girl opened her eyes very wide. She stretched out her hands in disbelief, tightly covering the silver mask on her face. Tears began to slide down, and her father's figure appeared in her blurred eyes. His face was full of kindness that was rare among the Earth tribe people, and he spoke to her gently. The so-called skills can turn decay into magic. When it is presented in front of you, it is not only incredible, but also very beautiful. It seemed like a century had passed, and under the ring, Blackstone finally couldn't help but scream. As for the more than 1,000 Decepticon members sitting on the summit stand, showing contempt and mocking smiles on their faces, at this moment, they were like clowns. Their faces flushed red, their eyes were bigger than cows, and they looked at Lee Su on the ring, who used miraculous skills to resolve the terrible blow. How is this possible? Chapter 1010 Girl, Huge. Well, this is very pleasant. Looking at the more than 1,000 faces that looked like they had eaten shit, Lee Su was immediately pleased. Not only that, the harvest was not bad. The guy in front of him had a powerful blow, blasting out nearly 10,000 small paths. It should be his talent composition, which was captured clearly by Lee Su. Although there were duplicates, at least 3 or 4,000 of them were unknown. In addition to the 2 battles in the morning, the harvest on the first day exceeded 10,000 directly, which was a good harvest. As for the stronger power exposed, well, it was a matter of time anyway. After all, the identity prepared for him, Binding Wuxia, was special. Even if the people from the Decepticon faction investigated it, it didn't matter. As long as the Yadeo realm didn't die directly, it would not be a big problem for him. However, looking at the man who was kneeling in a daze in front of him, this guy should belong to the Skill faction. Has it been forced to this extent? The leader of the God of Skills organization, can't he hold on? Thinking of this, Lee Su's eyes couldn't help but twitch. He had a bad feeling growing. Being implicated was already miserable. He didn't want to fall down just after entering the water. He couldn't be so unlucky, right? Winner, 7966. The voice of the broadcast sounded, determining the winner. Loser, 0563, violated the rules of the summit, was disqualified from the summit, and was not allowed to step into the summit for life. As the words fell, a force was generated, directly wrapped around the unconscious alien, and the space fluctuated, and the other party disappeared. Lee Su was stunned for a second, reached out and touched his head, turned around and went down the stage directly, heading towards the passage. It was not until his figure disappeared in the passage that the Decepticons in the stands came back to their senses. At this moment, most people's faces were very ugly, and they turned purple. There was no doubt that the scene in front of them was completely different from what they imagined, as if they were grabbed and slapped twice in the face. Some people frowned, revealing a slightly solemn look, and began to think deeply. That attack was no joke. The opponent knew very well that, if they were the ones standing on the stage, they would probably only be able to dodge with all their strength. As for resisting, impossible. They knew the rules of the summit very well. With their level, resisting would mean they would also break the rules. Although they would not be punished by the mechanism due to their passiveness, it also indirectly showed that they could not resist that attack. They were not war saints, but real war emperors, and they had already reached perfection. Sir, report the situation here, find a professional analyst, and record and analyze every battle of this person from now on. I want to know all his methods. Also, have someone check it out. Such skills cannot be unknown. There must be a source. Find out his identity and the whole story. I originally thought that it was the skill school struggling to death, but with this level of skills, it is not an exaggeration to say that he is the direct descendant of that person. What if that person secretly kept a trick? Things may be more troublesome than imagined. Yes. Watching his men leave, the person who gave the order stood up. He glanced at a certain direction of the arena with a faint look, and turned around, and left without looking back. As he left, soon, more than 1,000 members of the Decepticon faction also stood up one after another, and turned around and left. Asterisk 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 at the same time, in the VIP room. The silver-faced girl's body was shaking constantly. She couldn't help but take a few breaths to calm herself down. After a moment of hesitation, she stood up, turned around, opened the door, and ran out. Outside the door, the adult woman was startled and immediately said, "Miss." The girl did not answer, but directly passed the adult woman, and rushed along the corridor. "Miss." The adult woman's face changed, thinking of what happened not long ago. She suddenly exerted force on her feet, and chased after her. The two were very fast. Not to mention the adult woman, the girl's strength was quite amazing. Not only was she extremely fast, but she also made very little noise. Her control of power was amazing. Not only did she have great energy in her small body, but she also did not reveal it at all. In just one breath, the girl passed several corners and stopped. The adult woman who followed closely behind also rushed over and came directly behind the girl. She took a breath and was about to speak. The next moment, her eyes condensed slightly and her eyes could not help but look in front of the young lady. Not far away, a figure came out of the passage in the direction of the arena and walked slowly towards the dormitory, prepared for those who participated in the summit. Is it him? The adult woman's eyes moved slightly and she immediately recognized the identity of the figure. Miss. The silver-faced girl did not speak. She stood at the entrance of the passage, staring at Lisu's back in a daze without any movement. When she rushed out, she undoubtedly had thousands of words and countless thoughts in her heart, but when she really came here and saw the other party, the girl was stunned in place, and the words were not uttered under the mask. What to say? The two parties did not know each other and had never even met each other once. Not to mention, because of her own problems, she bought the other party forcefully and got involved in this big trouble. Especially the second battle with the Decepticons. It was a slap in the face of the other party. With her understanding of the Decepticons, this battle would definitely anger many people in the Decepticons. In addition, due to the relationship with the Skill faction, the other party would inevitably become the focus of the Decepticons in the future, and they would try every means to kill him, or even cripple him. Dengfeng, for the girl, is a treasure, the place where she was born and grew up, and the hard work of her father. But what does this have to do with the other party? However, at this moment, Lisu, who was walking forward, also stopped his steps suddenly and stood there abruptly. Time is passing. 1 second, 10 seconds. After a full minute, Lisu moved forward again and continued to walk towards the dormitory. Seeing the other party taking another step, the girl was shocked, and her dark blue eyes couldn't help but tremble violently. Jiuj, when did you become so cowardly? Facing your own wishes, your own ideas, and the things you want to protect, you don't even have the courage to speak. What are you still protecting? Question mark. She took a breath very hard and shouted with all her strength, if someone wants to destroy what you cherish, what will you do? As the girl shouted, the adult women behind her couldn't help but be startled. In the distance, Lisu, who took a step forward, also paused, slowly retracted his raised foot, and couldn't help but turn his head slightly and look at the passage where the two women were. The breath of the two was not concealed. Lisu discovered it from the beginning. The reason why he stopped was to see what the other party wanted to do. After waiting for a while, there was no movement. He was about to leave, but he didn't expect to hear such an inexplicable question. Lisu couldn't help but raise his hand in surprise and pointed at himself. Although he was sure that there was no one else around, what if the person he was asking was not him? Wouldn't that be embarrassing? The silver-faced girl raised her head and looked at Lisu closely. She took a deep breath and nodded very firmly. Is it the leader of the God of Skills? Unexpectedly, it was a little girl. Although it was the first time they met, Lisu quickly grasped the situation. As the predecessor said, the other party was of extraordinary status. The clothes she wore and the mask on her face were of astonishing value. Not only that, her foundation was also very solid. The thickness was filled with countless steel bars and cement. Even the Xianjiao in the mythology world was inferior to her. Here, the Xianjiao that Lisu referred to was not the kind above the mythology, but the super Xianjiao who was at the top of the mythology, possessing 14 fires and gathering 15 fires. It can be said that it was the best Xianjiao he had ever seen. In addition, the opponent's body is also extraordinary. Here I'm not talking about the body size, but the small body, which seems to have several hearts, and the blood flowing in it is boiling like a flame. Even if it stands still and has no momentum, it still gives people an extremely strong sense of oppression. It feels as if the person standing in front of him is not a girl at all, but a predator at the top of the food chain. Coupled with its extremely special breath, it blends into the earth. This girl should be the legendary superior alien race, the Earth Clan. Thinking of this, Lisu touched his head. As a time traveler, he has no shortage of chicken soup. If he wants to say something, he can talk all day without stopping. However, after thinking for a while, He gave a very serious reply. Kill them all. The girl was stunned, and the adult woman was also stunned. This answer was undoubtedly rough enough. The girl paused. What if you can't beat him? I can't beat him. Lee Soo was stunned. He really didn't think about this. After all, those who touched him were basically beaten to death by him. Seeing Lee Soo pause, the girl's eyes dimmed slightly, and she couldn't help but lower her head. Yes, what else can I do if I can't beat them? What else can I do? In this world, being weak is the original sin. Standing there, Lee Soo couldn't help but frown and think deeply. Yes, what should I do if I can't beat them? Don't fight. Give up. How is that possible? After thinking for a while, Lee Soo said faintly, if you really can't beat them, then find someone who can beat them. If you can't beat the big ones, then beat the small ones. If you can't beat the adults, then beat the old ones. After the beating, tell them that if they want to touch my things, they must kill me first. Otherwise, as long as I'm alive, you will expect me not to surpass you every day. When I surpass you, I will twist all your heads off. Isn't this cheating? The girl said blankly. In the same realm, I think I'm invincible. There is no opponent that I cannot kill. If I cannot kill him, it means that the opponent is cheating. Since the opponent is cheating, why can't I? Lee Soo said confidently. What a joke. He has a peerless foundation. If the opponent does not cheat, he can beat 100 people alone. The girl was stunned for a long time. She suddenly laughed and bent over with laughter. Is that so? Can it be like this? Thank you. By the way, my name is Juge. Juge. What a good name. Lee Soo said. Really? Dad gave it to me. I like it very much. After that, the girl turned her head. Her small body stood straight, and her pupils showed a sharp edge. Sister Faye. Miss. The adult woman was stunned and couldn't help but take a breath. At this moment, she seemed to see the master. Notify everyone that the god of skills will be disbanded. From now on, there will only be Dengfeng, and I'm Dengfeng. After that, the girl jumped up and rushed into the sky. Miss, where are you going? Looking for someone to fight. The next moment, the girl disappeared. But a moment later, a childish, coquettish, yet phoenix-like voice resounded throughout the city of the Earth tribe. Barbarian elephant, get out of here. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 1011, The Explosion. The city of the Earth Clan, the center, the clan meeting hall. At this moment, an old man rubbed his forehead and had a headache. Not only did he have a headache, but the people sitting next to him also had a headache. King Shen's daughter? Yes. The kneeling man in the outer gate said in a deep voice. Who did you say she beat? Master Manxiang, Master Manli, Master Manson, Master Manhu. 168 children of the Man family, all were beaten by Miss Juge one by one. I remember that Manxiang was about to break through, right? He was also beaten? An old man was shocked and couldn't help but speak. Manly and the others were fine, but Manxiang was a genius of the Earth Clan in the past few hundred years, and his strength was very strong. In addition to the blood of the Earth Clan, the younger generation can be said to have basically no opponents except for the other families of the same superior alien race. The kneeling man twitched his mouth and said again, Master Manxiang was beaten the worst, and was almost cut in half by Miss Juge. Hiss. So cruel. Several old men couldn't help but twitch their mouths. They could already imagine how cruel Hua Feng was at that time. Okay, got it. Retreat. The leading old man rubbed his brows. They naturally knew about Juge, the little girl. Jiushen's only daughter, the apple of his eye, showed extraordinary talent when she was a child. Unfortunately, she was poisoned by her father and was raised in the messy corner of Dengfeng. Her light gradually dimmed. Unexpectedly, she suddenly jumped out and even beat the barbarian elephant. The kneeling man was stunned and couldn't help but say, Sir, what should we do about this matter? Before he finished speaking, the terrible pressure fell, and the kneeling man's body shook, and all the bones in his body were broken on the spot. His face was twisted with pain on the spot, and cold sweat dripped down. However, compared with the severe pain in his body, his face was extremely pale at this moment, and his pupils were full of fear. One of the old men spoke coldly, with a hint of murderous intent flashing in his pupils. For the first time, I'll teach you a lesson. Remember, there won't be a second time. Although we old guys don't care about things anymore, we still know what the Man family is doing. The reason why we don't care is because the Earth clan has always been like this. What they want, and what they want to do, are all based on talent and strength. Just like when the Man family targeted Juge, the old man and others didn't say a word, but were beaten in return. That's what they deserved. If you are really angry, then go and ask for a bloody battle. Complaining across the child? Get out of here. By the way, the winner gets everything, and the loser loses everything. The Man family will pay for what Juge broke. As soon as the words fell, the kneeling man immediately felt a huge pressure falling on him. He was even shaken away before he could finish his words. He flew out of the council hall directly, and it was not until hundreds of kilometers away that the man fell heavily to the ground. After landing, the man couldn't help but spit out blood again. The light in his eyes dimmed a lot, and cracks appeared in the avenues in his body. After a long while, the man barely regained some mobility, and soon he took out the address book. Lord Barbarian King. How? Failed. I'm afraid not only failed, but also beaten? The voice was not unexpected. In fact, he didn't think that the elders would stand on their side and punish Juge. It was a pity that the woman felt sorry for her son's miserable condition and wanted to make trouble for Juge directly. He couldn't stand her crying, so fortunately he let her go. Fortunately, the elders of the Earth clan were all old people who didn't care about the world. If someone was in the middle of the crowd, he would probably be beaten to death on the spot. Even so, it was probably enough to drink a pot, but in this way, the noisy woman should be much quieter. The man gritted his teeth and didn't say anything. In fact, when he went there, the other party reminded him not to talk too much and just leave after reporting. Unfortunately, looking at the screaming nephew, the other party could not hold back the anger in his heart, thinking that the little girl was too vicious and she was so cruel, totally disregarding the friendship of the same clan. Okay, come back. The people on Dengfeng have also withdrawn. Sir? It was just some tricks. I thought that the girl was immature and took her down at the lowest cost. Now that she has stood up and stood at the forefront, these little tricks are naturally useless. If you want to ban Dengfeng, you can only do it head on. After saying that, the person on the other end directly cut off the communication, put down the address book, and turned to look out the window. This girl does have some of her father's generous style, but it's a pity that she woke up too late. If it had been like this earlier, it would have been really troublesome. The application for the unification of the competition has been approved, and the news should soon spread throughout the city of the Earth Clan. Before, although the number of people on Dengfeng was small, their strength was really not weak. Now, even if the other party struggles, how long can they hold on in the face of this enemy like a tide? The only people who can participate in the competition are the relevant event personnel. Apart from the little girl, how many people are there in Dengfeng now? I'm afraid they can't even gather a team of 5. Although it is indeed unexpected that there is one more special grade, what can one special grade do? Nothing can be done. Maybe we don't even have to wait for the competition to come. During this period, it will be enough to destroy him. How many competitions are there in the Earth Clan City? How big is the profit involved? Although it was he and the Decepticons he controlled who proposed it, those people came to him? To the Decepticons? They won't, and they dare not. In this case, what should I do? Naturally, I will pour out minor resentment and anger to the object that can be vented. Asterisk 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 at this moment, in Dengfeng, Li Su was a little dazed. Mainly because he saw that the other party asked sincerely, he gave a few suggestions to the little girl. When he saw that the other party showed a hearty smile and rushed out, he couldn't help but give a knowing smile. After all, this is a good thing. After the other party went out to make such a fuss, the focus naturally focused on the girl again. The brilliance he showed in the previous battle was directly eclipsed. The Decepticons would probably be on the ground for a long time. Although Lee Su felt a little guilty about letting a little girl resist the thunder, it seemed insignificant compared to his own life safety. Besides, it was this little girl who dragged him into the water. Okay. He was very reluctant. After all, the other party's identity was there. After nodding to the adult women who stayed in place, Lee Su returned to his dormitory leisurely. It was estimated that many people on the Decepticons would be beaten, and it was very likely that 1 or 2 young people of the Earth clan would be beaten. Would the Decepticons still have the energy to focus on themselves? Lee Su thought happily and began to practice. After all, the harvest today was really good, and he digested it quickly. As a result, after about half a minute, Ning Wuxia's voice suddenly rang in his mind, scaring Lee Su so much that he almost twitched. Fortunately, he was in enlightenment, not in Qigong, otherwise he would be possessed. As a result, before Lee Su could speak, Ning Wuxia's slightly anxious voice rang. Did something happen over at Dengfeng? Why do you say that, senior? Lee Su was surprised. Why do you say that? Please, this is where you are hiding. You should pay more attention to me. The young master of Dengfeng, the leader of the Jishin organization, suddenly showed up, and you didn't know? Ha, you're talking about this? I know. Not only do I know, at least half of the reason is because of me. Lee Su was happy. It seems that the little girl made a lot of noise. I guess the people on the Decepticon side can't take care of themselves at this moment. Damn it, 168 Earth Clan disciples were severely injured by her, and more than 3,000 members of the decisive faction had their limbs broken by her. Among them, there was a man named Man Ziyang, who was a direct descendant of the Earth Clan Man family and a young genius. He was almost cut in half by that girl. Now the entire Earth Clan city is about to explode. Ning Wuxia took a deep breath. Ah, so annoying. How come there are so many accidents in the Earth Clan city, which is usually a piece of shit? She was going to leave the city to change her identity, but the commotion here got so bad that she couldn't leave for the time being. Why didn't the little girl explode earlier or later, but at this critical moment? On the other side, Lee Su couldn't help but shiver, and his voice immediately became a little sharp in response. How many? What did he hear? Direct descendant? Cut in half. More than 100 Earth Clan people. More than 3,000 decisive faction members. And it wasn't just the limbs that were broken. Hiss. This little girl was so weak when they met, but why is she so cruel when she hits? Oh my god, no. Thinking of his role in this matter, Lee Su's eyes widened, and he trembled on the spot, his heart almost jumping out of his throat. What if the things he instigated were spread out? Boy, don't tell me that this matter has anything to do with you? Ning Wuxia's faint voice sounded, and that sharp answer made her suspicious. Lee Su smiled dryly and said, Senior, if I say it has nothing to do with me, do you believe it? Ning Wuxia laughed, and his voice was very creepy. After a while, I want to strangle you to death. You are an undercover, brother. Whose undercover is so high profile? Chapter 1012, Wild Horse. Lee Su's worry did not come true. The other party did not publicize his changes, which had anything to do with him. In fact, after that day, Jiuj was like a limiter was opened, and he was completely released. He fought for 10 quarters a day, and rested for 2 quarters to eat, and fought for 15 days, a full half a month. After all, there are so many Decepticons in the city of the Earth Clan. If you grab a brick and throw it out, if it bounces twice, there will be one person from the Decepticons, or someone related to the Decepticons. The names all have the word crazy, and the temper of the people who join can be imagined. Moreover, since the Decepticons have suffered such anger, one by one, they rushed up with a roar, highlighting the Decepticons' character of defying the sky, the earth, and the air. However, the other party has a special identity, and those at a higher level dare not come out, and it is even more impossible to attack secretly, so only those at the same level can come out, and the result can be imagined. As the precious daughter of the extreme Daluo, Jiuj had a very good foundation. At least among the geniuses that Lee Su had seen, she was definitely in the top tier. Compared with most of the Earth Clan members, her foundation was much higher than that of the outsiders. At the same level, basically no one could survive 3 moves from her. Most of them were defeated in one encounter, and their whole bodies were broken. In a day, an average of 2,000 people fell. in a week, not to mention the War Emperor level. Even the War Saint level of the crazy faction was beaten by George by counting the heads. No, some people were even beaten 3 times. After all, not to mention the War Emperor level, there were not so many War Saint level. Almost yesterday they were beaten, today they were just fine, and tomorrow they were in. Here, I have to say that they are worthy of being the people of the crazy faction. They are tough enough. After being blocked and beaten for a whole week, this group of people did not retreat, but gritted their teeth and resisted, even though they were beaten back and forth 3 times by Juge, and their 5 limbs were broken. They came back to fight as soon as they were healed. As Decepticons, they are not joking. They are crazy, wild, and cruel. They are not only cruel to others, but also to themselves. To be honest, facing such a scene, ordinary people would probably be afraid and feel that this organization is full of crazy people. Facing this turbulent situation, George, who had been fighting for a whole week, seemed to be shocked, especially after being beaten 3 times in a row, but still rushed up without caring. For a while, he was not only a little restrained. This scene directly excited the Decepticons, just like the wolves biting the bison. Through constant psychological suppression, they finally succeeded in tearing open the opponent's defense. When the first person successfully rushed up and injured Juge and made her bleed, the people around couldn't help but take a breath. It's over. Courage is the head of the 3 armies. Courage was taken away, and I'm afraid that I can't even exert 3 levels of strength. If the opponent was just 1 person, it would not be a big deal, but now the rules have changed. In order to provoke the opponent to come out, George has been constantly relaxing the number limit. Now it is already a situation of 1 against 10, and the fight lasts for a whole day, with hundreds of teams lined up behind. It is only the upper race like the Earth Clan. If someone else comes, such a battle, even if they can fight 10 hands with 2 fists, at most 2 or 3 games, they will be exhausted and unbearable. George has been fighting from morning to afternoon, and has beaten 50 or 60 people. The subsequent scenes are very creepy. In the end, when the War Emperor level, that is, the Dalo realm, dared to come out, they had to stop early, ending George's crazy revenge for a week. The main thing is that it is too miserable. I'm not talking about George, but the 10 people of the Decepticon. They forgot that the people in front of them are the Earth Clan, one of the 5 upper alien races. As the most warlike of the 5 upper races, the Earth Clan is not only characterized by unlimited energy, just by stepping on the ground. If that's all, other races have plenty of ways to put it in a disadvantageous state. The blood of the Earth Clan contains extremely violent factors. As the fighting factors are activated, the better the talent and the higher the foundation of the Earth Clan, the higher the concentration of this factor. Seeing blood and pain completely stimulated George. Of course, more importantly, their attitude made George extremely irritable. Finally, as they hurt her in the end, George's mentality was completely unbalanced, and the violent factors were completely activated. Her voice was like thunder, her blood was like fire, and George's body grew lines like flames, and a terrifying giant statue was directly reflected behind her. In an instant, the ground under her feet, the huge city of the Earth Clan resonated with it, and the endless power of the Earth veins poured into her body, and her combat power was directly increased by more than 9 times. When Dalo took action, they were almost torn to pieces. Even if Taiya's vitality was strong enough, it was undoubtedly a heavy blow, and she was almost beaten to death on the spot. Not to mention the challengers, even the War Emperor who was on the field was beaten, and he vomited several liters of blood before he finally suppressed George. Faced with this result, not to mention the War Emperor who was on the field himself, even the audience on the side were terrified. Although because of the realm, the War Emperor level did not dare to attack, and could only suppress, but as a 1000-Dao realm, there is no doubt that there is a huge gap between him and the War Emperor, and the complete Dao is the supreme weapon. It should be just a matter of turning his hand to suppress the War Emperor, but facing the erupting George, the War Emperor almost failed to suppress it. This battle directly shocked the Elders Council of the Earth Clan. The Earth Clan elders with the highest authority were present at the scene. When they saw George, they couldn't help but laugh with great satisfaction. Without saying anything, he slapped the suppressed war emperor away with a slap, and personally took Juge, who fainted due to exhaustion, into his arms, and took him away. Since that day, the Decepticons have been very uncomfortable. In the last battle, the terrible momentum burst out at the moment. Even the fearless Decepticons were still shocked and horrified at this moment. The crazy and bloodthirsty eyes made countless people fall to the ground in just a moment, and they couldn't muster up any courage at all. This was no longer an opponent, but a natural enemy that crushed them from the soul level. Even after the event, as long as they recalled it, they would be shocked and trembling. Of course, it would be fine if it was just like this, but another problem was that Juge's situation was not unfamiliar to the people living in the city of the Earth Clan. The awakening of the Earth Clan was an extremely rare situation in the entire clan. Among the hundreds of thousands of people, there were no more than 10 people who could do this. But this was not the point. The point was the establishment of the Decepticons. Its oldest founder was the awakened Earth Clan. Because of his warlike madness, he attracted countless people of the same clan and even foreign clans to respect him and join his army. Now, a new awakened Earth Clan appeared in front of them, but it turned out to be their enemy. This was a huge blow to the momentum. For a whole month, the decisive faction had not recovered. This scene also gave the people of the Earth Clan barbarian family a headache. The girl of the skill faction actually awakened. Is this reasonable? The next day after the injury was healed, he chose to retreat, practice his own special secrets, and prepare for revenge. The barbarian elephant who fought back had worked hard for more than half a month, walked between life and death several times, and finally had a great improvement. The barbarian elephant who came out of retreat excitedly was dumbfounded when he heard the words. As the highest secret of the Earth Clan, the barbarian elephant had not imagined that day would come to him. For this, he made countless efforts and fought hundreds of life and death battles. As a result, the stinky girl who rarely fought and was like a greenhouse flower on the opposite side actually awakened. Earth ancestor, are you blind? He was so angry that he directly smashed everything in the room and even tore several servants. It was not until the owner of the house came and talked behind closed doors for a long time that the barbarian elephant completely calmed down and was no longer irritable. In the end, this incident ended with Juge's complete victory alone. Not only that, the riot was like a wild horse running wild. When it was completely calmed down, it took almost 2 months. In 2 months, Lee Su not only finished the third round, but also the second round. On average, he faced 2 opponents a day and added 7,000 Dao Yuan a day. For 2 whole months, the opponents alone provided him with almost 400,000 Dao Yuan. With the usual comprehension, the number of miscellaneous Dao increased to an astonishing 700,000. When he came to the city of the Earth Clan, he had 2.8 million miscellaneous Daos. In just 2 months, it increased to 3.5 million. There is no doubt that this progress is amazing. 3.5 million different miscellaneous Daos can definitely be said to be a very amazing number. After all, even for Daluo, whether it is the realm of tens of millions of Daos or the realm of hundreds of millions of Daos, it is almost difficult to directly have tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions of different small Daos. In fact, most of them are repeated. For example, the previous golden body alien race, the power of the 1 billion Dao realm, not to mention the core Dao, there are only millions of miscellaneous Daos, most of which are repeated. The more types of miscellaneous paths there are, the more complete and powerful the avenue will be. Although repetition can also be superimposed, it is more of an increase in strength, and the improvement effect on the avenue will undoubtedly be greatly reduced. You must know that the avenue itself imitates the heaven and earth, the universe, so the more miscellaneous paths, the more perfect they are, and the more energy they can grab from the heaven and earth. The reason is very simple, because no matter how many miscellaneous fire paths you have, you can only grab power from the fire path at most, but the universe itself is not only the fire path, but also other things. Without other miscellaneous paths, the amount of energy that can be grabbed from other avenues will undoubtedly decrease, and it must be converted, especially the opposite water path, which is completely impossible to grab. Just the above point is enough to explain the significance of the number of miscellaneous paths. In addition to practicing miscellaneous paths, Ning Wuxia also found their retreat. Once there is an accident, they can withdraw at any time, and their safety is guaranteed. In short, although a series of small accidents occurred when entering the city of the Earth Clan, they all returned to the right track with Jiuji's commotion. Now, the only thing that gave Li Su a headache was that he took a deep breath, turned his head, and looked at the girl who was sleeping soundly in his bed, and the adult woman who was standing not far away, and staring at him viciously. The corners of his mouth could not help but twitch. What's going on? Chapter 1013 The Argument. All the situations were developing in his favor, except for the girl who came to sleep with him. Li Su was really confused. Although he had practiced to this point, and no longer needed to rest, his mental strength was enough for him to stay awake for years without any problem. Even if he was sleepy, he could recover by closing his eyes and meditating for a while. But the girl's behavior still made Li Su very confused. The relationship between them was not that good. No, it should be said that they were just strangers who had chatted for a few words. The conversation between them was limited to the conversation 2 months ago. After that, they never talked again. This girl came suddenly and inexplicably. She didn't even knock on the door. She ran into the room directly. She didn't talk to Li Su. She went to the bed and fell asleep. She looked like she was sleeping soundly, and her breathing was very even, which made Li Su a little sleepy. As for the adult woman, she also came with the girl. She was good looking, charming and intellectual, and had a strong aura. Unfortunately, she didn't wear black silk high heels, a shirt and a knee-length skirt, and lacked eyes, which made people a little disappointed. After coming in, the person has been standing at the door of the bedroom, with a very sharp look, like a steel knife scraping at Li Su. Note that this is not an adjective, this is a verb. At the end of the day, Li Su's neck, wrists, and forehead were splashed with a lot of sparks. As a person who is soft but not hard, this is a very embarrassing scene. If it were just the girl, Li Su would probably choose to go out. After all, the other party is now too popular in the city of the Earth Tribe, and is like a cusp. As an undercover, he still has at least some self-awareness. But when the woman's eyes fell, although she didn't speak, the subtext was revealed, as if to say that she should recognize her identity, go out, and wait outside the door. Feeling the signal released by the other party, Li Su was naturally unhappy. The Decepticons made him unhappy, and he could ride on their faces, let alone a mere woman. He didn't go out, so what can you do? Li Su's behavior naturally made the eyes of adult women more unfriendly. The eyes that fell on him began to accrue power and splashed sparks. Facing this scene, Li Su was not surprised but happy. Don't get me wrong, he has no masochistic tendency, and the woman's oppression is not easy to bear. After all, she is a war emperor, a Dalo realm cultivator, and her realm is not the 10 million Dao realm, but the Ibio Dao realm. A large realm plus a small realm, unable to use the treasure. Even if Li Su restrains his power, he is at a disadvantage. Although he is at a disadvantage, the opponent's power carries a Dao rhyme, and a very large amount of Dao rhyme. Since there is Dao rhyme, there are naturally small paths. Countless unfamiliar small paths, as the opponent's eyes fell on Li Su, were like steel needles, piercing his skin. In an instant, Li Su's eyes lit up, the kind of thief bright. What is the purpose of his coming here? Isn't it for the small paths? Although the harvest in the past 2 months is good, it is undoubtedly not comparable to a Yibio realm cultivator. Moreover, this woman's talent is very special. He has never seen the small paths contained in her Dao rhyme. It is simply a 10-full tonic pill that can make him full. Li Su, who had no intention of leaving, was nailed to the spot, as if he had taken root. Not only did he nail himself to the spot, but his eyes were fixed on the other party. Come on, come on, if I move, I will take your surname. Facing Li Su's provocation, the adult woman couldn't help but narrow her eyes slightly, and was completely furious. Although she usually stayed behind the girl, she had not made a move for hundreds of years, since she was rescued by the master of Dengfeng. It can be said that she has been sealed for a long time. But as a Yidao realm, her strength is not a vase for people to see, but a real strong man. In an instant, the surrounding aura remained unchanged, and the pressure centered on Li Su increased by more than 100 times. His eyes were like thousands of swords, falling directly on the other party's body. Don't think that you can do whatever you want with the favor of the lady, boy. Don't forget your identity. Facing the heavy pressure, Lee Su's body immediately trembled. The pressure of the Yideo realm was so great that it was as if a planet was crushing his face and chest, and he couldn't even breathe smoothly. Moreover, the opponent's control of power was very smooth. His fierce offensive almost surrounded him by 1 centimeter, and the sound he made was only audible to Lee Su. If it exceeded 1 centimeter, it would be completely isolated. It was strong enough. Lee Su couldn't help but take a breath. With the heavy pressure of the opponent's power, a large number of special paths began to penetrate his skin and were directly exposed to his perception. 1, 10, 100, 1000, 10,000, 100,000, 1 million. Hiss. This woman, if he could eat it up, his miscellaneous paths might be able to directly break through 5 million. Thinking of this, Lee Su let go of his perception without hesitation, closed his eyes, and his consciousness fully covered all aspects of his body, from the skin to the bones, and began to frantically analyze the power of the adult woman in front of him. Lee Su closed her eyes and began to comprehend the truth. In the eyes of the woman, the meaning was completely changed. The other party actually ignored her directly. A war emperor dared to ignore a war emperor. Faced with such a provocation, even the peaceful state of mind honed by hundreds of years of silence could not help but lose balance at this moment, and a burst of anger quickly grew in her heart. As a strong man, such behavior is no less than putting sand in her eyes. Even if it is just for her own self-esteem, she must let this kid understand the meaning of angering a war emperor. Does he think that he is fearless because the young lady is here? Naive. The woman's pupils shrank slightly, and the sword light and shadow in her eyes seemed to turn into a real divine weapon at this moment, directly cutting Lee Su's skin. She did not attack the avenue or the soul, but only targeted Lee Su's body and spirit. This is a special method of hers, a torture method that she once developed and mastered as a shadow of a certain clan. The biggest feature of this technique is that it is not fatal. Each of its cuts seems to be like a slow slash of the waist. The degree of pain can definitely make a person with a heart of stone scream and wail, begging for mercy and pain. She has used it on more than one person. Even if the nerves are as tough as steel, they will eventually succumb to this method. It is the top level sadomasochism method. Soon, Lee Su's body began to tremble, and his flesh and blood showed irregular distortion. The muscles, nerves, and bones inside were cut open little by little under the opponent's power. That kind of cutting was not a knife cut, but a saw cut, as if someone was pulling back and forth on the body with an iron saw. The body and face could not help but burst out one after another blue veins. Faced with this severe pain, Lee Su began to sweat a lot on his forehead. In less than 2 minutes, his clothes were completely soaked. The pain he endured was far beyond imagination, because it was not just the flesh. In order to comprehend the miscellaneous ways in the opponent's Tao rhyme, he completely spread his spiritual consciousness in every corner of his body, which means that every time the opponent's power fell, he would get double the feeling. As for the double pain in his mind and body, Lee Su only stared at his soul eyes wide, and all his attention was attracted by the special Dao rhyme, and he was in a state of being unable to extricate himself. Hiss. There is actually such a small Dao? Wow. This strange thing is also a Dao. As for the pain, the strength is okay, the power is average, especially the part where the saw is in his 5 internal organs, which is worth a thumbs up and collection. The damage to the spirit is also quite good, and you can feel the other party's intentions. Unfortunately, the depth is a little worse compared to the Kingping sword that forced into his body and transformed him. This strength is about the same as a mosquito bite. The point is that it hurts a lot at the beginning, but it soon starts to subside. Unlike when the Kingping sword was integrated, it hurt to the bone marrow and the end of the soul, and it still keeps fresh. So, please come on, don't give up. Chapter 1014. Something happened. Aliens who are insensitive to the body? She knew something about Lee Su's origins, and she knew him very well. Not only did she get relevant information from the owner, the Jinling, but in order to ensure safety, she also went to the relevant departments to extract the other party's entry information. The former could be faked by the other party, but the latter was another matter. The other party was a mutant. Even among aliens, they were extremely special individuals. Born in a certain race, but they did not have the characteristics of that race, but were like a mutant individual of a new race. This kind of mutant individual was not rare among aliens, and they were strong and weak in strength, but there was one thing in common, that is, they were not welcomed by their ethnic group. No, it should be said that they were disgusted, and they were usually expelled and left to perish on their own. After all, the existence of this mutant, in a sense, meant that the genes of that ethnic group were not stable, so mutations occurred. Impossible. Not to mention that there was no such item in the other party's ability registration. The instinctive reaction of his body due to severe pain alone could not deceive her at all. Not only the body, but also the opponent's spirit was under her perception, and the reaction was very strong. It was obviously hurt by her method. Under such a double blow, the pain produced was simply unbearable. This was a method from her extremely special experience. The torture of living beings was not just as simple as superb skills. It was developed by a group of people in the organization she belonged to. That group of people themselves was like a foreign body. The main thing was that that group of people had an extremely special pica, and they lived by absorbing the pain and fear of others. What they liked most was to serve some large organizations, enter their regulatory departments, and act as executioners. Therefore, although Lee Soo only bleeds a little, in fact, the cruel part is in the skin, and the continuous damage to muscles, nerves, organs, and bones. In the face of such pain, if you can hold on for half a minute, you can say that you are iron-willed. As a result, the person in front of him persisted for almost 3/4 of an hour, a quarter of a day, not to mention collapse, and even did not make a decent groan. This is not just a matter of being firm in mind. Looking at the other parties in different eyes, Lee Soo's energy is focused on understanding the adult woman's miscellaneous ways. After all, the opportunity is rare. The adult woman made a judgment. This is not to bear it, but to get used to it. Thinking of the other party's identity as a mutant, the adult woman couldn't help but sigh slightly. In the alien race with strict ethnic divisions and extremely stubborn hierarchies, the living environment of aliens can be imagined. She is not speaking out of emotion, but empathy. Although she is not a mutant, she has tried her best to experience the scene of her own ethnic group collapsing. All the happiness and beauty collapsed at the moment the ethnic group fell. Life after that can be said to be a nightmare. She was divided and eaten by other races who smelled the blood. Although she survived successfully until she was rescued by the master of Dengfeng, I'm afraid that the experience and encounter during that period can only be described as a walking corpse. Thinking of this, the adult woman's eyes began to soften, and the force that penetrated into Lee Soo's body began to rapidly decay. Lee Soo's reaction stimulated the most unbearable side of her heart. Feeling the pressure suddenly reduced, Lee Soo, who was almost fully committed, couldn't help but be anxious. What's going on? Is it over? Don't. After 3/4 of an hour, he has gained less than 1/5. That is, about 200,000. Don't blame him. After all, 1,000,000 is not a small number. Even if he goes all out, it is impossible to quickly complete the reading and enlightenment in such a short time. In fact, most of the more than 200,000 miscellaneous ways have only been read and memorized, and no comprehension has been made. The reason is that he is afraid that the other party will suddenly stop. Did the little girl wake up? Lee Soo didn't think that the adult woman would admit defeat. She was different from the naive little girl. Her temperament was obviously influenced by society and thoroughly understood the cruelty of reality. After several hours without changing the means, increasing the intensity was already endurance. Admitting defeat was simply impossible. After all, in the social environment, the confrontation at this moment is in a sense defining the status of both parties. Once you admit defeat, it is equivalent to losing the initiative, which is very disadvantageous for the organizational status from top to bottom. So, Lee Soo opened his eyes and looked at the bedroom of his dormitory for the first time, but found that the little girl inside was still sleeping soundly and had no intention of waking up. Faced with this result, he couldn't help but show his doubts and looked at the adult woman. but he saw that the other party raised his chin, snorted softly, turned around and stepped on the seductive steps, and also entered the bedroom and closed the door casually. "We are all subordinates of the lady, so I will let you go today. But remember, there are differences between men and women. If you dare to do this again next time, it won't be so easy to end." Sitting in the practice room, Lee Soo, who obviously didn't know the thoughts of the adult woman, was confused for a while. The only thing he could feel was that the adult woman who went in to close the door was still arrogant, but not so sharp, especially the momentum against him, which felt much softer. Damn, what's going on? Lee Soo felt uncomfortable and subconsciously wanted to reach out and ask the other party to come back, saying that we should continue. Whoever admits defeat before the little girl wakes up will be a grandson. After all, that was more than 1 million completely different miscellaneous paths, which could directly meet half of his requirement of tens of millions of miscellaneous paths. If it weren't for the huge gap in strength between the two sides, he would have to hide his identity, and he would have rushed up to hug the other party's path and licked it inside and out. Now it's good, less than 1/5 gone. Silently repairing the internal injuries, Lee Soo sat there with a painful face. The other party's sudden behavior caused him more damage than the previous 3 quarters. No, the previous one was not damage, it was basically a reward. After taking a deep breath for a while, Lee Soo closed his eyes resignedly. It was a kind of feeling that he finally got his girlfriend to agree to spend the night outside, but the room was booked, but the other party regretted it. If the other party didn't want to, Lee Soo naturally couldn't force it. 1/5 is 1/5, it's better than nothing. Now he can only hope that he can come early tomorrow, and then he can participate in the first round of Dengfeng competition, which he is looking forward to. He has been in Dengfeng for almost 2 months, and he has encountered many opponents. The most eye-catching one is undoubtedly the first round. Although there are not many people, the alien races are all good, with very different talents, which can make him gain a lot. The only pity is that the number is too small. There are many people in the third and second rounds, thousands or hundreds, but there are less than 50 people in the first round. The absolute majority of these people are not technical factions, and of course not crazy factions. They belong to the practical faction. They basically participate in most of the competitions in the City of the Earth tribe, and will abide by them. The only purpose is to improve their own strength. This group of people does not care about the struggle between the technical faction and the crazy faction, and it doesn't matter whether Dengfeng exists or not. In a word, without Zhang the Butcher, do we have to eat hairy pigs? Therefore, the attitude of the crazy faction towards them is basically to ignore them. Apart from other things, the group of practical fighters is not small, and as practical fighters, everyone's strength is not a joke, and the ultimate pursuit of practical fighters is to become stronger and win the battle. It's not that there are no blind Decepticons, and some extreme individuals are looking for trouble. As a result, the practical fighter did not come to Dengfeng anymore. After a few months, he suddenly went to the Decepticons' home, blocked the other party's door in the name of personal grudges, and did not associate the other party with the Decepticons' identity at all. And as long as the Decepticon came, he would say to give face, stop and leave, and then find a new reason to go back, and he was definitely a rolling meat. Some of the despotic factions did not have any plans, but when the opponent did not climb to the top, and could not be named as a skill faction, looking at their identities, they would find that the background of the practical faction was quite complicated. There were weapon factions, fist and foot factions, talent factions, long weapon factions, short weapon factions, bloodthirsty factions, raw tearing factions, and killing factions. They were all listed one by one, especially several extremely rare factions. Even many people in the despotic faction were terrified. After all, they were only more extreme when targeting the enemy of the skill faction, and the opponent was the extreme itself. To be honest, listening to the explanation of the only guy in the Blackstone alien race who did not form a group and still stayed in the Skill God organization, Lee Soo was extremely surprised, and felt like he was surprised by the melon. How many factions are there in this Earth Tribe city? What surprised him the most was the bloodthirsty faction and the raw tearing faction. These weird factions actually had a large audience in the Earth Tribe City, and the most speechless thing was that these two weird factions actually had far more audiences and players. Bang! Just as Lee Soo was comprehending the new path he had learned from adult women and waiting for the start of his first round of competition, a figure rushed into his dormitory. Looking at the cracked door, Lee Soo couldn't help but take a deep breath and pressed his eyebrows. Well, free things are really not worth it. The person who came in was He-She. At this moment, he looked solemn and said to Lee Soo, "Where is the lady?" Something big happened. Chapter 1015, a contest with a guaranteed 1 million participants. A grand competition is about to be held in the city of the Earth Clan. The participants are first of all the contestants from all the organizers of the competition and the entire Earth Clan. Of course, the disciples of the race and the individuals can also participate. The competition will be held in 10 days. Participants from the War Saint level to the intermediate War Emperor can participate. That is to say, it includes the 10 million Dao realm and the billion Dao realm. Everyone will be forced to upgrade to the War Emperor level and fight in the four lands of the Earth City. The four lands of the Earth City refer to the two planets that Lee Soo and Ning Wuxia saw when they came. They were cut into 4 petals of the continent. Originally, they were only open for the Earth Clan's coming of age ceremony. It was the exclusive battlefield of the Earth Clan, but it was also taken out as the battlefield of this event. There is no doubt that this point alone is enough to show that the grandeur of this event will be far beyond the past. Not only that, the competition also offered high rewards. Not only are there a variety of rich materials, but there are even special treasures. Among them, even the right to make a wish, which is unique to the Battle of the Earth ranking, has been taken out and put in as a reward. And that is not the highest reward. The real highest reward among them is the Immortal Palace Order. That's right, the Kyanine Palace, one of the 36 palaces in the heaven. It is one of the 33 palaces occupied by the Earth Clan. Those who enter it will get a treasure preserved in it. Not to mention the resources of good fortune. There are even ancient Dao fruits in the palace. Although it is rare to achieve Dao overnight, it is common to make War Kings and War Saints become War Emperors overnight, and to make high-level War Emperors break through and become War Emperors. And those with deep blessings can even get the ancient immortal tools preserved in it, which are the top treasures, without a doubt. After all, not only the myth world, but also the alien races have a lot of level 5 refining materials, but the level of refining is undoubtedly worse than that of the myth world, and they are completely unworthy. Most of the weapons are simply refined, relying on enough level 5 materials and extraordinary spirituality to look powerful. Therefore, a perfectly crafted immortal tool from ancient times is a treasure that everyone can encounter but not seek. The above 2 points alone are enough to drive people crazy. After all, in an era where the strong are always strong, what others promise can never be as strong as oneself. If there are 1 billion Dao realms in the clan, even if it is not one of the 33 alien races, it will still have a certain voice and even be directly lured to the middle level alien race, which is much more useful than an unstable low level alien race. Not to mention, in these immortal palaces, there are also top level secret inheritances and War Saint level magic. There are already many in the 33 heavenly palaces, and the strength of those who master them has undoubtedly increased dramatically. Although it is difficult to cross the level of the secret magic, it is extremely easy to cross the level, and it is the top secret method itself, which contains the highest classics. If you can suddenly realize the truth in it, it is the supreme classics for the Dao realm, which is related to the mystery of seeing through the holy realm. Undoubtedly, the presentation of these rewards instantly ignited the entire city of the Earth Clan. Countless people were emotional, and almost at the moment of confirming the news, everyone took action. No one even cares about the fact that the organization with the lowest points in this event will be banned. After all, the benefits are too lucrative. And the most important thing is that the organization of the event will not be banned, as the little girl's senior brother said before, leaving only 5. To a certain extent, cleaning up some garbage events is not something that organizations that are more confident in their own strength care about at all. On the contrary, this cancellation will reduce some unnecessary events, thereby helping them to gather popularity. It can be said that the minimum number of participants in this event is conservatively estimated to be more than 1 million. In the dormitory, hearing the movement outside, the adult woman who opened the door couldn't help but take a breath after listening to Hishi's story, and her expression was slightly relaxed. These days, they are actually under a lot of pressure. After all, with only 5 event organizations left, Dengfeng's elimination is almost a foregone conclusion. There is almost no possibility that the top 5 events will lose. There are too many strong people under them, and their size is not comparable to other events. Basically, each one has a foundation that can directly suppress all the others except the 5. Now the news is different. Dengfeng has a chance. After all, there are many events in the City of Earth tribe that are similar to Dengfeng. The audience is small, but these events are not targeted. Moreover, the realm is locked at the War Emperor level, which is undoubtedly good news, because it means that the 5 major organizations have been dragged into a more fair state. After all, they have a lot of primary war emperors, more than 10 digits, and compared with most organizations that can't even produce a war emperor, there is really no way to compare. The only thing to worry about is that in addition to the players in the event, the players representing the tribe and the individual players can participate. There is a high possibility that there will be people from the Decepticons. No, it should be said that it is not possible, but it is the fact. This is undoubtedly the most effective way to target. All the people related to Dengfeng are directly eliminated at the beginning of the competition. There are few people in Dengfeng. If they are eliminated at the first time, the points they get will naturally be at the bottom. If the game is cancelled by the City of Earth tribe, there is no way to blame others. After all, the first prize is actually irrelevant to most people. Especially for the Immortal Palace Order, it is even more so. The circle that can get it is not only individual players, but even the contestants of the competition. The only ones who can get it are the contestants representing the tribe, and the probability is 5 plus 8, or even only 5. So the seemingly relaxed restrictions is more just to stir up the atmosphere and make the competition look more lively. Just like the extras in the storybook, the real protagonist, well, no, it should be said that the entire group that can become the protagonist has been defined from the beginning. As for whether there will be dark horses, that is obviously not a problem for Dengfeng to consider. Thinking of this, the adult woman couldn't help but look at Li Su. No doubt, as the only contestant in Dengfeng now, the pressure will undoubtedly be very great. There are too many possible enemies. The contestants of the competition probably won't mind taking action. After all, it's better to die than to die. If one goes into the water, it naturally means that the other is closer to the shore. Moreover, the conflict between the Decepticons and the Skills was known to many people in the Earth Tribe City. It was nothing new. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell that the Decepticons had put in a lot of effort in this grand competition, and the core was to completely eliminate Dengfeng. In other words, the sooner Dengfeng was eliminated, the lower its scoreline might be. As long as they surpass the opponent, the Decepticons would most likely choose to let them go. Therefore, for small-scale competition parties, the sooner they defeated Dengfeng's players, the safer they would undoubtedly be. Hishi also showed a worried look. Although his talent sounded silly and he gave people a silly feeling, being able to become the backbone of the skill god was naturally not just an advantage of having a dark body and white teeth. He also saw the problem inside. Although not as detailed as an adult woman, he could also know that the seemingly declining targeting strength was actually a killer move hidden in the dark. Compared with the worries of the two, Li Su, who had said nothing from beginning to end, had a bright look in his eyes, as bright as a glow. He didn't care about treasures, techniques, immortal tools, or even the immortal palace. At this moment, he kept muttering to himself, 1 million, 1 million. There are also 10 million Dao realms, and 100 million Dao realms. Even if he only beat 5%, and each person provided 1000, that would be a full 5 million Dao realms. Adding 10 million Dao realms, and 100 million Dao realms, it would be too easy to raise 10 million Dao realms. No, as long as he worked harder, and tried to beat 10%, he could break 10 million. It would take 3 years to complete the original plan, and Ning Wuxia even gave the final goal of 5 years. Of course, Lee Soo knew that it was unlikely, let alone 5%. It would be good if he could beat 1%. After all, with such a large battlefield and so many people, once the fight started, it would be a melee, and it wouldn't take long for a large number of people to leave the field. Why not a single player competition system, where the one with the highest winning rate wins? 1 million games, although it takes a long time to finish, but once it's over, Lee Soo feels that he will probably have to break through to the 100 billion Dao realm, not to mention entering the 100 million Dao realm, and reach the existence below the Saint realm, just below the limit Dao. If he adds the treasure, he will be fearless, whether it is the mythical world or the heaven. Facing Lee Soo's reaction, the adult woman couldn't help but be speechless. When buying the other party, the golden spirit had told her that the other party was not captured, but through the transaction, he provided him with enough battles so as to obtain the right to use the other party. This guy in front of him is more of a practical school than a skill school. I will also participate in this competition. At this time, a crisp voice sounded, and the three of them turned their heads. I don't know when, the bedroom door that the adult woman closed was opened, and the sleeping girl had woken up. The adult woman's face suddenly changed, and she was not much better. The two spoke almost at the same time. Miss, the competition of the Earth Clan is not that safe. Even in this competition, there is no life-saving mechanism. Even if you can admit defeat and leave, the mortality rate is still shockingly high, and the bottom line is that you will not be beaten to the 3rd level. And once you leave, your identity as an Earth Clan will be useless. If you are beaten to death, you can only blame yourself for your lack of strength. Even if the master of Dengfeng comes back, there is no way to find fault. After all, this is the rule of the Earth Clan. Dengfeng is my treasure. Just because your life is in danger, you dare not leave the field and expect others to protect it? What kind of treasure is this? Chiuj looked at Lee Soo and said firmly, it is because it is as important as your own life. No, it is more important than your own life. So others dare not take action easily, right? Not bad, not bad. You really understand it. You understand it. Facing the adult woman's vicious eyes again, Lee Soo did not smile, but his mouth was full of bitterness. No, in fact, you can leave it to me. Please believe me. It's not the reaction of the adult woman, but what will happen next. In that case, I'll join too. She spoke directly. Although Dengfeng was his home, protecting the young lady was undoubtedly his mission. As expected, the adult woman also spoke, then I'll join too. After a passionate speech, the main topic came. Now, let's talk about joining forces. Damn, the backbone has ended, so can't they join forces? Hearing this topic, that he didn't want to hear, but it was bound to come up, Lee Soo's liver hurt. How could he be so extravagant? Chapter 1016 2 days left. What do you think of this competition? What can you do? Show your head. Lee Soo was speechless. He was not an alien, but a guy who got in to take advantage. The only goal he set for the grand event 10 days later was to get as many as possible of the miscellaneous Daos, and then run away. As for the things like the Heavenly Palace Order, it had nothing to do with him. It was not that he did not want it, but that he did not dare. Are you kidding? Getting the Heavenly Palace Order means that you can go to the Heavenly Palace. And what is the situation in the Heavenly Palace? In the depths of the Heavenly Palace, under the nose of the extreme Dao. Although Lee Soo was bold, he was not so bold. His transformation skills were very powerful outside, but under the nose of the extreme Dao, they were not good enough. Unlike the 10 billion Dao realm and the billion Dao realm Dao, the extreme Dao had no way forward in a sense. The holy realm was no longer a matter of difficulty, but there was no ticket to enter. As mentioned earlier, the number of holy realms that a world can carry is limited. Therefore, the extreme Dao, who was blocked at the threshold and could not pass, must develop horizontally after years of practice. This will undoubtedly lead to an abnormally large number of areas involved in them, including the body, soul, observation, detection, induction, cause and effect, etc., which will be extremely amazing and beyond imagination. Lee Soo is not a gambler, and he doesn't even think about such things. And since he didn't fight for the most important Xiangang order, other things would undoubtedly be less attractive to Lee Soo. Although other things are not worthless, they are too eye-catching. As an undercover, it is not easy to be too high profile. Therefore, this competition is just a simple activity of harvesting miscellaneous paths for him. Sure enough, you think so too. It is indeed too difficult for a mere casual person to get a reward. It's obviously so big, but other people are just spectators, and they still have to bear the risk of death. Don't you think it's too much? Then don't go. Lee Soo was very direct. After all, the other party didn't force you with a knife. If you know it's impossible, it's your own problem if you die. You can't say that. What if? Lee Soo was speechless. How should he answer this? By the way, there is a rumor that the fundamental reason for this competition is that the decisive faction organized it against the skill faction. That's what the rumor says. Come on, as the strongest fighter of the skill faction, you can't even confirm this? You also know that I'm a fighter? When will the fighters be involved in the specific details of the relevant organization? Yeah, that's true. Do you think we should take the lead in organizing a meeting? That is to call all the individual players to jointly sign, so that the capacity of the competition can be changed to a certain extent. The rewards cover too few groups. After all, there are dozens of people in the Yimeo realm, who are in the suppression realm, and there are even more in the 10 million Dao realm, more than 400. Add in the geniuses of each race, and people like us are almost ranked after the 10,000 people, and we can get nothing at all. I heard that, because of the announcement of the Earth Clan, the 33 alien races around are taking action, and strong people are rushing here non-stop. As of now, the number of applicants has exceeded 3 million. Although there are only 2 days left, I'm afraid that the number of applicants will reach an astonishing 5 million. In the end, only the first 3,000 people can get rewards. It's too few. You go. Lee Soo rolled his eyes. He really thought that the money of the Earth Clan was blown by the wind. This event is not jointly funded by the 33 alien races, but only by the Earth Clan. It is already very arrogant to be able to take out so much money to sprinkle water, right? No, this kind of thing requires strength in numbers. What's the use of telling me this? I'm not a scattered person. Lee Soo looked painful and regretted communicating with the other party. I said it, but they didn't move. The man sighed, looking helpless. He was heartbroken and sad about the disunity of the Scattered People organization. Really? Our group is already in a difficult situation, and 1 or 2 people are still trying to protect themselves. Come on, where do so many independent people come from in this world? Even you, don't you have to wear a few layers of skin? If it really doesn't work, it means that the competition will end. You can't get the rewards of the competition, but can't you get some promises from the organizers? I say, why are your methods so disgusting? Holding a foot-long silver needle, he kept hitting Lee Soo at a speed of more than 10,000 times per second. The simple stab has been used to the point of perfection by the opponent. He hardly moved his body, just relying on his arms, elbows, and wrists to attack like heavy rain. Simple stabs, although each one does not have much power, but in terms of penetration strength, even if it is just a mountain in front of him, he will easily penetrate it. High-level skills, undoubtedly the peak perfection. On the other hand, Lee Soo kept fiddling with his hands, and the soft power of Takai covered the front of him, turning into a curtain, like water, like mud. Although it cannot stop the sharpness, it can delay it. Once it breaks into it, it will be entangled by his soft power, which is continuous and heavy. The two fought very quickly, although they both stood still. In fact, the arena had been swept by a huge storm, and terrible power was constantly erupting. Deng Feng's barrier has been activated, completely covering the outside of the arena, preventing the power of the two from overflowing. Although they fought fiercely, and their power continued to leak out, the barrier did not react at all, nor did it have the intention to strangle them. Because the leaked power is all from breaking the opponent's moves, not the instability between their own moves. The fierce fight has lasted for more than 2 quarters. One is full of energy, and the other is watertight. This is the first round of competitions. Although the new event has been fully spread, and 10 days have passed in a flash, the game has not stopped, but has been accelerated. After all, once the competition begins, the time span will undoubtedly be very long, and the low points will cause some competitions to be directly cancelled. Before that, it is undoubtedly necessary to complete the competition. After all, the contract is there, and cannot be changed. Therefore, Dengfeng started the first round of battles with 3 games a day. It has been the 8th day, and the one on Lisu is already the last one. After 2 days of rest, it is time to participate in the new competition. It seems that your attack is not disgusting. Lisu couldn't help but complain. While both sides disliked each other's moves, there were really many people in the Dengfeng stands. In the first round, the skill faction also became extremely gorgeous, and unlike the despotic faction, this gorgeousness was quite pleasing to the eye and hit the heart. Therefore, there were many people who came to watch, and because of the competition, plus George's outbreak, the despotic faction has become much more obedient recently. There are also people who come, but they don't mean to make trouble. Since the despotic faction does not cause trouble, after several days of high-end games, more people will come to watch. There were also many people who came to check out the scene. Although the George Club had not been notified of its exit, Lisu, as the only face-off player in Dengfeng, naturally attracted a lot of attention. People were curious about his strength, and were looking for ways to deal with it. After all, as mentioned earlier, Dengfeng would most likely be the bottom line of the Decepticons against the event organization. The sooner they defeated the opponent, the less pressure there would be. However, you wouldn't know until you saw it. It was really shocking. The moves of these 2 people were so disgusting. At this moment, there were nearly 20,000 people in the stands, and they couldn't help it at the same time. It was really disgusting. Obviously, the 2 of them were fighting in full swing, and the fierceness of the fight was beyond imagination, especially the attacker. It was obvious that he only turned his wrist and stabbed more than 10,000 times. In just 1 second, he directly formed an overwhelming firepower attack, and the stabbing was not a random surface attack, but a targeted, fixed point attack targeting the major vital parts of the body. Just this move, there is no doubt that many people's scalps have numbed and are very uncomfortable. I felt that if I were standing on the field, I would have become a leaky cotton padded jacket, which would have made me feel cold. As for Lisu, it was really hard to describe. How to describe it? Turtle? No, the turtle didn't have his defense. With a wave of his hands, he actually wrapped everything in front, back, left, right, up and down. Do you know why the former is disgusting? Because the former's attack can ignore the distance, and it can also turn. The simple needle can be shot from almost any angle, and hit you at any angle. As a result, all were blocked. The former is undoubtedly so fast that it makes people's scalp numb, but the latter is so defensive that you can't do anything. Although I knew before coming that Dengfeng could be targeted by the Decepticons, he was naturally extraordinary, but I didn't expect it to be so difficult. The opponent's defense is not simple. At least more than 3 or 4 layers of the attacking party's power were changed by him. Although he didn't push it back to form a force-taking force, the people present were not stupid. If they can rub it open, they can rub it back. Moreover, with such skills, the effect of a group fight may not be very good. If one party is not careful, it is easy to get into trouble. After the 2 fought for a while, the man with the needle said, "Is it a draw?" At this point, it was almost understood that if the 2 sides really wanted to decide the winner, they could only fight to the death, and Dengfeng obviously did not have such conditions. Okay. Lisu nodded. For him, it was meaningless to continue. Unless the other party planned to completely expose his methods, he would not get more miscellaneous ways from him. However, it was not bad. Almost more than 7,000, a considerable harvest. Soon, the 2 stopped fighting and separated at the same time, stopping the fierce exchange of fire. The man blinked and said meaningfully, "With such defense, I don't know what your offense will be like." Lisu smiled slightly and said lightly, "The needle tip is also quite sharp, but is it just sharp?" With a similar smile, as the ring announced a draw, the 2 turned around and walked down. Watching the 2 people leave, the people in the stands were undoubtedly more uncomfortable. Although they knew clearly that the 2 people who fought should not have used their full strength, Dengfeng was just an application of skills. But when they really heard the conversation between the 2, many people's faces were as if they had eaten shit. Among them, the Decepticons changed their faces again and again. It was already a foregone conclusion that the competition targeted Dengfeng and the so-called Dengfeng event. But as they observed the opponent, they found that it was not an ordinary trouble to deal with this person. You must know that the War Emperor level is not a small shrimp. Although everyone who entered this competition will be forcibly promoted or suppressed to the War Emperor level, there are not many War Emperors who can be on the stage. Among the more than 3 million contestants, there are probably less than one layer with the real strength of the War Emperor level, that is, 300,000 people. How many of them are primary War Emperors? How many are middle level War Emperors? And how many are high level War Emperors? Undoubtedly, the higher you go, the fewer there are, not to mention how many of them belong to the Decepticons. The guy in front of him was undoubtedly a high level War Emperor. The fewer people he could deal with, the more troublesome it would be. Even if he wanted to encircle and suppress him with numbers, he had to first ensure that there were enough people to intercept him. Damn, what kind of shit luck did Deng Feng have? He could actually pick up a master like this for free. Chapter 1017 Handicap. Looking back, Ning Wuxia's voice appeared in Li Su's mind. It's not that there is anything important. The important thing is that the two sides have communicated about it on the first day of the new event. After all, this event is of great help to Li Su, but the hidden troubles are not small. Even if the risk is only 1%, it is still a risk. Naturally, he has to inform Ning Wuxia in advance. Ning Wuxia didn't say anything about Li Su's participation in this matter. This was the original purpose. At the beginning, he chose Deng Feng because Li Su had just arrived. He just picked one at random, preparing to build a reputation first, and then consider the next step. After all, the events of the Earth Clan, not to mention the top ones, many of them have thresholds, especially some popular competitions. If you want to enter, you can't just have a realm, but also have to show a certain strength. Otherwise, if you go up and brush it, you will be beaten to death directly, which will disappoint the audience's expectations. As mentioned before, alien races are different from cultivators. They are closer to fierce beasts. They are born with strong talents and have a strong foundation. In addition, the strong spirituality in the heavenly environment may be a bit exaggerated, but in fact, in this environment, even a pig can become a celestial being. The pigs here are not wild boars. Wild boars are still very fierce. 1 pig, 2 bears, and 3 tigers. Everyone who knows it. Therefore, there are many alien races that seem to be strong, but in fact, when they come to places like the Earth Clan City, their strength is very poor, and they are not worthy of attention. Before that, they must experience blood and fire before they can be qualified to join the next level of competition. Of course, the 33 famous alien races are different. Not to mention the upper alien races, the middle and lower levels are not the same. As mentioned before, although there are many saints in the alien races, their own tribes have long been directly extinct for various reasons. In other words, most of them are affiliated, equivalent to relatives and retainers. Therefore, when the higher-ups determine that this tribe has declined, the saints of the tribe will not stand up to speak for the other party, but will only default to the other party's demotion. In order to maintain their position, internal competition will be very fierce, and the strong people cultivated will be extremely powerful, almost comparable to the geniuses of the 3 domains of the myth world. I have gone too far. Let's get back to the overall situation. Senior, what's the matter? Because of the new competition, the seemingly relaxed environment of the Earth Clan City has actually changed. Many barriers have been silently activated to avoid incidents caused by too many people gathering. For this reason, Ning Wuxia made an agreement after the last contact that, unless it is necessary, the contact will be reduced, or even not contacted. Unexpectedly, the other party suddenly contacted him at this moment. Could it be that there is something important? Or something unpredictable happened? Thinking of this, Li Su suddenly became a little anxious. This competition is very important to him, and its significance is even no less than the 10,000 years war in the myth world. Now that the 10,000 years war has been cancelled, if he misses this competition, his steps to reach the realm of Dalua will undoubtedly be seriously hindered and become a distant prospect. Li Su has not forgotten that he still has the troublesome saint killing order on his body. In the short term, this thing is honor and reputation, but after a long time, when the 33 alien races feel a little embarrassed, it will be different. the other party will probably find ways to find him, and even use means to force the mythical world to make him unable to hide. Once it becomes like that, if he has not yet broken through to become a Daluo, the situation will undoubtedly become very troublesome for him, and it will be difficult to calm down and practice. Ning Wuxia's voice sounded, with some hesitation. Nothing, I just want to ask you. 3,000 points, no problem. What? Li Su was stunned, and he was a little confused. No, because of the new event, the Earth Clan has opened a guessing market, and everyone who signed up is listed. Guess how long the other party can last, and how many points they can get when they leave. At this point, Ning Wuxia's voice disappeared, and only the other party's even breathing with a hint of special temptation remained in his mind. Breathing can actually be tempting, and it was just transmitted through divine thoughts. It can only be said that Ning Wuxia is worthy of the term harming the country and the people. However, wait a minute. Handicap? Guess. Li Su's tense heart suddenly became chaotic, and his face was full of black lines. He now understands Ning Wuxia's character more or less. The reason why she treated him like that was because once she died, Li Su would be the same as dead in her eyes. After all, that secret realm is too special. It is a special cave that can be refined and taken away. It is impossible to leave from it by his own strength, at least in Ning Wuxia's eyes. After all, he is just a Tai. Once the other party refines that cave and becomes the master of the cave, his fate is doomed. Therefore, he will try his best to survive. Her character is calm and rational, calm and unhurried, not afraid of adversity. Life and death have been beyond her, and she is unexpectedly bold. He didn't complain about it, but he actually went to gamble. After all, the other party was risking his life to help him practice, and he also explained to him the importance of the miscellaneous way. It was reasonable for the other party to rely on him to make a little money to subsidize himself. The other party only accepted one layer of the treasures obtained from the Golden Body Alien Clan, which was the ones that Li Su took out and put on the bird's back. He didn't want any of the other treasures. You know, the entire wealth of the Golden Body Alien Clan is also a lot of money for the 100 billion Dao realm. Li Su took a breath, forced himself to suppress his somewhat messy emotions, and said softly, "How much did the senior bet?" As soon as he finished speaking, a picture appeared directly in Li Su's mind. A beautiful figure immediately appeared. That enchanting figure plus fatal temptation. Almost a woman who can satisfy all men's desires seemed to be standing in front of him, rushing to his blood boiling, and directly opened his hands with 5 fingers, and gestured to Li Su twice. Hiss. He sucked in a breath of cold air, and the air that was moving uncontrollably downward was split at this moment. Li Su's eyes were wide open. Unbelievable. Although the gesture said 10, the meaning was very clear. All your wealth. No, you bet so much. Can you get it back? You won't forget that I'm an undercover agent, and so are you. You ask me to be low-key. What do you mean? Are you out of tune? Although the other party's total assets are estimated to be not much, after all, he is similar to Li Su. Both of them are large consumers. Apart from the immortal tools, there are not many things in their hands. But even if it is not much, it is still a billion Dao realm, and the resources it has should be at least 1/3 of the Golden Body Alien. According to the original plan, in the middle of the game, he would leave directly after choosing to admit defeat. Ning Wuxia did this, so he had to wait until the end of the game. After winning so hard, if the other party wants to default on the debt, they are not aliens after all. How can they make trouble with the other party? Don't worry about that. I don't want money, but a piece of land. It doesn't matter if the other party doesn't want to pay. Land? Yes, land. 3,000 points, is that okay? Yes, that's not a big problem. Then I'll leave it to you. I'm counting on you to help me avenge my sister. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 1018. New event. New event. That day, the city of the Earth Clan was crowded with people. As a city that can accommodate hundreds of millions of people, it can be said that it was already crowded with people. Even in the marginal areas, the number of people was astonishing. Not only the contestants, but also the people who came to watch the game were astonishingly many. A large number of alien races continued to pour in here in batches. Later, the City of the Earth clan even had to lower the entry standards. Only the minimum information registration was required to enter. If a group came, the leader would be responsible for registration. There was no way. The number of people was too many. The staff of the Earth Clan City, which originally had less than a few 100,000, was not enough. Even if the temporary signs increased this number tenfold, it was still very difficult to maintain. Although there would be certain risks and more uncertainties if the restrictions were relaxed. However, this place was the Earth Clan after all, one of the 5 upper positions of the 33 alien races. With the appearance of 1 billion Deo realm after another, even if there were scoundrels, it would be difficult to achieve anything. The Earth Clan's 1 billion Deo realms are not just a simple number. Each of them is extremely powerful. Looking at the level of 1 billion Deo realms, they all belong to the group at the top of the pyramid, which is comparable to Ningwuxia. With such terrible combat power, it is no wonder that they have become a superior race. Compared with the strength shown by the Earth Clan, the truly spectacular thing is the population of the alien races, which are too many. In 2 days, Lee Su alone has encountered more than 2,000 different individuals of the alien race. Even if each of these populations has only 10,000 people, there are more than 10 million. According to the news from Ningwuxia, now in the entire Earth Clan City, it is conservatively estimated that there are probably more than 50,000 different individual alien units. 50,000 different alien races. What does that mean? Fortunately, most of the alien races do not have top combat power. Some war emperors and even war saints have reached the limit. Otherwise, the number of this population alone is enough to make the myth world drink a pot. In fact, in the current situation between the two sides, the myth world has been suppressed very much. The high-level side can still compete with each other, and the middle and low-level sides can almost be said to be one-sided. That is to say, there are grudges between different races, and they fight for their own interests. Otherwise, there would be no mythology world. Not only that, Lee Su also saw familiar faces. It's not that he knew them, but they were forces from the mythology world. The Demon Court, the Black Mountain Sect, and the Wanzai Alliance. Lee Su was naturally familiar with the first two. He couldn't help but complain about the Black Mountain Sect. He killed so many people in the underworld, and there were still people on the other side. As for the Demon Court, there was no need to say anything more. They were not familiar with each other, and they had a grudge against each other. They were no less than the Black Mountain Sect. They would be killed sooner or later. What surprised Lee Su was the Wanzai Alliance. This term was not invented by him, but was told to him by Ningwuxia. When the Demon Court betrayed them, many strong men emerged in the mythology world. Old strong men. Some of them were even considered dead at one time, but they were still alive, and established independent forces at the first time. The first big loss of the myth world was caused by this group. Not only did they have undercover agents in the upper, middle and lower realms, but they also brought a lot of information about the myth world to the alien race. It can be said that they have at least 4 layers of credit for the current one-sided situation in the Heavenly Court, and their destructiveness is even greater than that of the Demon Court and the Black Mountain Sect. Up to now, everyone in the myth world is in danger because of this, because it is unclear whether there are still undercover agents left in the Wanzai Alliance. Although many have been exposed and internal investigations have been carried out, it is obvious that this group of people have been hiding too deep and for too long, covering almost every level. From foundation building to Daluo, they have people. Speaking of which, this group of people also have a lot of grievances with Lee Su, and they belong to the category of being beaten to death. The sneak attack in Daozi City that year was related to this group of people. It was their Daluo who took action, but the other party did not expect that the saints of GGO would react so strongly and actually chase them all the way and almost caught them in advance. Although they managed to escape successfully in the end, they aroused the vigilance of the 7 major sects in the myth world. Since then, although several families have not said a word, they have actually been conducting internal investigations. This time they defected because they were afraid of being caught and uprooted by the myth world. After all, with the emergence of the heavenly court, the myth world has suffered a huge impact, but it has also had the opportunity to join forces, facing the battle of survival. Even if the systems are different and there are rifts, under the huge pressure from the outside, internal affairs are naturally put on hold. Although the steps are still a little stumbling, they are undoubtedly on the road. At least the top leaders have reached a consensus. The reason why they did not directly establish an organization similar to the Western Alliance like the Western region is mainly because they were caught off guard at the beginning and suffered heavy losses. In addition, there were traitors inside, so they could not keep up with the pace for a while. Back to the competition. The city of the Earth Clan, the Earth Clan Hall. There are many people. As the host, the Earth Clan was naturally in the list. The leader was a man who looked to be in his 30s. He was dressed simply, with 2 pieces of cloth hanging on his shoulders, and a pair of trousers similar to breeches underneath, with his knees exposed, and a pair of straw sandals made of unknown materials. He sat lazily at the top, looking bored. This man was not a simple person. He was the extreme Daluo, not the real deity himself, but a clone of his divine thoughts. But even so, his aura was extremely powerful, even more terrifying than the Billion Dao realms present. There was only a trace of aura on his body, but it gave people a feeling of facing an ancient beast. His pupils were even more starry, reflecting an extremely huge river of the avenue. On both sides of him were the God Clan, the Heaven Clan, and the Simulacrum Clan. The man from the God Clan was also a young man, in the Billion Dao realm, with only 50,000 years of age. Such years and such achievements were enough to explain everything. This tribe has distinct characteristics. There are special patterns on their foreheads, which are like fire and red gold. There is a sacredness in them, and great power gathers on them. Not only that, the biggest feature of this tribe is the power of space. Everyone has a domain, and is the absolute master of that domain. This makes their temperament completely different from others. Almost everyone is an absolute king, from bloodline and talent. They are born kings, and people can't help but surrender spontaneously. As for the Celestial Clan, she is a woman. There is no doubt that she can be said to be a human elf, an angel descended to the earth. Mastering all the ways makes them infinitely close to perfection. The body, soul, and even the Tao give people a sense of flawlessness. The people of this tribe are extremely indifferent, and with their special talents, they are like the Tao itself. They are clearly standing in the same place, but they cannot be captured. Finally, there is the Simulacrum Clan. How can I describe this tribe? It's hard to describe. Their temperament has been changing, constantly changing, and it is impossible to capture it specifically. The whole person is extremely abstract. Looking at him, you can't help but feel like you are looking in the mirror, but the self in the mirror is much better than yourself. The 3 of them were all in the 100 billion Dao realm, and beside them, there was a high-level war emperor. They were the prodigies of this generation of the 3 upper alien races. Although they were only war emperors, their aura was like that of war emperors. They were pregnant with amazing power, and they were even comparable to the great master Tai of the mythical world. No, it should be said that they were better. The gap was not in the realm, but in the talent. These 3 people seemed to be born with the 15 fires. From the moment they were born, they stood at the top of the world, a position that others might not be able to reach in their lifetime. In addition to the 5 upper alien races, there are also middle and lower alien races, 5 element alien races, light alien races, dark alien races, etc. Although the names sounded not very good, these middle alien races were also extremely powerful. Whether it was talent or power, they were undoubtedly at the top of the world. They were born strong. Of course, the Demon race, the Black Mountain race, and the Wanzai Alliance were also there, but they did not integrate into the alien group, but the 3 families sat together. Cooperation was set up by the upper level, and the relationship below was not so good. After all, when these 3 were in the myth world, they were undoubtedly super first tier, that is to say, they were on par with the 5 superior races, but the situation was obviously different when they came to the alien races. Although they also had top cultivators, they were undoubtedly 1 tier behind the 5 superior races. It was not that they were inferior to humans, but that the alien races born in the heavenly court were too blessed. Before they left the heavenly court, they were equivalent to enjoying the spiritual nourishment of the entire heavenly court. Although most of the treasures were also sealed due to the closure of the heavenly court, even so, the environment was not comparable to the myth world, which was half infected by evil. There were also barren lands in the myth world. Even the spiritual energy in the corners of the heavenly court could be comparable to the medium level or above cultivation caves in the myth world. In fact, the existence of the heavenly court itself was an extremely huge super cave. Under such circumstances, being classified as the second tier, one can imagine the mood of the three families. Therefore, although this place is large and there are many people, there are really few people talking. The entire venue seemed unusually quiet. Even if there were conversations, they were limited to the internal tribes, or between one or two tribes. Is it almost done? At this moment, the extreme Dalwo of the Earth clan, who was sitting lazily in the first seat, suddenly spoke. Reporting to the ancestor, except for the Causal clan, the 33 alien races are basically here, and the registration for the new competition has also been closed. The total number of participants is more than 5.79 million. More than 5 million, not bad? Okay, notify them and start directly. Hearing that there were more than 5 million participants in the competition, the extreme Dalwo became somewhat interested. Although the level was very low, for the warlike Earth clan, as long as it was a battle of life and death, it was not bad. The Earth clan does not only look at strength, but also the struggle and bloom of life under resistance. That is what the Earth clan is obsessed with. By the way, have you sent the viewing stone to Lei Yushianzen? Sent it. Once the competition starts, they can also see it simultaneously. Standing on the side, the Earth clan's Billion Deo realm said helplessly. This event was not originally like this. When the application was submitted, the original reason was to clean up the excessive number of event organizations in the Earth Clan city. Let's not talk about Dengfeng for now. There are too many Earth Clan events. This costs a lot of money every year, and there is a tendency to be too big to cut off. It happened that the Decepticons proposed it this time. Although the other party was mainly targeting Dengfeng, the surface level of the Billion Deo realm was thinking about cleaning up the bloatedness. As a result, it unexpectedly aroused the interest of the Extreme War Emperor in front of him. Not only did he come in person, but he also changed the content. Not only did he expand the group of participants, but he also limited the realm to the War Emperor level. He even took out treasures like the Fairy Palace Order, which directly detonated everyone. Not only that, he also took a lot of viewing stones and gave them to the forces in the myth world. Lei Yu, did you receive the things? Ignoring the helpless tribesman, Extreme Dalwo said directly, don't be silent, I know you have the Jade Talisman. Point Daoshan, what do you want to do? Not long after, a heavy voice sounded. There was not much content, but each word contained infinite power. When hearing the voice, it seemed as if there were thunders exploding in the ears. In addition to the Extreme War Emperor, even the three people from the God Clan, the Heaven Clan, and the Simulacrum Clan who had 1 billion Deo realms beside them could not help but move their eyes. The four Heavenly Emperors, Lei Yushianzen. Remember he was the opponent of Daoshan War Emperor. Daoshan War Emperor chuckled and said, haha, what do you want to do? Let the cultivators in the myth world see the power of my alien Langer. See the gap between the two sides, and then give up the heavenly court and join us. As long as you are willing, I can make the decision and let you join the Earth Clan, and become the 4th Extreme War Emperor of our clan, enjoying the same rights and status as us. How about it? This is fighting with feelings. Listening to Daoshan's and his words, many people's mouths twitched, but when they thought of the character of the Earth Clan, they didn't find it strange. The people of the Earth Clan are extremely warlike, but if they meet someone who suits their appetite, they will invite him without hesitation. This character is the same from top to bottom, but the higher the realm, the fewer people can be invited. Really? Then I'm really looking forward to it. Obviously this is not the first time he has been invited by the other party. Lei Yu's emotions are not much fluctuating, and he responded lightly. By the way, why don't your Shian Geo come and try? I guarantee his safety. If he can fight alone in the 8 desolations in the competition, I will give him the reward and guarantee that he will return safely. Forget about such words. Daoshan, I have to organize it here. Do you dare to let your Cheyenne Geo come? Okay. You form one. Daoshan Zandi did not hesitate. I'll wait and see how powerful your Cheyenne Geo of the alien race is. Lei Yu was speechless and changed the subject directly. Look forward to it. I just hope your child will not be scared silly, otherwise it will be too boring. Chapter 1019 New Event. In the summit. As the last day of the new competition approached, Li Su, Jiuj and others stayed together and waited quietly. The room was naturally Li Su's dormitory. His room had actually become a stronghold. In this regard, Li Su undoubtedly protested. Doesn't this mean that he is the only one among the 4 people who has no private space? Unfortunately, it was rejected. The reason is simple. Wherever he goes, Jiuj will basically go there. The conversation that day had a great impact on her. Not only that, through the conversation, Li Su also determined a very pitful situation. That is, for Jiuj, he is her person, belongs to her, and naturally has to stay together. Oh, don't get me wrong. This is not based on feelings, but on reality. That's right, she paid and bought him. The logic is clear and there is no problem. And obviously, where Jiuj is, the adult woman is naturally there. Unfortunately, after that day, the other party seemed to be accustomed to his existence and no longer targeted him. It means that more than 1 million miscellaneous roads have been completely wasted. As of now, the number of Li Su's miscellaneous paths is close to 3.82 million, and there are still 6.18 million to go before the 10 million perfection. By the way, in terms of the main path, it has broken through 19,000, which is close to half. He practices the highest level of the saint, which is originally a dual path. One set of exercises has 6,000 middle paths, and 7 sets of perfection means 42,000 middle paths. This number is not low. Even if it is said that Li Su is very slow to perfect, he should be able to complete 60% or even 70% after the competition. When the 10 million miscellaneous paths are perfected, Li Su has to find a place to practice well, and then start to break through the Dalo realm. Faced with this result, he couldn't help but let out a breath. The penultimate realm of the immortal finally stood in front of him. The strongest door has been opened and is no longer so far away. Once he becomes Dalo, the pressure on him will undoubtedly be much less. At least the danger level of the eastern region heaven realm is greatly reduced for Li Su. Even if the 10 billion Dao realm wants to kill him, it is not easy. Under the mutual involvement of the saint and the extreme Dao, his living environment is like an animal that has survived the severe winter and entered the season of abundant food. After talking about the problems of cultivation, let's talk about the competition itself. The way to participate is very simple. Those who go to register can get a piece of jade for teleportation. When the competition starts, the jade will be activated directly to send people in. Similarly, if you choose to admit defeat, you can also inject mana into the teleportation jade so that it will be activated again and send people out. However, there will be a gap of about 1 second in this process, because even if you actively admit defeat, you can't relax carelessly. In the realm of the War Emperor level, 1 second is enough to fight thousands or tens of thousands of times. In other words, this thing is not a life-saving talisman. If you expect it to save your life, then the probability that you will end up cold when it can really be used, it is actually some slightly disadvantageous situations, not critical moments. The event party that must participate will go to register specifically, and someone will directly send the teleportation jade, about 10 pieces per family, which means that there are only 10 people who can participate in the event party. This is a qualitative condition, and only the points of these 10 people can be counted for the event party. Of course, other people can also enter by registering, and it will not affect the other party's participation in the war. The competition is a points system. You can get 1 point for each kill or defeat. If you lose, your points will be halved, and if you die, you will get nothing. The mortality rate of this event should be very low, at least much lower than the mortality rate of the regular Earth Clan City battle. The reason is very simple. Realm. Under the forced battle Emperor level, the strength and vitality will be very high. What is lacking is only the accuracy of controlling the strength and the degree of one's own comprehension of the Tao. Unless the gap is too big in this aspect, it is difficult to form a situation of instant kill. At most, it is a serious injury, which means that there is a chance to escape. Of course, the premise is not to encounter, or actively die to touch the realm of too terrible existence. Then there are the rules of the game, that is, there are no rules, any means can be used, and any method can be used. Group fights are allowed, ambushes are allowed, and round-robin battles are allowed. Except for directly using means that do not belong to one's own power, everything else is allowed. Of course, if you can prove that the things you take out are made by yourself, that's also okay. In other words, as long as it is your personal means, it's okay. Finally, the list is announced. Unlike the 1,000, 2,000, and 3,000 people that were previously reported, the list will register the top 10,000 people. And it is different according to different positions. Entering the top 10,000 people, a regional notification will be made. Entering the top 1,000 people, 9 regional notifications will be made with themselves as the center. Entering the top 100 people, 15 regions. As for the top 10, the entire region will be notified. The region here refers to a diameter of 100,000 miles. The notification here is not about outside the battlefield, but within the battlefield, directly informing your opponent, letting them pay attention, providing opportunities to evade, and providing opportunities for encirclement and suppression. As for the reason, the official answer of the Earth Clan City is that it will be more interesting this way. To be honest, hearing this news, countless secretly delighted strong men almost couldn't help but want to curse in private. Especially some Daluo in the realm of billions and tens of millions of Dao. This is even more so. Although their realm is high enough, they obviously have a great advantage in this kind of battle. If it is just a single melee, they are almost the only ones who survive to the end. But now with this notification function, too many points, it is easy to be targeted. Even if it was Daluo, with only the strength of a war emperor, once he was surrounded and beaten, even if it was just a group of war saints, there was still a possibility of beating the opponent to death. Therefore, the war emperors and war saints, who had no expectations, could not help but rub their fists and rub their hands. Finally, the time of this game. It lasted for a year. Undoubtedly, in the city of the Earth Clan, it was indeed the top event, without a doubt. Because under normal circumstances, there were only 3 types of weekly, monthly, and seasonal competitions in the city of the Earth Clan. It was not to say that there were no annual competitions, but there were undoubtedly very few. Think about it, it was right, more than 5 million people, and they were all war emperors, that is, the level of Tai late perfection. The battle was not something that could be completed in a blink of an eye. Under equal strength, it was normal to fight for 7 days and 8 nights. It was only a year, which was really not long. For Lee Su, the only problem was how he was going to get the 3,000 points. 3,000 points, it's not a lot, but it's not a small amount. Although there are more than 5 million participants, it means more than 5 million points. 3,000 points, it's only 200% of the total. But you have to understand that this is not a win or lose battle. That is to say, there is not only one choice left, but there is also a choice of living for a full year. For example, if someone's points are always outside of 10,000, how difficult would it be to hide without being notified? He could wait until the last moment to find someone, and he doesn't necessarily have to kill him. He can find someone from the same organization, let him admit defeat, and then take over. Not to mention that the notification itself is not only a reminder to the enemy, but also to the people on the list. That is to say, as long as he runs out before being surrounded, he can survive. Therefore, getting 3,000 points is not as easy as imagined. And just as everyone was holding their breath, the teleportation jade in their hands quickly lit up. 8 eyes looked at each other in an instant. No, it should be said that 2 eyes and 6 eyes looked at each other. Lee Su was looked at by Juge, the adult female Fae, and he/she. Juge's eyes were cautious, Fae's eyes were persistent, and he/she's eyes were cheering. That's right, the 3 of them were looking at him. As for why? Because Lee Su, is the only participant in the Dengfeng competition, a card-faced thug, and the first target of the Decepticons. As the light enveloped him, Lee Su, who felt the space displacement, couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Ouch. Chapter 1020 New event. The scene changed, and when he came back to his senses, he was already standing in the wilderness, looking at the grass under his feet, which was less than a foot high and as boundless as a green ocean. Lee Su's originally bad mood suddenly became like eating shit, and he almost cursed. Although the Earth Clan officially announced that the battlefield would be selected from the Earth Clan's trial site, he never expected that he would appear in this position. This is the living continent, which is named by the Earth Clan. The characteristic of this place is the primitive forest. Due to the special humid and hot climate, an ultra-dense forest spanning half of the planet is formed. From an ecological point of view, it is simply green to your heart. As for why Lee Su wanted to curse, it naturally has a lot to do with his current location. This grassland, in the north of the living continent, is the largest plain area in the entire living continent. The geographical environment is completely flat, and there is no place to hide your body. Of course, this is not the point. The point is that among the creatures living in this wilderness, there lives an extremely special population among the billions of weeds. Spraying light bugs. Hearing this name, everyone should have some associations, and some images will appear in their minds. For example, a bug that spits out light. At least, Lee Su thought so at first. When she introduced the 4 continents to him, he was still wondering why he was talking about this thing. Don't look at the name of this thing, which sounds simple. Compared with the ancient beasts, tank snake, Xiangliu and the like, it is too different. But in fact, because of it, the plain area on the continent of life was directly listed as one of the 8 most dangerous places in the 4 continents of the Earth Clan, and it is still a famous one. In the distance, there were also people like Lee Su who were sent here. There were quite a few people, about 1,000 kilometers away, and it felt like there were more than 30 people. Like Lee Su, their faces changed immediately after landing. The idea of killing people to get points and win rewards disappeared completely and was replaced by creepy. No one moved, and all stayed where they were quietly. Lee Su too. Of course, this is not moving, but his mother can't move. Once he moves, his grandmother will have a big problem. Even if it is motionless, the key is completely blocked. Rustling sounds can still be heard around. Under the 1-foot-high weeds, something seems to be moving. Facing this scene, the people who were teleported to this damn place remained silent, but their minds were fully open, sensing the movements around them. This is endurance. No, it should be said to be waiting. Waiting for others to be unable to help and move first. Unexpectedly, a sharp roar suddenly came out from the grassland, and a figure soared into the sky, directly rolled up an amazing gust of wind, and displayed some special body skills, intending to leave this place. Everyone was startled, and then took a breath. While mourning in silence, they were surprised. The surprise was that someone moved first, and the silence was that the guy should probably fall. Too bad, otherwise they would be the unlucky ones. Before the thought fell, the whole grassland shook, like waves, and began to boil. After a while, billions of brilliant lights lit up. I saw endless stars rushing into the sky, forming a huge wave, and slapping directly at the guy, who was flying into the sky. With a loud bang, the War Emperor level strongman couldn't even fly out 10,000 meters, and was hit by the huge light curtain, and rolled into the endless light curtain. That was one of the 2 killers on the grassland, the light spraying insect. They are not big in size, like rice grains, when they are born, and about the size of a thumb, when they grow up. They are not strong either. To the War Emperor, they are like mosquitoes. One slap can kill a bunch of them. The only problem is that there are too many of them. On this grassland, in the weeds that are less than a foot high, as long as the divine consciousness is slightly scanned, it doesn't need to be far away, within a radius of 1,000 meters. Even people who don't have intensive phobia will form and produce them in the first time. Hundreds of millions. If it is placed on the entire grassland at once, then this number can be said to be Nauta's exclamation, and there is no way to count it. Get out of here. Facing the attack of the light curtain, the moving War Emperor couldn't help but let out a terrifying roar, and the energy belonging to the War Emperor level poured down. The War Emperor, who has the perfect strength of the late Taiji period, once angry and taking action, it is easy to destroy the world. Although the stars obtained by the Earth clan are large enough, they are still not enough to face the strong men of the War Emperor level. Although they can't destroy them all at once, it is not difficult to collapse a continent and destroy tens of thousands of miles. However, a shocking scene appeared. Although the power of the War Emperor exploded and even squeezed open the light curtain spit out by the light spraying insects, as the power went outward, every 100 meters, its powerful energy was rapidly declining in an extremely exaggerated way. The power that can destroy a continent was not able to push out even a distance of 10 miles, and it stopped and was melted. Facing this scene, Lee Su and others who were also on the plane couldn't help but twitch their eyelids. Although they got a lot of information through their own channels, the scene in front of them was much more terrifying than the content of the information. Break the law. The innate ability of the light spraying insects, its prominent light, can dissolve all Taoist magic and restore the opponent's power to the original spiritual energy. Look, with the War Emperor as the center, an incredible spiritual energy tide broke out, harmlessly spreading in all directions. And with the amazing spiritual energy tide, the grassland, which was originally shaking, went crazy. Countless thumb-sized light-spraying insects crawled out directly from under the weeds. They looked a bit like silkworms, gray in color, only the mouth was black, and moved forward in a peristaltic manner, not fast at all. This kind of insect has almost no advantages. Speed, defense, and even individual strength can be said to be rotten. But when they appear together, it's different. I saw it slightly raised its body, the black mouth opened, and a trace of marks appeared on the body, and energy gathered on it. The next second, it opened its mouth and sprayed. Light, countless lights, formed rivers, seas, and the boundless starry sky. Even more terrifying light curtains emerged from all directions, covering the War Emperor, layer upon layer, inside and outside, forming a huge light ball with a diameter of nearly 10,000 miles. The War Emperor's shadow and even breath could no longer be seen. These lights were also very special. They did not merge or cancel each other out because they were close to each other. Even when they approached the target, they would slow down and stop directly in place. After the light inside disappeared, they would line up to approach. Facing this scene, even Lee Su couldn't help sweating. As one of the 10GD, the light spraying bugs are worthy of their name. The light they spit out is already similar to a mechanism-based killer. As long as the number reaches a certain level, let alone the War Emperor will be trapped. There is a high probability that he will be given a rebirth ticket and be directly consumed to death by the light spraying bugs. Therefore, the War Emperor is already finished. Facing this horrible scene, the people who still stayed in place immediately began to move, trying to take advantage of the light spraying bugs to be attracted and leave this damn place. They dared not use their magic power and just ran naked. This damn bug is too sensitive to spiritual energy. Once it finds you, you will be locked in instantly. For a while, dozens of people showed different talents. Some people's legs formed after images, showing that they were fast, while others could split the ground 100 meters with one step and jump hundreds of miles. One of the spherical objects had a body like rubber, bouncing outwards, which made people look sideways. The main thing was that, although it was bouncing, the speed was really fast, and the muscle elasticity was unreasonable. Everyone ran very fast. After all, this was the only chance. After that guy was solved, they wanted to run, unless another cannon fodder came. Lee Su was naturally among the fleeing crowd. He was quite elegant and fully demonstrated the essence of the three idioms, walking fast, following like a shadow, and silently. Fortunately, although this plane was extremely scary, it was not big, with a diameter of about 1 million miles. Even if they were in the center, at the current speed, they had enough time to rush out before the War Emperor was killed. Therefore, as long as the opponent was strong, there was no need for others to sacrifice. Just when everyone was thinking this, suddenly, or even silently, the light curtain surrounding the War Emperor shook inexplicably, and the terrifying spiritual tide disappeared. Instantly, many people's faces changed. Ugh, that bastard, he's out. Realizing this, the people on the grassland took a breath of cold air and couldn't help cursing in their hearts. Only then did they remember that they were not in a trial, but in a competition. Not only that, the bastard was obviously doing it on purpose. After all, it was too sudden, and there was no movement at all. Realizing that he couldn't run away, he directly activated the teleportation jade and left the stadium the moment he and others started running. The reason why he waited for a while should be that he deliberately left a lot of mana before leaving, giving them the illusion that he was struggling to resist. At the first moment, many people stopped their steps directly, losing the target. Even such a naked run with muscle power would also attract the attention of the spraying light bug. But it was obvious that there were about 10 people who did not stop and were immediately targeted. Bastard. Those people yelled and cursed, and a huge amount of magic power burst out, blocking the faint light that was gushing towards them. The next second, they took out the teleportation jade and activated it without hesitation. Obviously, since he couldn't escape, others couldn't take advantage of him. Facing this scene, the other people who had enough control and stopped in place without attracting the attention of the light spraying insects turned green. The few bastards who were targeted were even more ruthless, leaving almost no magic power. The moment they teleported away, the only magic power they had was directly melted away, leaving no extra chance for others. Standing in place, looking at the densely packed light spraying insects around, everyone couldn't help but feel a little cold in their hearts. Fuck. Could it be that they had to leave without even fighting a fight? Chapter 1021 New Event. In the end, only 3 people ran out of the grassland. There were more than 30 people in total, but not even 1/10 of them escaped. The 3 people who escaped were naturally Lee Su. At this moment, the 3 of them had a serious expression and had a new understanding of this event. The enemy is no longer just the contestants who entered together, but also this damn environment. Although there are not many places like this on this land, there are many powerful individuals. If you only focus on other opponents, you may die in this vicious environment if you are not careful. The 3 did not fight each other. After looking at each other, they quickly left. Even if Lee Su wanted to find an opponent and get a lot of trouble from the opponent, he didn't have the heart to do so at this moment, especially one of them, whose face was green and green. He really didn't feel like continuing to entangle and needed to slow down. Too tired, not physically, but mainly mentally. This is related to the way they came out. Although the spraying light bugs are terrible, they are not very intelligent. Basically, they can only react instinctively and react sensitively to things related to spiritual energy. So if you want to break the situation, the easiest way is to make a noise and attract the attention of the opponent. The first person to attack was the bull-like guy. He threw out several things called explosive jades. They were similar to the runes in the mythical world and were unique to the alien race. The difference was that the explosive jades did not need to be written into Taoist scriptures. Instead, the jade itself had the property of storing power. The mana could be directly injected into it and detonated when needed. There were different levels of explosive jades. The lowest was white jade, which could almost carry the energy of a full strength attack from the giant on stage. Then there were blue jade, green jade, purple jade, red jade, and colored jade. The higher the rating, the greater the power that could be gathered. The colored jade was the most terrifying and could withstand the power of the Dalo realm. The highest limit was the extreme Dalo level, which could produce the lethality of the extreme Dalo for about 0.1 second. As the explosive jades detonated, they successfully attracted the spraying light bugs around them. Taking advantage of this opportunity, many of the opponents ran away. Faced with this result, the people who were obviously in a dilemma immediately followed suit. They naturally also kept a lot of treasures to protect themselves, and the explosive jades could be said to be the most. Although Lee Su did not have explosive jade, and obviously could not use runes here, he also had a way to abandon a few cells, and then directly detonate them. It must be said that the method was a good method, but the cost was a bit high. Explosive jade is not cheap. They used almost all green jade in this surface layer, and even directly purple jade. The former is equivalent to 10 large Masao, while the latter is worth thousands. This is not cheap. Here is a mention. Lee Su played the peak echelon competition for more than 2 months. Not to mention the third and second echelons. The first echelon has been completed. Now he only has more than 200 large Masao in his hand. By the way, let me talk about it here. Although the ratio of mass O, large mass O, and large mass O is 100 to 1, under normal circumstances, no one would exchange like this, because the purchase value is different. For example, mass O, which involves the purchase of cultivation resources, can only be the celestial fairy grade, that is, the walking. And the large mass O can purchase the materials of the War Saint and War Emperor surface. For the large mass O, you can buy the top War Emperor materials and War Emperor materials. It's not that the rules are like this, but the sellers all charge like this, so the value gap between the three types of mass O is invisibly widened. Therefore, after walking a distance, many people couldn't stand it and left the venue with curses. It's too expensive. This is simply a money-driven way. You have to know that they came to participate in the event to make money, but they didn't see the shadow of making money, but they lost a lot of money. You said that it's okay to make a steady profit, but when you think that only the first 10,000 people can get the reward, and there are millions of contestants like you still insist on it. Of course, the most important thing is that the grassland is too big. At their speed and consumption, there is a great possibility that the money will be gone, but the grassland will not be left. There are also smart guys who choose to cooperate. Several people formed a small group to save costs. Undoubtedly, this group of people was the worst. When they withdrew, Lee Su saw that two people even cried directly, and they lost everything. Faced with this scene, even Lee Su couldn't help but complain in his heart. What the hell is this, a fighting competition? Or is it a survivor challenge? It was such a super explosion at the beginning. The guy who walked out before, with a green face, had suffered a heavy loss. His expression was as if his throat was cut and blood was drained. But the bull was a little unusual. He also consumed a lot of explosive jade, but his expression was very relaxed. It seemed that what he threw out was not money, but paper. A kind of arrogance visible to the naked eye permeated his body. Thinking of this, Lee Su couldn't help but label this guy as someone who should not be provoked if possible, and should be quickly dealt with if there is no way. The word tycoon is universal, whether in the mortal world or the cultivation world. In short, more money means more treasures, and more treasures mean that various means emerge in an endless stream. With endless means, it is naturally very difficult to deal with them. After all, Lee Su needs to hide his own means, and cannot expose the Seven Saints. In other words, although he is powerful now, this power is very limited. If the other party wants to hide some deadly means, it will be disadvantageous to him. Not only that, Lee Su has also suffered a lot of losses along the way. Although the cells were less than 2 teals, the energy consumption was not small. Each cell had enough energy to attract the surrounding light-spraying insects. The surface layer of the celestial being was obviously not enough. If it was too little, it would be submerged in an instant. If he wanted to move, he would have to be at least a true immortal, preferably at the early stage of TIE, that is, the War Saint level, to buy enough time and run far enough. Of course, in terms of money, he suffered the least loss among the three, almost no loss. Not only that, Lee Su did not fight with the two men for another reason, that is, to return to the grassland. Oh, not to go in, but to the periphery. He planned to catch some light-spraying insects to analyze them. Although there were not many miscellaneous deos, there were not a few. Moreover, if he could analyze the deo rhyme composition of the other party and master its extremely special light, it would be of great significance to Lee Su. After leaving a certain distance, Lee Su quickly turned back. As soon as he returned to the edge, he paused, and the corners of his mouth could not help but twitch instantly, with a slightly embarrassed expression. Not far away, the two guys who had also left also turned back. The direction and target were obviously the same as Lee Su, the light-spraying insects. These two old six. In an instant, the three of them defined the two people on the opposite side. If you don't experience it yourself, you will never know how difficult it is to deal with the light-spraying insects. If there is a way to collect some, you can catch them by surprise during the battle and trick a lot of people. The three looked at each other, smiled dryly, and then headed in a different direction, and entered the grassland again. As they went in, the three of them couldn't help but let go of their spiritual sense, and looked at each other. Could this guy be Although the light spraying insects can indeed be used to trick people, the premise is that there must be a way to collect them, or to collect their power. The guy who suffered the most losses took out a strange cloth belt with a colorful satin hanging on it. He pinched the formula and said softly, "Collect." In an instant, the bag fluttered in the wind and became extremely huge. The cloth belt opened, and the starlight was surrounded inside, as if there was another world. Immediately, large tracts of weeds were sucked up, along with countless light spraying insects, turning into a long river, rolling into the pocket. Soon, the weeds and light spraying insects with a diameter of 300 miles were sucked away. Immortal weapon. Lee Soo and the fat guy couldn't help but stare at each other. When they came out, they saw the guy's face full of pain and gnashing teeth. They thought he was a poor guy, but they didn't expect him to take out the immortal weapon. With such a large-scale automatic capture, the light spraying insects were sucked over without any reaction. The origin of this immortal weapon must be extraordinary and of top quality. In an instant, both Lee Soo and the fat guy couldn't help but start to retreat vigilantly and keep a certain distance from each other. After all, if this thing shines on their heads, it will be a big problem. After taking back the bag, the man smiled slightly, and his green face looked much better, but he did not take action because of this. The bag of immortal tools has restrictions. The two guys in front of him were able to walk out of it. The former was arrogant and made people tremble. He must have something to save his life. As for the latter, to be honest, he did not understand what the other party did. What means did the other party use? The sensitivity of the spraying light insects to mana is amazing. As long as a little aura is revealed, it will be detected by it. As a result, all the way here, the other party did not use the explosive jade, but successfully left power and attracted the attention of the spraying light insects, which made him quite puzzled. Therefore, for him, Lee Soo was full of unknowns and uncertainties, and he was not a good target for action. Moreover, the two guys returned to their original places. Logically, they should also have means, and let's see what they can do first. After all, the spraying light insects he put into his pocket are just a drop in the ocean, compared to the vast grassland. It's okay to sneak attack, but if the other party is alert and aware of it, this number is a bit insufficient. Fatball moved, and when he moved, Lee Soo and the others couldn't help but look at him. He took out the explosive jade, and it was red jade, a full 100 pieces. Fuck. This guy, what tribe is he from? How can he have so many red jades in his hand? This thing can absorb the energy of the War Emperor limit, close to the War Emperor level. You have to use a super large mazo to buy it, and the market price is at least 1,000 or more. 100 pieces is 100,000 super large mazo. What does that mean? Let's put it this way, the money that was just cheated by that plane is not as valuable as the red jade this guy took out now. The next moment, the other party's hands glowed, and the red jade he took out also began to vibrate, floating around him, and a special energy barrier began to emerge around his body, forming an extremely special pattern. Jade Master? The man with the hand in the pocket was shocked and couldn't help but widen his eyes. Obviously, this scene was a little beyond his expectations. Lee Soo couldn't help but jump in the corner of his eyes. Jade Master. Although his identity is equivalent to the Talisman Master in the myth world, the meaning of the two is completely different. Talisman Master, with a certain talent, plus hard work, can succeed. Master you, that is a natural gift, which means that, if you are born with it, you are, and if you are not, you are not. It has nothing to do with realm and understanding. As the mana fluctuated, the light spraying bug was immediately attracted. In an instant, countless starlights gushed out and flew directly towards the fat ball. The next second, the barrier glowed and the red jade vibrated. The thousands of starlights that flew over trembled and were directly sucked over by the red jade and swallowed into the explosive jade. Is this a jade refining? The pocket man couldn't help but take a breath and couldn't help but take 2 steps back with a look of relief on his face. It's a pity that I didn't do it otherwise. Not far away, Lee Soo was also shocked. This method was really beyond his expectations. These 2 old sixes are not ordinary. Finally, after 100 red jades were filled, the fat bull also put away the barrier, stepped back a few steps, and left the grassland. At this moment, the two looked at Lee Su in tacit understanding, and there was a long meaning in their eyes. Seeing this scene, Lee Su couldn't help but twitch his mouth slightly. The other party's attitude was very clear. Either show enough LOLIU style, or, I'm sorry. Okay, you look at me, and I look at you. Walking to the edge of the grassland, there was no movement of the immortal weapon, no vibration of the jade refining. Lee Su caught a spraying light bug, sighed, and threw it directly into his mouth in the shocked eyes of the two. Well, the taste is okay, it feels like cotton candy, and the chewiness is also good. It is extremely rich in protein. If you want to survive in the wild, you must not miss it. Chapter 1022 New event. The two of them were a little strange. Lee Su's behavior was really hard to understand. Although the light spraying insects were not poisonous, and their strength was entirely due to the accumulation of numbers and the effect of devouring magic, that is, the threat of a single individual was very small. The thumb-sized adult insects only spit out light that was only 1 centimeter in size, and there was no need for the walking. Even if the walking's magic power fluctuated slightly, it could be eliminated. So the two of them just took action directly, scooped up a large number of insects, and absorbed a large number of devouring magic light balls. Lee Su's behavior of picking one up to eat was really hard to understand. They looked at each other silently, and neither of them spoke. Their consciousness always fell on Lee Su, and they were very curious about the meaning of his actions. At this moment, Lee Su closed his eyes slightly, as if he was tasting the taste of the insects. He was just going to act and reveal some inside information to the two of them. But you don't know until you eat it, and you will be really shocked when you eat it. This thing is especially suitable for frying and grilling. Although it doesn't look so friendly, it tastes quite good. Of course, the point is not here. The point is its nutrition. This is undoubtedly a strategic material. In terms of nutrition, it is quite friendly to low-class life. If consumed for a long time, it can slowly improve the foundation of ordinary creatures. Their special devouring nature can almost return all extraordinary powers to the purest and gentle aura. After all, their size is too small to carry too much high concentration energy. Not to mention the Zaya kingdom with many mortals, even in the mythical world, there is still a huge market. If it can be brought back, it will have great significance for the entire human race, and can improve the cornerstone of the entire civilization. Thinking of this, Lee Su couldn't help but take a breath of cold air, and all the hairs on his body stood up. Because this thing is not difficult to breed or process. A greenhouse of 1000 square meters can raise about 100 million, and the aura concentration required per square meter is enough to keep 1000 units of aura per square meter. To feed them to maturity 1000 units, the second level spirit gathering array is very sufficient. And when it matures, it only needs high temperature processing. It can be killed and made into cooked food by burning it at a high temperature of about 700 degrees for about 10 minutes. The meat of this worm is almost all protein. The only part that needs to be removed is the mouth, which is less than 1/30th of the body. Its taste is similar to fish, that is, white meat, and it has no taste. Therefore, through seasoning, it can perfectly reproduce the taste of most meat used by the human race. In addition, this thing almost feeds on pure spiritual energy, and there are very few bacteria in its body. Even if there are, they are basically benign, which actually eliminates the scourge of disease and insects entering the mouth. It can be called a perfect ingredient. The only troublesome thing is the female worm. Whether it is a piece in front of Lee Su at this moment, or the part taken away by another person, they are all single individuals. That is, they are all male worms, and have no fertility. Not only that, the one he ate, through self-phagocytosis, has no female sequence on its DNA map. In other words, if he wants to put this worm on the menu, he has to catch a female worm. Undoubtedly, this is a bit dangerous. Lee Su has a rough idea of where the female insects are. They are in the plains, and they are probably in the center, where a large number of male insects are gathered, such as the position where the first war emperor who left the stage stood. I don't know whether to say that the opponent's luck is good or bad. The group of light spraying insects is similar to an ant colony, but they do not have the concept of grouping, which means that there may be only one female insect on this huge grassland in front of us. There is a 1 in 10 chance that the guy will go out. He can really try to buy a lottery ticket. Thinking of this, Lee Su's breathing was not only a little rapid for a while. This thing may be just a strange thing for the alien race. After all, their life level is too high, and they are almost infinitely close to immortals when they are born. In addition, the high concentration of spiritual energy in the heaven makes the value of the light spraying insects almost zero. But for the population with low spiritual energy concentration and most of the creatures are ordinary species, this is a treasure that can raise the upper limit of the entire race. Especially for the Xia people, without cultivation, the environment of the heavenly palace is like a poison to them. Even if Lee Su takes back the materials he gets from there, he probably won't be able to enjoy them. He needs to be castrated again and again, which is a huge waste. Well, I'll leave some cells for a while, and try to find them in depth. If I can really find them, even the myth world will be greatly improved. The basic class will be directly raised to a level. After decades, 2 or 3 generations, it should be possible to directly give birth to newborns with the strength of building a foundation. Thinking of this, Lee Su couldn't help but take a breath. He almost wanted to connect with Ningwuxia directly and ask her to contact the 10 billion Dao realms of the Great Sect to come and rob them directly. This thing is as valuable as a treasure for both the Xia country and the myth world. It is a real strategic level material. It's also because the alien life level is too high and can't see the value of this thing. Otherwise, Lee Su and his team would never be sent here. Originally, I just wanted to mix some miscellaneous ways and learn the other party's special talents and magical powers, but I didn't expect it to be such a big thunder. No hurry, no hurry. There is a whole year. First, let your cells look for it. If they can't find it, then contact Ningwuxia. After all, they are all on the battlefield now, being stared at by too many eyes. After a moment of silence, Lee Su stood up, and he raised his palm slightly. A special light began to appear on the palm, and lines emerged. Facing this scene, the two people who were quietly peeping from a distance couldn't help but widen their eyes, and their pupils couldn't help but twitch violently. Because, if their eyes were not blurred, the light on Lee Su's hand at this moment was obviously exactly the same as the light emitted by the spray light bug. Is this talent swallowing? Unable to help but shudder, the two couldn't help but subconsciously step back 2 steps, their expressions a little stiff. In the entire alien system, there are races that obtain their talents by swallowing others. A long time ago, even a very special population was developed. At the most terrible time, even the talents of the upper population were swallowed. In the end, that population was taken action by the 5 upper populations and destroyed. Later, there was even a rise in the idea of strangling the alien race with the talent of devouring the population. Once discovered, they would immediately carry out a full-scale encirclement and suppression. This situation continued for a long time, until tens of thousands of years ago, when someone discovered that people with the talent of devouring, as long as they did not reproduce with people with the same talent, the probability of their offspring being born with the talent of devouring would be very small. After obtaining enough of this kind of devouring talent and making continuous attempts, as long as this talent does not form a population nature and continues to accumulate and superimpose, not only will there be few offspring with the talent, but the devouring talent will also gradually decrease in effectiveness due to this behavior. In the end, the mutant individuals with the talent of devouring were pulled off the blacklist. To this day, people with this talent are very rare. Even in a race that gives birth to tens of millions of newborns every year, the probability is less than 0.01%, and this talent is very ordinary. Slightly more complex talents can basically not be devoured. Even if the devouring is successful, most of them will deteriorate. Thinking of this, the two of them couldn't help but relax a lot. After all, the ability to devour the talents of others is quite daunting. I didn't expect to meet someone with the talent of devouring. The two did not leave, but approached, but the distance was quite far. Even though they knew that the devouring bloodline that could swallow them whole and get everything from them had almost disappeared, they were still somewhat disgusted. Lee Su glanced at the two, and the glimmer on his hand dissipated. He was not surprised by the other party's reaction. After all, Ningwuxia was also very surprised at the beginning, and felt strange about the ability of the guy she killed. Are you two planning to eliminate demons and defend the way? He did not explain. The talent of the identity he got was still somewhat different from the devouring talent, mainly reflected in the functionality, but he did not intend to explain this aspect. If he really needs to use it later, it will not be too late to take it out. Ning Wuxia also told Li Su about the situation of the devouring talent in the history of the alien race. Even now, it is still quite unpopular and very isolated. Of course, it is precisely because of this that this identity is a good umbrella for people in the myth world. Isolation means no friends. In the process of disguise, an acquaintance will not suddenly jump out and greet you, exposing you. After taking a look at Li Su, the fat bull-like figure moved, and in a very elegant posture, he bounced away directly. The other person thought about it, turned around, and quickly left to the other side. The talent of devouring itself makes people quite daunted. Without knowing the situation, if you act rashly, it means helping others to clear minds. It is not a simple thing to get out of the plane. Financial resources are only part of it, and the other part is strength. There is no doubt that the three people are very amazing in fighting against the power of the Emperor level, which is a signal that they are not easy to mess with. Watching the two people leave, Li Su turned back and silently looked at the plane. After feeling the situation of his cells, he immediately took his own steps, left the plane, and entered the real primitive forest. Chapter 1023 New Event. The competition venue is undoubtedly large, but it is not too large for a War Emperor level warrior. Entering the primeval forest, Li Su slightly released his spiritual sense. In a radius of 100,000 miles, excluding the grassland behind him, there are many people scattered here and there, about 100 people, and of course there are many creatures, from the lowest foundation building level to TIE. The reason why it is easy to distinguish from it is mainly because the auras of more than 100 TIE are very similar, which is the standard level of competition. Looking down, Li Su couldn't help but feel his own situation. He could feel that there was a special energy flowing in his body. The whole world seemed to be in a huge barrier, suppressing those who were in a sufficient realm and surpassed it, and strengthening those who were not in a sufficient realm, ensuring that everyone's strength was at a similar level. It has to be said that this is amazing. At least it is difficult for the formation to do this. Although in the mythological world, such as the GGO, there are also formations that can strengthen people's movement, which can directly burst out 3 to 5 times, 35 times, or even 3 to 500 times the power, but that requires a huge amount of resources and personnel cooperation. The energy of the barrier is very simple. The blessing that can be felt when standing inside is undoubtedly closer to a special system of rules. Before, I thought that the barrier was too simple and far inferior to the formation. Now I have to say that some of the points of the barrier are not worse than the formation, and they also need to be paid attention to. After thinking about it, Li Su took action directly. It has been more than 3 days since entering the plane. The vibration in the air can be said to have never stopped. Whenever you look up at the sky, you will find that the diorama in the sky is very irregular and quite chaotic. This is a battle. Obviously, there are more than one, but hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of conflicts between the war emperors. Only in this way can such a situation be formed. In other words, Li Su has actually fallen behind, missed several major battles, and lost more than 20,000 opportunities to comprehend the miscellaneous Dao. He moved quickly and aimed at one of the targets soon. This person is not bad. There are many miscellaneous Daos, and the key is the realm, which is not stable. Obviously, although the forced improvement greatly increased his strength, it also led to the instability of his control over his own strength. The competition has only started for 3 days. In such a short time, the high-level war saints can probably barely master it, but the time for the middle and elementary levels is obviously too short. Li Su did not hesitate, and walked over directly. He was going to start hunting. Originally, the best way to compete in this kind of event is to hide first and let others fight. After a while, go hunting again. In this way, you can get a lot of points, and even one game is equivalent to several games in the early stage, or even dozens of games. Therefore, the gains in the early stage and the middle and late stages are completely disproportionate. Of course, the difficulty will also increase accordingly. After all, the later the people who can stay, the stronger they will naturally be. It is suitable for people who have enough confidence in their own strength. Lee Soo is not short of strength. To be precise, he is not running for the competition, but for the people. Naturally, there will be no such fear. Originally, he planned to find someone to fight in the next game, and kill those with a certain strength, and entangle those with a certain strength, and then run away. He got 3 or 4,000 points by bumping and bumping, first meeting Ning Wuxia's requirements, and then wait and see the situation on Deng Feng's side. It is estimated that there will be no big problem. After all, there are 4 people in Deng Feng this time. If Blackstone is not counted, Jiuj will not be mentioned. The adult woman is quite good. At the Yadao realm, she should be able to get a lot of points. There are many events in the Earth Clan City, adding up to more than 1,000. It is estimated that the top 100 is a bit dangerous, but it should be okay to enter the top 20. Although the Decepticons initiated and promoted this game, the current situation also shows that the other party did not completely follow their imagination. That is, someone intervened. In this game, the big score of the seeding is estimated to be on the species and some super geniuses. The points of the event party should not be too many, unless some of the geniuses of the species are listed on the event party. Anyway, just do your best. After all, the relationship with his Deng Feng people is just average, and there is not much affection. Moreover, once his identity is exposed, the two sides will be directly rivals and mortal enemies, and Lee Soo will naturally not spend too much effort on it. Soon, the person appeared in Lee Soo's sight. Although the man couldn't completely control his own power, his reaction was amazing. He was discovered by him when he was about 10,000 meters away. His spiritual perception was good. Lee Soo gave such an evaluation of the other party's reaction. After all, for mortals, foundation building, and golden elixir, the distance of 10,000 meters may be far away, and there is plenty of time. But if you enter the immortal realm, it is another concept. Not to mention the War Emperor, even the Celestial Immortal, this distance is enough to launch an attack and fight a round of output. Lee Soo took action directly. He took a step and punched. The extremely simple straight punch made the face of the War Emperor 10,000 meters away change drastically, because from the time he discovered Lee Soo, to Lee Soo's attack, to the fist appearing in his chest, it was almost synchronized. He didn't even have time to defend himself, and was hit in the heart by Lee Soo. The huge power, a little burst, the opponent's chest cavity rotted on the spot, and the energy that was enough to collapse a continent instantly destroyed his defense, and tore his extremely tough skin, bones, muscles, and even internal organs. Just one punch, the opponent's 7 orifices were bleeding. Once the body was poured out, the amazing energy that was enough to destroy the world was defeated. The gap was too big. The immortality of the War Emperor could not be saved. The internal power was directly uprooted, and the Tao inside was defeated by Lee Soo. It was undoubtedly a heavy blow. One punch almost extinguished all the vitality of the opponent. If he walked away, he would probably die in a few minutes. Facing this scene, the man widened his eyes, and looked at the huge hole in his chest in disbelief. He was pierced through. His sternum, spine, lungs, heart, liver, and stomach were all washed. Unprecedented fear emerged in his widened pupils. He couldn't help but want to scream and make a sound, but at this moment he couldn't muster the peak strength. His consciousness was gradually dissipating, and his vitality was rapidly draining away. Death, for the first time, was so close to him. At this moment, his brain, which was almost unable to think, suddenly flashed the words he chatted with his friends when he signed up. If you can't beat him, just run away. If you can't run away, just surrender. We are both at the Battle Emperor level. How can the other party kill you in seconds? Recalling his extremely naive words, the man couldn't help but laugh at his arrogance and naivety. In an instant, with the dimming of his pupils, the head that was raised high drooped, and the fresh life disappeared from then on. Retracting his fist, looking at the figure that collapsed with a loud bang, Lee Soo frowned, and his eyes couldn't help showing surprise. Damn it, he was killed in seconds? No, big brother, what are you doing? Don't you have any idea in your mind? I thought the other party had good spiritual perception and strength, but when I wanted to punch him, I found that the other party was really just okay in spiritual perception, and other aspects could be said to be terrible. I just wanted to injure the other party and make him admit defeat and leave, but he was killed by a punch. This was completely inconsistent with the battle that Lee Su had imagined. Damn it. Lee Su squatted down quickly and touched the opponent's body. The opponent's resistance was too weak. He was beaten to pieces before he could even feel the Dao Yun. Not to mention enlightenment, he didn't even absorb a bit. After a while, Lee Su stood up with a gloomy face. All 9 layers of Dao Yun were broken up, and he gained less than 1 layer, which is to say, more than 200. The power needs to be further sealed. I thought I was low-key enough, but I found that I was too high profile. Without using the treasure, the power was reduced by 100 times. After cutting the saint's skills, the power was reduced by almost 10 times again. The physical suppression and soul suppression reduced the power by 2 times. Just now, under the promotion of the pure elm, he used less than 3 layers of power, which means that he was reduced by more than half, but he was beaten to death. Who can he talk to? Just when Lee Su was thinking about whether he could suppress his strength to the incredible level of 1 layer, Fatball and Napocket, who were already tens of thousands of miles away from him, paused and took a deep breath. What a strong punch. It's not about strength, but the height of artistic conception. Just one punch completely changed the two people's minds. I felt that my choice to leave was extremely smart. Fortunately, I chose to leave, otherwise it would be really troublesome. Judging from the opponent's appearance, he used at most 5 layers of strength in this punch, while I want to use only 7 points of strength. The gap is not small. If I really want to fight directly, I'm afraid I will have to use my trump card directly. Thinking of this, the two people moved faster and left the direction where Lee Su was. This kind of opponent is definitely not suitable for the early, middle, no, late stage of the event. Moreover, this guy is fiddling with the corpse again. Is he devouring the opponent's talent? By the way, what race is the guy who died? I must be on guard. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Just when Lee Su was thinking whether it was a bit too arrogant to suppress his own power to the first level, at this moment, outside the field, changing his identity, sitting in a high-end restaurant, drinking a foreign fruit wine, Ning Wuxia, who was watching the projection stone of the new event battle not far away, fiddled with the straw in his hand with boredom. It has been 3 days, and the little guy's points are still 0, and he has not moved at all. The projection stone will only play the scenes of big battles or exciting battles, so naturally she has no way of knowing what Lee Su has been doing in the past 3 days. 3,000 points is not difficult, and for the little guy, it should be basically the same as eating and drinking water. It has been so long, but there is no movement. Will something happen? Just when Ning Wuxia was thinking, the picture on the big screen playing the event suddenly turned, and the little guy she had been thinking about appeared. An extremely simple punch. In an instant, countless gasps appeared in the entire city of the Earth Clan. This blow was really too wonderful. Strength and realm are all the same. With the projection stone in 360 degrees, there is no dead angle, and with the expert explanation, the atmosphere was pushed to a whole new height. Oh my god, I didn't expect that after 3 days of chaos and chaos, there would be such an amazing punch, and even forcibly cut off the 2 battles on the other side. Mr. King Tao, what do you think of this? It's a very amazing punch, but looking at this punch, it can be confirmed that his talent is high and his combat experience is deep, beyond imagination. The accumulation of this punch is not just as simple as it seems on the surface. What is accumulated inside is the amazing fruit of years of precipitation. If you have to comment, all the battles in these 3 days are not as impressive as this punch. Its quality is so high that it has surpassed most of the competitions in the city of the Earth Clan. Poof. Facing this scene, Ning Wuxia sprayed out the fruit wine she had just drunk. She was almost choked by the 100 billion Dao realm. She wanted to know what the other party was doing, but she definitely didn't want to know in this way. Kid, you are an undercover. More than 5 million people, 3 days, 3 or 4,000 battles, but you are no match for this one punch of yours. You are so cool. Chapter 1024 New Event. TSK, such a simple thing. I don't know what's good to report. In the city of the Earth Clan, some people praised it, and naturally some people looked disdainful and said contemptuously, "It's just that the other guy's too weak, so it's mine." Before he could finish his words, he was immediately held down by the person next to him. "Okay, shut up. If it's you, you will only die more quietly." The man couldn't help but struggle a little. His eyes were very anxious, and he stared directly at the person who was holding his mouth. Unfortunately, his strength was not enough, and he was suppressed to death, and he couldn't say a word. "Father, I don't think this punch is special. It's not as good as the battle just now." Facing the scene that was repeatedly played in the viewing stone, there were also young people who didn't understand and spoke with confusion on their faces. Undoubtedly, in his eyes, the scene played on the viewing stone at this moment was far inferior to the previous two battles. Seeing it made his blood boil, his mind surged, and he wished that one of them was himself. The middle-aged man's mouth twitched. His son's question really caught him off guard, and the worst thing was that the idiot was being held down not far away. He couldn't help but glance around first, and found that most people had a tolerant smile on their faces, so he breathed a sigh of relief. That's right, his son is still young, and doesn't understand normal, unlike the idiot who has lived for thousands of years. Little guy, as the saying goes, laymen watch the excitement, while experts watch the doorway. If you are determined to become a strong man in the future, then this punch must be remembered in your heart. If you understand it, you may not become a strong man, but if you don't understand it, then you will definitely not become a strong man. The strong aliens have extremely huge power in their bodies. You are also a warrior, and are on the road. You should feel the energy in your body. Someone on the side spoke up, and said directly to the little guy who asked the question. The little guy nodded. Of course he knew this. Not long ago, he even broke a stone that was 3 times bigger than himself with one punch. Because of this, he was praised by his father, and was taken out to see the world. Since you can feel the power in your body, you should know that the amount of energy in the body of a war emperor is equivalent to 100 million of you. The little guy was startled and couldn't help but widen his eyes. He had learned arithmetic. Not long ago, the teacher just mentioned the word 100 million, which is 10 times of 10 million. According to the teacher, when an alien race just becomes a warrior, the internal strength is 10. Now he has 53, and as long as he can reach 500, he will be a general. 10,000 will be a walking, 3 million will be a war saint, and more than 50 million will be considered to have entered the surface level of the war emperor. So many. The little guy couldn't help but be shocked. It is equivalent to 100 million of himself. Isn't that too terrible? You've seen it too. The battles between those war emperors were like that. Mountains and rivers collapsed with a snap of a finger, continents shattered with a touch of a hand, and even the huge stars could be destroyed with bare hands in front of them. Even if the man who was killed by one punch was weak, he was still a war emperor. If any energy in his body was released, it would cause extremely huge damage and destroy everything around him. However, even in such a situation, he was simply killed by a single punch from the other party. The vast and boundless power in his body could not be released at all, and all his vitality and strength were directly annihilated. Having said that, the man gathered a huge ball of energy, placed it in front of the little guy and said, "Can you extinguish this energy ball silently?" The little guy was shocked. This energy was undoubtedly too huge for him. Not to mention extinguishing it silently, he would feel that he would be destroyed if he raised his hand to touch it. The energy of the war emperor is 100,000, no, 1 million times greater than the energy in my hand, but it was annihilated by a punch just now. Do you still think that punch is simple? The little guy couldn't help but be stunned, and his light blue eyes kept shrinking. Soon, he shook his head quickly. It was simple there, and it was simply unimaginable. Not far away, the guy who had been struggling hard to get rid of his companions, and was obviously overconfident, now had a red face. He was already a war saint, not to mention not young. Finally understanding why, the old face suddenly blushed with shame, like an ostrich, and as his companions let go, he lowered his head, and covered his face and walked away. This was a big loss of face. Of course, such little episodes were staged in many places in the Earth Clan city. After all, because the new event attracted not only players, but also a lot of spectators. The EarthClan city, which can accommodate hundreds of millions of people, has already exceeded its limit. Even the dormitory next to the animal shed is now full of people. For no other reason, just to open the eyes of the younger generation. No matter how many grievances there are, it is worth it. Some things, if you don't go to the scene and experience them personally, you will never understand. The world is so big, and there are so many geniuses. There is a saying that goes, geniuses are like crucian carp crossing the river, countless. Strong people are like fingers in the palm, and can be counted on one's fingers. If you want to be a strong person, you must first understand what the strong people in this world look like. Otherwise you will only be a frog in the well, an ant under the leaf, and you don't know how high the sky is, and how thick the earth is. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Let's not talk about what's going on outside. Back to the battlefield. It seems that with Lee Su's move, the fuse was lit. On the battlefield, another shocking scene took place. There was a two-headed man, holding a copper yellow iron stick, driving hundreds of people alone. He stepped on the ground, and corpses fell like rain around him. Countless corpses and broken arms were scattered with the collapsed mountains and rivers. There was a woman, graceful and elegant, with emerald blooming between her eyebrows, and endless vines growing out from her feet. The vines were moving, and blood vessels like those of living organisms appeared on the rhizomes. They spread in all directions, with a diameter of more than 1,000,000 miles. There were human figures among the horrible vines. They were the war emperors. There were thousands of people, and they were divided in the vines, frantically pouring out their own strength to fight against the vines. However, the shocking scene was that the thousands of people were obviously suppressed, and in just a few seconds, several people were entangled and suppressed. The strange vines were not afraid of fire or lightning, and could not be cut by swords or divine weapons. There was also a kneeless man, walking between the mountains and rivers. He was seen mumbling something in his mouth, making a mysterious sound. As he walked forward, there were countless creatures behind him. Snakes, insects, rats, ants, birds, beasts, and even people. They looked extremely strange and terrifying. While walking woodenly, their mouths kept opening and closing, spitting out the same sound as the person leading the way in front. The sound was very creepy. After spitting it out, it turned into handwritten text, floating in the air, forming a huge ocean. Even if the sound could not be heard, the picture was relatively blurry. For a while, many people felt uncomfortable and panicked. One by one, the powerful individual aliens took action one after another. They began to plan to score points crazily to quickly push up their rankings. They didn't care about the rewards of the new competition. At this moment, they appeared more to show themselves. Although only the top 10,000 people in this competition had prizes, even if they said that their own strength was strong enough, facing the geniuses and monsters from all over the alien race, and even the geniuses of 33 famous alien races, they naturally did not dare to be careless and arrogantly thought that they could be invincible. Therefore, before those carefully cultivated Cheyenne Geo exploded, they planned to show themselves first, burst out a dazzling scene, attract attention, and thus get the favor of the powerful people of the big clans, and then get investment. For a time, the whole arena was full of flowers. Although it was completely different from Lee Su's opening, it was undoubtedly compared to Lee Su's introverted depth. This gorgeous and powerful coexistence undoubtedly attracted everyone's attention. In an instant, the entire city of the Earth Clan couldn't help but boil again, and the atmosphere was copied to another height. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. At the same time, hundreds of light years away, close to a certain high-hanging island in the depths of the heaven. The island is huge, thousands of miles long, and weighs more than hundreds of millions of tons. It stands in the void, as if it is lifted by some invisible force. At this moment, there are constant roars and thunders around the island. The thunder, as if each one is extremely huge, can circle the island for a week, a full 360, alternate without repair, and shelter the island. And not far from the huge island, there is a magical fairy palace, floating between the clouds, swaying 7-color brilliance. That fairy palace is the Kyanine Palace, one of the 36 heavenly palaces. As for the isolated island, it is the residence of Lei Yu Xianzhen, one of the 4 heavenly emperors. At this moment, in front of him, there is a huge viewing stone, and the new events that took place in the city of the Earth Clan are being played. Around lay Yushianzan, disciples from several major sects such as the Heavenly Court, the Human Sect, and the Dungeon Sect, as well as many geniuses from the upper, middle and lower domains are also there. They were called by Lei Yu to come and see the demeanor of the so-called foreign genius. The first 3 days were undoubtedly just a joke, and were not worthy of the eyes at all, until, after that amazing punch, many people in the lower domain, the middle domain, and even the upper domain changed their faces directly. With the appearance of the real foreign geniuses one after another, many people's expressions became more and more solemn. These are basically nameless foreigners. With Lei Yushianzan's extremely sudden words, in an instant, the disciples of the major sects who were originally very relaxed, had to be alert and serious. Is this still nameless? The intelligence about the alien races, the people present had long been in heaven, and naturally knew the difference between the famous and the unknown, and that even the famous alien races were divided into 3 levels. The top 5 races were undoubtedly unreasonably strong. Without saying anything, everyone just looked at the viewing stone quietly. They knew what Lei Yushianzan meant by arranging everyone to come here. However, even if they were unknown, were they so powerful? The Xianjiao of the lower domain and the middle domain were not only a little desperate at this moment, but the Xianjiao of the upper domain was also uncomfortable, because for them, the biggest impact was not the battle behind, but the punch at the beginning, which was a bit of a blow. You know, that is not the talent field that the alien race specializes in, but the field of skills, which should be the place where the myth world monks are good at. As a result, the opponent's punch was a myth world, and only a group of people standing at the top of their Elman class could do it. Lei Yushianzan couldn't help but frowned at this moment. He was not surprised by the talent of the alien race, but the punch at the beginning. It really couldn't be ignored. Daoshan, is this what you prepared? Use this punch to tell us that the alien race is not only talented, but also skilled. Chapter 1025 New Event. This kid is quite interesting. His style is a bit like that of Jushin. Is he his last disciple? In the city of the Earth Clan, Extreme Dalo Daoshan watched the scene on the viewing stone with great interest. There were so many geniuses in the alien races, and there were countless people with extraordinary talents. The scene that looked wonderful in the eyes of others was undoubtedly difficult for the top powerhouses of the upper clan to care about. On the contrary, Li Su's skillful punch, not to mention the Earth Clan, should have a great impact on the mythical world. The people over there like this kind of small Taoist skills the most, and they are proud of it. They basically rely on this method to deal with them. No, but he is a member of Dengfeng and just entered the Earth City not long ago. On the side, a Billion Dao Realm Elder spoke up. The struggle between the crazy faction and the skill faction has become white hot. For these elders, it is nothing new. Although the other party took advantage of the absence of Emperor Jushin to take action, which made many people quite complain, but this is the rule of the Earth Clan, and there is not much to say. Is that so? Daoshan Emperor nodded casually, and soon shifted his gaze to other places, no longer paying attention. After all, as an extreme Daluo, unless it was a super prodigy who showed a history of breaking the talent of alien races, it would be very remarkable for him to mention it. However, facing this scene, someone in the corner of the hall not only changed his face slightly, but also looked very bad. He was a Billion Dao realm, a crazy Billion Dao realm. I never thought that the guy who reached the top would appear so quickly in such a high profile way, and was also seen by Daoshan Emperor, and it was rare to mention it. The meaning represented by this is quite different. If the Emperor had never paid attention to it, even if he had a way to do it later, compared with many geniuses, he would not be amazing, and naturally lost in the crowd. But now that he has been noticed, once he appears on the viewing stone again, there is no doubt that there is a high probability that he will arouse the Emperor's interest. Although the Earth Clan has its own set of rules, this rule undoubtedly does not include the Emperor. Otherwise, they would not have waited until the Nine Heavens Emperor was trapped in the depths, and could not come out, and even could not communicate, before they dared to take action. It can be said that, if it were not for the huge interests involved, the Decepticons would not target Dengfeng, who has the Emperor. What are those trash from the Man Clan doing? I asked you to strangle Deng Feng's people, but the other party appeared on the viewing stone and was discovered by Daoshan Emperor. Unlike the Nine Heavens Emperor, Daoshan Emperor is in a relatively outer place and can also separate his soul to descend on the city of the Earth Clan. Once he opens his mouth, the nature will be completely different. Asterisk asterisk asterisk, damn it. Where are our people? At this moment, at the Man Clan's residence, the Man King, the head of the Man Clan, looked very ugly. From the moment Lee Su appeared on the viewing stone, his expression instantly became gloomy, and he directly crushed the rare stone in his hand. He really didn't expect that under such high pressure from the Decepticons, the people of the Skills clan would dare to be so rampant and expose themselves in public without caring. Knowing that the Decepticons would target them madly in this event, they still did so. If this behavior is not provocation, what is it? In the city of the Earth Clan, the struggle between the two factions is being seen by many people. Now that this scene has appeared, what will those who know the truth think, and how will they look at his barbarian clan? I'm afraid that many people have already begun to laugh at him secretly. A mere slave, how dare you? The barbarian king's voice was very cold, very chilly. The short number caused the temperature of the hall to drop sharply, and many barbarian clan children could not help but shiver. Have all the personnel been arranged? They have been arranged. The Man family has 1 person in the Yibio realm, 4 people in the Kyanwan realm, and 30 high-level war emperors. Not only that, there are 30 organizations that have received our deposit, 2 of which have Yibio realm, 17 have Kyanwan realm, and the others have at least 5 high-level war emperors. Then there are more than 100 individual people who have accepted the reward, and 8 of them are practical fighters. On the side, the Man family elder who was in charge of relevant matters immediately spoke up. There was no doubt that it was an absolutely luxurious killing loop. There were 3 Yibio realms alone, and there were as many as 21 people in the Kyanwan realm. This number was only used to destroy the existence of a medium-level war emperor in the Dengfeng realm. It can be said that it was his honor to die in this loop. The communication loophole that was left by the enemy before is still there, right? Yes. Very good. Have someone analyze the location of the battle immediately, mark the location of this slave, and send it to them. The barbarian king's eyes were cold. It was originally just a precautionary measure. After all, in his opinion, he didn't think Dengfeng had the courage to perform well and let himself be discovered by the viewing stone and expose his position. Unexpectedly, the other party didn't dare to do so from the beginning. In this case, if we don't send him a layer, how can the barbarian family gain a foothold in this city of the Earth Clan in the future? Yes. Watching his men leave, the barbarian king looked at the replaying figure of Yikun with great indifference. Perform to your heart's content. Struggle as much as you can, slave. Your life will end here, today, completely. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The sight returned to the battlefield. Lee Su, who obviously didn't know that his simple punch would cause an unimaginable huge turmoil, was now running towards a target. This time, he was undoubtedly more careful. He did not forget the purpose of coming here, which was to fight with as many alien races as possible and obtain miscellaneous Dao through them. The previous loss was quite heavy. He only got 230 Dao Yuan out of 3000 or 4000 Dao Yuan. He was still 20 points short. Otherwise, it would be very uncomfortable. The second target was a little far away. The main reason was that the aura suddenly disappeared just now, which undoubtedly alarmed the people around. In an instant, dozens of auras within a radius of 10,000 miles quickly fled. Even if it was just the cultivation of a war saint, he knew one thing, that is, the sudden disappearance of a breath was not a good phenomenon, and it usually meant great danger. Facing this scene, Lee Su could only sigh that a group of old six had to run further to find someone. It took him almost 20 minutes to finally lock on the second target. Through the perception of aura, this fluctuation is undoubtedly much smaller, and it is obvious that the control of power is more sufficient. Either a high-level war saint, or directly a primary war emperor. This one, with a combat power of about 1 level, should not be killed directly. As soon as the thought came to an end, Lee Su had just reached a distance of only 10,000 meters from the opponent. He took a step forward, and it was still a simple punch, which eliminated all impurities, leaving only pure sign perfection. Boom. There was a loud noise, and each of them shook. Blocked. Facing this scene, Lee Su couldn't help showing a happy expression on his face, and excitement flashed in his pupils. Very good. This time the miscellaneous way is considered to be in his hands. It's really not easy. He has to hold back in a fight. Although the alien's talent is amazing, in other aspects, it is really terrible. If it were a cultivator in the myth world, it would definitely not be like this. At least he could use the second level, or even the third level of strength. The person on the opposite side trembled slightly, and staggered 2 steps. Undoubtedly, although he had controlled it as much as possible, the overly large force was still unbalanced. Facing Lee Su's completely restrained attack, his defense was still penetrated. The power penetrated into his body from the atomic surface layer, and tore his defense. Not only were the arm muscles torn, but the power also exploded in the air, and the vibrations reached the internal organs, tearing the internal organs that were covered and protected by the terrifying energy. Puff. Unable to hold back, the man spit out a mouthful of blood, and was seriously injured. Although he didn't kill him directly, he was hit hard with one punch. Basically, you can imagine what the other party will do next. Lee Su doesn't intend to give the other party a chance to escape. It's a learning device for various ways. Let's not talk about whether to kill him or not. Let's squeeze out his talent first. He took a step forward, and the next second, Lee Su's face showed a look of surprise. The person opposite him was horrified at first, but when he saw his face, he suddenly shrank back and showed an extremely ecstatic look. That expression was really too wonderful, just like Fan Jin who passed the Imperial examination. Extremely exaggerated. Blood mist spurted out of his body, forming strange pictures and texts, and then he didn't retreat but advanced, and rushed directly towards Lee Su. This guy. Although his strength was not worth mentioning, this behavior made Lee Su feel something was wrong. He paused, and his muscles shook. The next second, a huge force vibrated directly from his body, and an unprecedented shockwave formed, and swept out directly. Boom. With a loud bang, the person who rushed over was directly shaken away by him. The amazing force even shattered his sternum, and his entire upper body was crushed by a full point. Accompanied by the blood mist, the opponent flew out. The terrifying force pressed him to break several 100-foot mountains in succession, and then he fell heavily into the ground, and his life or death was unknown. However, facing this result, Lee Su's face was unexpectedly ugly, and his eyes showed coldness. On the contrary, he smashed the ground into a bottomless hole, but there was a constant laugh. Sure enough, here, ancestor, I found him. Looking down, Lee Su couldn't help but look at his arm. At this moment, a blood-red pattern was flashing on it, and inexplicable fluctuations continued to pour out of it. This thing ignored his power, and belonged to a regular move. Feeling the situation inside, Lee Su's eyes couldn't help but sink. Tracking ability? Decepticons? No, it's not important. The important thing is that I have only been here for 3 days, and I met Decepticons so soon. How many Navy soldiers did the other party hire to help? You can't spend money like this, right? More than 5 million people may seem like a large number, but in this vast land, it can be said that the land is vast and sparsely populated. Lee Su, who didn't know that his position was exposed by a punch in the first battle, obviously didn't think that his luck was too bad, so he could only think that the other party was crazy flooding and hired too many people. It's not advisable to stay here for a long time. And this mark, we have to find a way to get rid of it. Huh. Just when Lee Su was about to run away, leave here first, and find a place to find a way to get rid of the curse-like thing on his hand, his pupils suddenly shrank. Several beings with extremely powerful auras are approaching quickly. Coming so fast? No, is it too close? Lee Su couldn't help but take a deep breath, feeling a little annoyed. It seemed like he couldn't escape the first fierce battle. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.